How are we all doing this Thanksgiving? Good to see some of you guys could make it out during the holiday. Remember, most businesses are closed today. And if you have a heart, do not go shopping on Black Friday. How are we doing, chat? Please put the video at 1.5 times speed. We'll talk about it. Yeah, I do apologize for missing Thursday's stream. It was a multitude of factors. I think after this week, we should be fine with not missing streams. I don't know. 4 times a week seems like a bit much. Been doing nothing but Skyrim, playing Skyrim, and watching Skyrim videos for about a month now. So, yeah. What's bad is we're not done. We're not done. I was planning this out, and it was like if we streamed twice a week, I'd probably have to do it for like 3 months. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. 3 months. I figure get it all over with as fast as possible. Now I will say, I am nearing the end of the Skyrim playthrough, actually. Well, the main playthroughs that'll be in the video. I plan on doing a VR playthrough as I write the stuff, but yeah, the current character, the magic character, is coming to a close. I finished Dawnguard today, started on Dragonborn. I gotta be completely honest, I don't understand. Too many people sleep on Dragonborn. It's really weird because it's like you level a shit ton of criticisms. Oh, can I say that yet? It's been 3 minutes. But I care, right? You level a ton of criticisms at Skyrim, and then you don't play Dragonborn where, like, Bethesda were, you know, taking into consideration a bunch of stuff. So it's like, Skyrim has 8 really boring Dragon Priest encounters. Dragonborn has 3 more interesting Dragon Priest encounters. But a lot of people still forget that that DLC kind of exists, or they write it off as nostalgia bait, which is like not really nostalgia bait because the last thing I wanted to see was a weird hybrid of Blood Moon and Morrowind into one expansion. I also feel like people don't talk enough about like Fallout 4, but I'm not sure what my policy is going to be regarding Fallout 4. I'll probably be playing it like, I don't know, in January or something. You know, just to kind of get a feel for it again. Dragonborn is really nice, but you have to be the Dragonborn to do it. Then again, you can go to Solstheim without and see the cool Redoran buildings. You can do a ton of the Dragonborn content without being the Dragonborn. But I do agree, it is kind of a damper on the story. Traditionally, people who aren't the protagonist can actually go do the expansion content without like, you can do the Almalexia stuff if you aren't the Nerevarine. What about Fallout 4 specifically? Well, I'm gonna play it again. Just to kind of get a handle on it. So make sure you slam a dislike on this video. Reason for that is they're taking away our dislikes. And nobody likes that. So if you aren't actively liking something, you should dislike it. That's my sort of protest. What parts of Solstheim is not available to a non-Dragonborn? I think just its main quest content. So that would be like, you know, not just the Mirax stuff, but the Black Books as well. Am I going to be disliking Acerthorn videos? Well, I don't watch the videos on a signed-in account, so... we've done that before. We went to go dislike or like videos, and then, like, we keep getting surprised that that we can't do it on this account that doesn't exist. Are we getting refreshed? Actually, I should refresh. 27 to 21. You guys can do better than that. I think there's only like 1 or 3 black books in the main quest for Dragonborn, but there's like 8 or 9 in total. Yeah, it's not a lot of content exclusivity, but sort of the thing that's dawning on me with Dragonborn as well is that it's not a lot of content in general. Or it's like, I don't know, there's some interesting priorities with like where all the effort work. Like it's really weird that they, so like there's the sort of mantra that the people chant at the stones, but like everybody that can be at the stones has to have the whole mantra recorded. So it's like, you know, how much file space was spent on that. It's kind of interesting too, because Skyrim was kind of the last game that had that consideration. Or like, what do we spend all of our file space on? Only thing I remember from Dragonborn, the sword that shoots a beam. That was an interesting idea. Yes, I found that today. That kind of gives me food for thought for like discussions on puzzles and stuff. Because if Skyrim can do that, what else can Skyrim do? Or, you know, Elder Scrolls 6 and what have you. I feel like if the biggest issue with something is that there isn't enough of it, it tells a lot. I didn't say there isn't enough of it. I said there isn't a lot of it. There is a difference. Dragonborn's issue is that I always put it at the end of a playthrough because that's the only place where it makes sense to do it, right? And then I end up like being burnt out on oh yeah, I should probably turn the VTuber thing on. So I end up being burnt out on Skyrim by the time I get to Dragonborn, which is pretty unfair to Dragonborn. Dawnguard doesn't have that issue because I feel like Dawnguard can fit in way earlier in a playthrough, but Dragonborn always just feels most appropriate at the end. If sword singing is the next main mechanic, I could see weapons becoming part of puzzles pretty frequently. Well, see, that's sort of that was something I was thinking about, was like it would be so easy for them to make sword singing the next sort of dragon shout gimmick, right? Because there has to be one, obviously, for some reason. Mirak feels like a threat you deal with at the end of a playthrough. Yeah. If you kill Alduin before meeting him, he has a line about it. And then I think if you don't, he also has a line about it. Speaking of puzzles, started the Ethereum questline yesterday by accident, and I had forgotten that there are actually some real puzzles in that questline. They're not super advanced still compared. Yes. It feels like it feels like a validation of what I said in the Oblivion video, which is that if you have a designated place for it, you can actually get away with doing slightly more complex puzzles. So since Ethereum, like the Ethereal Forge is something that you have to go out of your way to seek, and it makes sense that it's a little more complex than just like go clear some dungeons. I feel like that's why they were like really confident with sort of providing that. Not that the Ethereum Forge stuff's particularly difficult. Eric says something like, "Oh, you killed Alduin? Well, I could have done that if I wanted." Yeah. There's a bit of reading into I kind of have to do with Mirak yet. So did you find some use to DLC that lets you build a house? Are you talking about Hearthfire? Okay, so before Anniversary Edition, I would have said yes. Post Anniversary Edition, I'm going to say no. The main use for the Hearthfire houses, besides like having a money sink, I guess, is that you can grow stuff there, which is super important for kind of higher difficulty playthroughs, is the ability to make potions to sort of augment your playstyle. That's the main thing about Hearthfire houses. But since Anniversary Edition adds a huge ass farm, and Mirrorwatch has like a little botanical garden that like is perfect. I can make exactly 20 fortified destruct potions out of that little botanical garden in Mirrorwatch. So yeah, the Hearthfire houses are just kind of like, they're things I own that I haven't made yet on this character, because the free houses that you get as part of Creation Club are infinitely better. The Hearthfire carriages will bring you to all villages plus cities. That could be a use if you're doing a survival playthrough, because that puts 3 more carriages on the map for you to be able to fast travel from in areas that don't have them. Is the big thing. Well, the Pale one kind of sucks. I always disliked the Pale house because it's basically just a Whiterun house, which always made me mad. Like, I want to live in the Pale. I want to live out like by Nightgate Inn or something. The Morthal house is good, but it's like not very far from Solitude. And then the Falkreath house, that's probably the most utilitarian one because there's like a big hill in the way to Whiterun. I thought the hunters would sell pelts and things you need for mounts. I could never find anyone selling them, so I've always had to hunt for the mounts. The mounts? Ah, Nightgate Inn. Yes. That's why I mentioned it, because I knew that some people would understand that the Nightgate Inn is one of the most important places in Elder Scrolls. So I guess I'll kind of get started. I've got this is the final page. I don't know if you can hear it, of the Dishonored script. But this was like the first time I tried to print it where the printer fucked up, so it's spare paper. The Dishonored video was the only one where I actually printed the script out, because I was trying like different things. So I wrote 3 things down that I kind of want to talk about before we jump into things. And the first thing says poisoned well. I'm going to be honest with you on this one. The well has been poisoned. Typically there's usually like a little bit of rat poison that gets put in the well before each of these streams that we do. But today, it's a lot more potent than rat poison. I've not heard charitable things about the individual that we're going to cover, and I kind of want to talk about that, because we have to try and be fair with these things, and kind of going in with the mindset... When you go into things with the mindset that it's going to be bad, that will oftentimes inform your opinion of those things. That's like one of the first things I had to get over when I got into content creation, was I can't play games with the assumption that they're going to be bad, or I'm going to think that every game is bad. The same way that you can't go into things thinking that it's just going to be amazing, or that will influence your opinion. But I understand that there's a lot of kind of negative opinions floating around about the individual we're covering today, Mr. Acerthorn. I'm going to call him Acer because it's funnier that way. I don't know. I can't explain why I find that funny. I just do. Where the hell is this image that I have? I mean, worst case scenario, okay, here it is. Now, nothing poisons the well faster than this. So this is a video from 2019 that is analyzing Skyrim from a 2020 perspective in 2021. I've kind of commented about this on stream before. I get the marketing game that we do with the year titles and what have you. Like, I've participated in it insofar as you put the year in your title so that it makes it easier for people to kind of find modern reviews about games. But constantly changing your titles is really disingenuous, and it's unfair to sort of the people who are making videos in 2020 and 2021. We've watched a couple of them on this channel, to kind of pollute that by saying that you are taking it from a 2021 perspective. But it's you know, it's disingenuous if you say 2020. It's wrong if you say 2021, because I'm going to wager that the anniversary edition doesn't come up in this video. The Creation Club might, but the anniversary edition, not possible. It's not possible for it to come up in this video because we didn't know 6 months ago that the Creation Club was going, or that the anniversary edition was going to come out. If we were, I would be up $80 that I had wasted on the stupid Creation Club shit to make my Skyrim video. Now, what does it matter? You say every review is bad. That's not true. If you'll recall, let me pull up the spreadsheet. Case in point, actually, this is interesting that you brought that up. So, if you don't know, the reigning king of Skyrim videos right now is G-Man Lives, and that is somebody who I was told over and over does not make good videos. And not only that, that is somebody who made a bad Oblivion video. So we had history with them not doing a good job, and then they come along. Well's perfectly poisoned. Our opinions we're ready to just lambast G-Man, and he made the best video so far. I think you were too harsh on G-Man's Oblivion video. No, I would disagree. I mean, I haven't seen it in a while, but I feel like, you know, it was probably pretty valid what we talked about. You might be looking at it from the perspective of like, well, he did a good job with Skyrim. The main thing I've heard is that he's like he's like roulette for video quality. Which stream did you say something nice about his video? All of them since we watched it. I shit you not. Like, he comes up every stream because he's the best. We did the I pulled the chat on like what we rate all the videos, and so like the top video was G-Man, and then number 2 was like Noah Caldwell Gervais and Zero Punctuation, which I don't know if Zero Punctuation's a 7, but you know, that's what we see, that's what you guys seem to think. And then 6's was like Angry Joe and Private Sessions, although there's a bit of bias with that one, because he was here. And then, so I don't say that every Skyrim review is bad, just most of them. All right, so the second thing that's on my list before we tackle things, it says videos versus streams. And I kind of want to, I've talked about this before, I kind of want to mention it again, the difference between sort of a pre-recorded video versus a live stream. Now, nope, not that one, this one. Just ignore those guys. So, pre-recorded versus live stream. Now, I feel I shouldn't have to explain this, but there are some people who don't know the difference. When you do, like, where do I start with this? How do I unpack this as best I can, as concisely as I can? I would say, I'll start with this. When you make a video, there's a minimum, in my opinion, of 3 times that you have to hear a point before you ever publish it. That's a minimum. More than likely 5, 6, 7, 10 times. I listened to every sentence in the Oblivion video probably a dozen times at least, if not more. But I would say probably on those shorter 30-minute videos, 3 or 4 times is pretty accurate. With a live stream, you get one shot. And that's what I kind of want to emphasize. So, 3 chances versus 1. I want to emphasize this, okay? You get 1 shot. You can't really stop and be quiet for a minute while you think about sort of where you like editorialize in your head the best or nicest or most accurate way to say something. When you're live, that's it. That's it. You don't get an editor. You don't get sort of a chance to go, did I word that right? Did I say that? Like, you know, the kindergarten shit they teach you where they go, okay, if you're going to say something, you should ask, does it need to be said? Does it should to be said? You know, that shit they tell you to make you more malleable for the next decade of education. That's all well and good. But when we're talking about a live format, everything's spur of the moment. Everything's kind of focused on like entertainment. You know, sometimes you're going to make a joke out of something that, not that should be taken seriously, but that like, you wouldn't approach it that way, or you might not even bring the point up in a pre-recorded video. Oh, I see. I spelled chances wrong. Yeah, well, it's very spur of the moment. You have to understand. But see, that's kind of the thing, right? I wouldn't have made that mistake in a video. I just made that mistake live with like 300 or however many people are in here watching. 280. But that's kind of my point. With a pre-recorded video, you get lots of opportunities to kind of focus on what's important. Now, the thing is, you could say, well, you could approach it. You could do that if you just, if you watch the video ahead of time and had a list of like pre-prepared arguments and what have you. And that's true, but that kind of defeats the point of the streams, which is this is the first time that we're watching the videos. That's the point. If I had already seen the videos, I wouldn't stream myself watching the videos, because the goal isn't to kind of, the goal isn't to like dunk on these people and prove them wrong. The goal is to see what's been said, so that instead of going, there are some people who say X, I can just play a clip of whoever saying that. So, 3 chances versus 1. So that's that point. The third point is constructive criticism, and this is kind of important kind of when we're going into these smaller guys, right? So the person we're covering today is a channel with like that's on the cusp of hitting like 2,000 subscribers, right? Which was, you know, a year ago for me was a big deal, but now, you know, I'm the big YouTuber who's towering over this poor small creator who's been having these bad takes for years. With constructive, like, these streams haven't really been focused on the constructive criticism aspect of it, and it's because when I'm watching a Salt Factory video and he's got 3.5 million views on the video, it's not really sort of, there's not really any point to it of like giving constructive criticism, because clearly that's out of line. I should be getting criticism from Salt Factory, clearly. And then, like, or say, you know, Mr. Caption from last Saturday. There's no point in giving constructive criticism. Mr. Caption's not a YouTuber anymore. But with these smaller guys, we have to try, and I'll need the chat to kind of to keep me true to this here, is you're going to have to kind of try and remind me to focus more on what can you do better. We're fitting in what can you do there, but instead of just kind of going, what did you do wrong? But the issue is, of course, it's taken us 10 hours to do fucking 2-hour videos, and the video ahead of us is 3 hours. I don't know if Mr. Caption has a video. Hell, I don't know if Will came back yet, or if he's gone for good. Let's look it up and see. Once again, we want Will to come back. Stop tugging on my heartstrings. Oh, he's still gone. He came back after the first stream, disappeared after the second one. Do I harp on the punching down shit so much because you actually feel that way, or because other people act childish and can't see what you're actually doing? Well, it's sort of a mixture of those things, really. And me personally, I don't care that much. I mean, I have my limit for like how far down I'll go, but like what you have to understand is your perception of what a small YouTuber is and my perception of what a small YouTuber is are based on completely different metrics of experience. Typically, you're going to consider a small YouTuber to be somebody with less than 10,000 subscribers because that's like probably the lowest that a lot of you would be willing to watch somebody. As somebody who was at the bottom again a year ago, you know, I have a different perspective of a small YouTuber, and it's like 2,000 subscribers is not a small YouTuber to me. Now, I would say that like if it's a like we're not going to do the Skyrim video where the guy has like 100 views and it's just like him recording himself shirtless in a room just kind of mildly ranting about Skyrim. But I mean, let's be honest. This video has a degree of infamy, and sort of the person involved has hang on, I gotta cue something up here. The person involved has kind of showed their true colors before, that they don't really need that kind of kid glove treatment. But we have to give it anyway. We have to give it anyway because there are kind of people in the chat and comments and what have you who don't understand that don't understand what a small channel actually is. Does it matter if you're looking at things objectively? I wouldn't say I'm able to look at things objectively. I mean, objectivity is sort of something that has to be approached in a pre-recorded fashion. It's not really something that you can do live for hours at a time. Unless you've got a serious work ethic. All right, comment of the day, because these are fun. We got Morgoth with a College of Winterhold icon, because the best faction in Skyrim, and the one that I would be most proud of having as my icon on YouTube, is the College of Winterhold. Says, so bad, ... This was on the Morrowind video. People just make videos long to make them long. Your review isn't good just because it's long. Trash. It's always the fucking Skyrim profile picture people that have these opinions. What's the other one? Yes, of course. This one. I mentioned the other day this tweet that I made, which was just a quote from a dumber article that I was exposed to. And there was some guy who left this, and I don't feel bad about posting this because he seems to be he's a streamer and a YouTuber of sorts, aspiring anyways. He's pretty new at it. So I had this quote that I consider pretty ridiculous, and I just posted it without like any sort of additional commentary, because I really don't think a quote like this needs the additional "how could somebody be so stupid" kind of thing. Plus, I think I was running out of characters. I'm not sure. But so this individual responds, only a VTuber could be so insulated, he means isolated, but sure, that he spent thousands of hours critiquing games without ever once being prompted to think about any basics of game design. I resent that. I haven't spent thousands of hours critiquing games. I don't know if I have 100 hours of content on my channel. I mean, if you count the streams, yes, I have like 80 hours or something of Skyrim streams, but I think the funny part is thinking about, does he know I'm a VTuber from the streams, or does he know I'm a VTuber because it's in my Twitter bio? Because I just put that. I have like really dumb shit in my Twitter bio because it's funny. So, I told him that might have worked out for you had I been the original author. And then he comes back with, so you quoted and promoted an article that you disagreed with, which I didn't promote it. If it's in an archive, that means that there's no ads on it. So it's not really a promotion. You either don't understand how implication works or you're backpedaling. Can't wait to see which one you chose. So, whenever you're wrong, always double down. That's the Twitter way. That's your amusing drama for the day. Look at those dislikes, goddamn. Yeah. Hang on, what's it at? Oh, come on, guys. 57 of 31? You can do better than that. We're trying to break even here. Get those dislikes going. Oh yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna address that right now, actually, because that was the next thing. So, Acerthorn. Well, he had a community post where he was like, there's a bunch of views coming in on this video, and I don't know what's up with that. I should put that on the screen, actually. I hope he doesn't delete it right before I get a screenshot of it. But he said he like alluded to the his Skyrim video getting views all of a sudden, and he didn't know why, which was there we go. Download. Let me just switch you out here for a second. Hey, does anybody know why I'm suddenly getting a giant surge of views on this video? Last time I got a big surge of views on one of my videos, it was because another small YouTuber named Kretosis, who has 5 times his subscriber count, was doing a live stream reaction. But there doesn't appear to be any live streams currently ongoing where this video of mine's being watched. So, yeah, that was after I kind of revealed that we were going to be doing Acerthorn. So he apparently got views on that video, so that's good. Shouting out the small creators. And then he left this post subsequently. I think this was like yesterday or this morning. You like Kingdom Come Deliverance? I was liking Kingdom Come Deliverance. I was just waiting for it to actually start, and that was kind of its issue. I played it at the wrong time. So, don't worry about the video going private. That won't be an issue. Hello. So, he made this post where he said he wants everybody to look at this clip, and it says what he's feeling. Vague enough that I'm not quite sure what that is supposed to mean. So we're gonna watch that clip just as sort of as an advance, and try to understand what he's saying. Spoiler alert, I actually pre-watched this because I was really curious. Now, about this issue with like valid and invalid criticism. Look, I'll be completely honest. Most people on the internet can't give good criticism about YouTube videos, and you're saying you should be able to take criticism when your criticism is mostly just you insulting the person or you saying things that has no critical value to the video. Someone being wrong about something, you just have to say that they're wrong. You don't have to go crazy. Now, and I want to clarify, because I didn't get this point across very well. I was specifically referring to, like, YouTube comments by people who don't make videos. I'll kind of keep that comment in the, keep that comment in mind. Remind me to loop back to his big comment. I want to talk about that after we cover this. I don't have no clue about the extent of what he was wrong about, or this is specifically in reference to Mr. Captions and the near automata sort of drama that had popped up, how the community responded to him. But what I do know is that Nier is one of those games that people don't like to talk about now, similar to Undertale, and that was mostly a result of this kind of conflict that went on. Big pause. Ooh, good streamer. Has to think about what he has to say. What a moron. Oh no, I was drinking something. Never mind. Let him finish. So to kind of like no, I won't do this. Make your point, loser. But it is sort of one of those. This is like, dang, this. Okay, so this is what I get for not fucking writing out everything I want to say ahead of time. Things where it's like, I can easily imagine a situation where, like on a bad day, getting a bunch of, criticism. Like, okay, here's the thing. If I made a video about Skyrim, my video was nothing but like, let's say 20 minutes of me just going, God, Todd Howard is such an idiot for getting all the lore wrong. God, he's such a fucking moron. And that was just kind of the tone of the entire thing. Most people wouldn't really accept that as being like good criticism, right? Well, that's kind of just how YouTube comments are. So that's kind of why, like, I take YouTube comments at face value. Why would anyone care about a game's fan base? Well, it depends. Like, everybody has a different kind of philosophy when it comes to how their videos are received. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I probably won't ever talk about Undertale because of their toxic fan base. There's some games that I and a lot of people on this platform will not talk about because I know full well that it's not worth the amount of effort and time it would take to get every little autistic detail right to justify it to these people. So it's either you just ignore the commentary, which I don't like to do, or you don't do it. And so I tend to take the route of just don't do it. Okay, so what I'm taking away is the part he's feeling is there was like two main things I think I said with that, which is a lot of YouTube comments are really bad at criticizing videos, which is true because a lot of people who leave YouTube comments don't really understand sort of the hows and whys of why things are the way they are with production value and with sometimes why we're wrong about stuff. And then the other thing is like there's some games we don't cover because they have toxic fan bases. I'm not sure what his point about that one was because I've been told that Acerthorn does not sort of let his lack of understanding stop him from making a video. So anyways, I was kind of curious why this clip in particular. I don't want it to be one of those things where it's like, well, I mean, if he wants to watch 73 or whatever the count is hours of stream to kind of catch ironic or hypocritical moments, he's free to give me the watch time. Now, let's talk about what he posted in chat earlier, because I kind of want to address that. Yes. Okay. He said, hello, I wish you would have told me about the stream ahead of time. I would like to come onto the stream with you and make sure my side of the story was properly represented. Okay, here's the thing with that. And people have asked me about this before. You brought private sessions on, why don't you bring other people on? And the answer is pretty simple. I've streamed with private sessions before on his channel. I know what kind of he brings to the table when it comes to live stream content. Bringing other people on is just a mixed bag. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what they're going to say. And to be honest, I don't really think we need sort of your side of the story to be properly represented. We're mostly just seeing what you have to say about the video. And private sessions was a use case because I was basically told ahead of time that like 80% of that video would be unusable, and he brought the timestamps of the parts that actually had commentary. So I think that's everything addressed. Oh, and the other thing was like I was sort of told about his conduct in the stream chat, and I'm only imagining how that would go in person. And I would just say that I want to get this video done today. I don't want this to be a two-part thing. We're probably going to be streaming for the next 10 hours. And So we don't really have the time to kind of argue on the specifics of each point. We need more dislikes. Are we there yet? Are we at half and half? 82, 81, and 62. Hey, if you're one of the likers, you don't have to do it to defend my honor. Basically, you're scared of him. Yeah, I opened with that. I said I didn't know what he was gonna do. So let's try to get started. Now I will say, typically I always see like the first 10 seconds of every video, not out of because I want to see it in advance, because like when you click on the video it starts playing. I actually like the way this opens, even if it is just a trailer. The Skyrim trailer is definitely sort of it's a lot better than opening with the cart ride, I'll say that. Oh god damn it. Whoops, my bad. I apologize to everybody's speakers for that one. When will the bingo card be done? After the streams are done, because what is on the bingo card is determined by the streams. So right now we got kill cams, blocking. Here's the thing you can do instead. I'm not sure what that one refers to. Palpatine. I don't know why Palpatine's on the list. It came up once. This all sounds like Angry Joe stuff. And then New Vegas comparisons, that actually does come up a lot. Blame Todd, that comes up every video. Witcher 3 comes up a lot. Card opening, yep. Puzzle locks, and Lovecraft when referring to Hermaeus Moore. So that's the bingo card right now. And then it'll get filled out with generic stuff like, oh, it's the part where we talk about Jeremy Soule. Part where we talk about, I don't know, dragons or wyverns. Actually, nobody brings that up.
On November 11th, 2011, Bethesda Game Studios released one of the best-selling RPGs of all time, The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim. The fifth game in the Elder Scrolls franchise, as I'm sure you already know, and even if you didn't already know that, if you didn't figure that out from the title, then I feel sorry for you. This game proved to be not only a hit, but a bona fide phenomenon. Not only did this game sell like hotcakes, and continues to sell like hotcakes even to this day, but it revolutionized the way RPGs were seen and developed from that point on. Today, I wish to take an extensive...
Oh yeah, I gotta turn the speed up if we're gonna get this done today.
exhaustive look back at this game and see if this 2011 gem holds up by today's standards. As you can probably tell from this video's length, this is going to be the most extensive analysis I have done on a game up to this point. If you're new to my channel, I hope you'll agree to stay. First, my background on the subject. I am a huge fan.
So what can be done better? I mean, it's sort of a cliche of the time, right? The sort of breakdown of like what the game is, who made it, what year it came out, that kind of thing. I don't really see that in modern videos, and I'm sure you're not doing it to this day, but yeah, a lot of people don't really need to know that, like, everybody knows who made it, or everybody who wants to know will look up who made it. Everybody knows when it came out, or everybody who wants to know will look it up. It's sort of a dry, like, typically when college students first start writing, that's like the way they like to open things, is like, here's an objective fact, and it's like, well, no, you gotta give a hook. And then the other thing is establishing nerd credibility. I've been thinking about this, and I don't know what caused me to think about this, but like the typical, here's my resume of why I'm qualified to make this video, is like another thing that like you should probably replace with like you should probably just get to like sort of the thesis really quick. Sorry that I'm not catering intros to your personal and subjective tastes. Well, I hope you're not going to take everything like that, because I'm going to be honest. Here's the thing. Let me be brutally honest with you. You're catering to a very small niche taste. If you're deliberately going out of your way to cater to the niche of people who want to know who made Skyrim, what year it came out, and what your nerd cred is. If that's a niche that I don't know about, it's a pretty small one. I mean, I'd hate to kind of go that hard this early, but if your counter retort to literally everything I'm gonna say is that it's my subjective taste, then I'm sorry. You might as well leave now, because that's gonna be the rest of this stream.
The Elder Scrolls. When I was 16, I got my first part-time job at Sonic Drive-In. I saved my first 2 paychecks and purchased an Xbox 360 and a copy of The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I've been hooked on the franchise ever since. I was sucked in almost on day 1 by the incredible stealth gameplay that Oblivion offered, the massive world that I could explore to my heart's content, and the extensive lore that the franchise boasted. Needless.
Yeah, that's kind of what I talked about with sort of the typical kind of Oblivion introduction to the series that a lot of people have.
To say, when Skyrim came out, I got myself a copy. To say that I loved that game was an understatement. If the video were just a question of whether Skyrim was a good game for its time, then the video is done. The answer to that question is undoubtedly yes. But I would like to know if it is still a great game by 2019 standards. There have been plenty of great RPGs to come out since then, including but not limited to Dark Souls and The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Skyrim has quite a lot of competition now. Does it still hold up despite the competition?
Sorry, just minor kind of things I'm keeping track of. Not personal to you.
This retrospective will contain massive spoilers for Skyrim's main quest, faction quest lines, DLCs, and even a few side quests. I feel like anyone who's interested in a video like this will have already played this game, but I just want to get the formalities out of the way at the outset. Last but not least, before we get to the retrospective proper, I have a minor favor to ask of you. I want you all to post your comments and tell me your thoughts. Not only do I enjoy deep, intellectual, and thought-provoking discussion, it also helps me to discover new topics to make videos about. By all means, feel free to even disagree with my opinions in this video, as long as you're civil about it. After all,
I can't type in. Oh, wait. That's not the search bar. There we go.
well, it is fairly well documented that exposing oneself to different points of view than what you're used to is a scientifically proven method of coming up with new ideas whenever you're in a field that requires creativity, such as YouTube content creation. So even if you can't think of anything to say, be sure to say something. Be sure to comment, comment, comment.
I like the hustle of, well, I like this hustle in general. I know not all the viewers kind of like the sort of ask for comments grind, but I like the hustle of telling people to bookmark. Or mispronouncing stuff. But yeah, I like the hustle. I like the grind set.
So with that out of the way, let's get this party started.
What happened there? Was that me?
With that out of the way, let's get this party started.
Oh, I don't think that's me. Hang on. 319. I know the frame's off a bit.
Let's get this party started.
Oh, sorry. No, it's rendered in the video.
The game starts out with an exposition dump. It's not very action-packed, but don't worry, the action will be coming shortly. The opening cutscene provides exposition, which is necessary for setting the stage. The game is an epic. It doesn't just take its time to get underway. Nearly every line of this opening cutscene conveys some important information. First, there's a guy named...
I'm glad somebody appreciates it. I've corrected that in later videos. Oh yeah, the title card. Well, I'm kind of curious why that happens. Do you use, like, what software do you use? It's like it only rendered like 3 frames of it.
Look here, who provides us with the exposition that some people...
Can I lower the volume of my own music? Yes. Probably a better level. I just need something when the video is paused.
Oppose the Stormcloak Rebellion, not because they disapprove of the Stormcloak's ideals, but because the Stormcloak Rebellion is indirectly causing the very problem it supposedly seeks to rectify by forcing Imperial occupation of Skyrim in the first place. Rayloff
Actually, yeah, that's mostly true. I kind of had to think about it, but it makes a degree of sense to say the Imperials wouldn't be there if there weren't Stormcloaks, but it is an empire. So, you know, they had legions in all the provinces anyways.
Has his finest character moment in this cutscene. He flat out tells everyone in the cart that they're being hauled off to be summarily executed, and yet he constantly has a smile on his face.
I did the Stormcloaks, what, a couple days ago. I like, with the Markarth quest, when you kind of come back to Ralof and tell him that he's blackmailed. I like that part. Are we that close to even? Lokir does allude to the fact that the Imperials weren't out on force until the Stormcloaks picked up. That's kind of a weird thing. I guess it makes sense that legions would all be in Cyrodiil post-Great War. But, I mean, the Forsworn Rebellion and kind of their terroristic / freedom-fighting actions was something that was going on for, what was it, 20 years? 30 years to the Aldmeri Dominion, 20 years to the Markarth incident, I think is the timeline.
This man is about to die, and he couldn't be happier about it. He knew the risk when he enlisted with the Stormcloaks. He and the rest of his Stormcloak brethren gave it everything they had, and they're proud of the resistance they put up. Of course, death to him is the lesser of two evils compared to a life without Talos worship. So since he believes they've lost the war, he would rather be executed than forced to abandon Talos. At the very least, maybe his and Ulfric's deaths will become martyrs for their causes. As we step off the cart, we get a lot more story when the names are being called off the lists. The player character is not on the list of people to be executed, but Lokir is. Lokir is not affiliated with the rebels, though, so why is his name on the list? The only thing he's supposedly wanted for is horse thievery, and yet he's still going to be executed for that. While most people often point to the way the Legion sends the player character to his death as a prime example of the Empire showing their true colors, this moment, in my opinion, is equally as telling.
Yes, I kind of agree. A lot of the Skyrim videos we watch kind of overshadow Lokir in this scene. I agree that it's very strange, and we've talked about it before each time it comes up, that, like, why did Lokir get executed? Why did the player get executed? What was the Empire trying to do here? Are they going full no witnesses? Were they going to burn down Helgen? There's too many sort of open questions about this kind of stuff. See, that's what we talked about, Markarth Inc. and all. That's why Ulfric had the leverage to make his demands, because most of the legions has withdrawn. Yeah, well, that's sort of that's the thing that doesn't come up with these Skyrim videos, is what they talk about the Civil War, but they don't talk about the Markarth incident, which I think is really important to understanding the main conflict. Right, but okay, so I guess the main question would be, how did they know who he was and that he had stolen a horse? It's not like they have cell phones and can kind of like call each other and say, well, I guess the guards do. The guards telepathically know, but I mean, sort of why is Lokir known for this?
The Empire is so fed up with dealing with Skyrim that they'll just impose summary execution to anyone who's even a minor nuisance to them, even if they're only wanted for horse thievery. God, these people are dicks.
I think he censored the... Well, okay, I know why you censored that in the closed captioning. I take that back, because I've done that before, too. Yeah, don't you have a Stormcloaks are racist video or something like that? Got me off track there. Minor thing, nitpick. Summarily executing would be if the Imperials had executed Ulfric and the gang at Darkwater Crossing. The fact that they took him to Helgen, to a headsman, and gave him last rites is actually just a normal execution. Again, minor thing, but there is a difference of terms. Now, I have a video where I argue the Stormcloaks aren't racist. Well, I'm going off of the thumbnail, but I agree. I also agree with that position.
Next, we have the moment that everyone points to as a shining example of why the Empire deserves to be rebelled against. Hadvar says point blank that you're not on the list of wanted men, but his commanding officer doesn't care. She orders you to the chopping block regardless. These legionnaires are so tired from dealing with the Stormcloaks that they can't even be bothered to spare the life of a clearly innocent person if it hinders their agenda for even a minute. God, these people are dicks. Hadvar.
I think the issue is that we see things from sort of a modern perspective where people have rights. And again, like, you know, there's no sort of war crimes council that's going to bust them for killing innocent prisoners if it means that there's 0 witnesses beyond. We can assume that all of these people are, since this is a fort town, it's probably all of these people are related to legionaries. But so they'll you know, they're not going to martyr these people, right? Why aren't there any Thalmor at the execution? That's the weird thing. They're at Helgen, but they don't attend the execution. And that's something that they allude to in the Thalmor dossiers, is that they were going to interrupt it. But again, we've talked about before, what form was that going to take that they would have gotten away with that?
Hadvar may be a bit nicer to you than the rest of the Legionnaires at the moment, but he is still clearly part of the problem. In only 4 short words, by your orders, Captain, Hadvar instantly personifies the core problem that the Stormcloaks are fighting against: complacency.
I don't know. I think that's sort of, it's not complacency as much as it is self-preservation, because the punishment for treason is death, and they're about to execute a bunch of people. So even if he was opposed to it, I don't know, it would be a Nordic thing to like go, you know what, boss, fuck you, I'm not gonna do this, and then get executed for it. That does seem like a pretty Nordic thing to do. So I guess it is complacency.
Yes, Talos worship is a major rallying point for their cause, but the ban on Talos worship is only one part of a much larger problem that the Stormcloaks see with the Empire.
Exactly, the Civil War was about states' rights.
The Empire's citizens' tendency to turn a blind eye to the Empire committing horrible atrocities, as well as the Empire itself being practically a vassal state to the Outmarried Dominion. The Stormcloaks see the Empire and Dominion as mere bullies, and you know what you do with bullies? You stand up to them.
No, you shove the nerds in the locker.
So we are taken to the chopping block, and the Stormcloaks are given their last rites. There's actually a very subtle moment in this set piece that a lot of you probably didn't know.
Is this special edition or standard edition? I'm usually good at telling, but I can't. I think it's standard edition. Oh, wait, he had controller inputs. But no. He was showing footage from the demo. Never mind. That has controller inputs in it. Skyrim is for the nerds. Get it? Because the nerds. It's a 1-letter difference. Look standard, no god rays. Well, I was the main tell is usually the saturation for me. Because there's not always god rays, but the saturation is a constant thing. This sort of looks like desaturated sort of standard edition.
Into the chopping block, and the Stormcloaks are given their last rites. There's actually a very subtle moment in this set piece that a lot of you probably didn't notice.
As we commend your souls to Aetherius, blessings of the 8 divines upon you.
For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over.
Learn.
It sounds like this guy is just anxious to become a martyr and to show the Empire that he has no fear, just like Ralof.
Who was it that picked up? Oh yeah, it was Mr. Caption that did pick up on this. No, I don't think that he's eager to rush to go be a martyr. I think that it's just him being a Nord and saying, yeah, you're not giving me a last rites of the 8 divines at my execution.
But pay attention carefully to what happens just before he does this. The priest says, blessings of the 8 divines, not the 9 divines. As we all know, Talos was banned from the official Imperial Pantheon as part of the White Gold Concordat.
Okay, everybody noticed that she said 8 divines, but There's some interesting stuff if you pay attention to who says 8 Divines and who says 9 Divines in the game. And sort of like where they're located and what they have to talk about.
In other words, the Stormcloaks are being given the blessings of every god except the one they worship. After his death, the captain...
To clarify, they worship all the gods. They just don't want Talos removed from their thing. Because, like, Kinnereth's a big deal in Skyrim, too. I didn't notice? Yeah, there's always one. I always say, nobody's a fan of this. And there's the one guy who has 1,000 hours in the Cursed Crusade comes out and says, I'm a big fan of the Cursed Crusades. I made up North Korean currency. God damn. Never mind. Real Norwegian currency. I know that From Hero to Zero is here. He's a Norwegian content creator. Actually, what's the most... Oh, shit. You're already looking at, like, the most Norwegian avatar I have. I guess I can go to the next one, which is the Bosmer girl. But, actually, From Hero to Zero should be in here today. Man, talk about a what is it? Distraction, diversion, train going off the rails. Have I considered using the full name for the title? Yeah, I need to switch that at some point. That's sort of just like maintenance stuff that I do once a year. So I need to go back to just calling that the Cursed Crusade. Although the funny thing is, like, if you don't know, every comment that is left on the Cursed Crusade videos gets held for review. Even if it's just you, like, saying that it was a fun game to play when you were a kid. So, I don't know if I can change the title. Oh, is that Icelandic money? What is it with the Norwegians? You guys are, like, really valuable when it comes to ad rates. You're more valuable than the United States. But yeah, if you're Norwegian, you should look up From Hero to Zero, because he's one of your country's YouTube creators. Alright, so you're talking about the White Gold Concordant.
No, Talos was banned from the official Imperial Pantheon as part of the White Gold Concordat. In other words, the Stormcloaks are being given the blessings of every god except the one they worship. After his death, the captain calls for the player character. Some have argued that she should have just executed Ulfric Stormcloak right then and there, but I honestly see what the Empire was going for. They didn't expect Ulfric would be able to escape. How were they supposed to know a dragon was about to attack? They wanted to save Ulfric for last, so he could watch his beloved Stormcloak soldiers be picked off one by one until he eventually joined them. They were dragging out Ulfric's suffering just to psychologically torment him before killing him. So in addition to being colossal dicks...
Yeah, that's kind of reading into it. Alright, so... How do I... Imperials killed the Stormcloaks. Oh, we got an Anglo in here. Killed Ulfric last to torment him. I mean, okay, so Tullius is shown to be pretty woke about the Thalmor, right? And again, the Thalmor were going to interrupt this. So it's like... It's double weird to me because they thought that they were going to Cyrodiil to stand trial, right? And then, like, it apparently was like a last-second decision that they stopped in Helgen because... Well, let's see. Yeah, I guess Helgen might have been, like, the closest to Stormcloak territory. But... I don't know. There's always the opportunity for them to escape. You know, it's like, life's not a movie. So, just kill the leader first. Like, the psychological warfare only works if the person survives afterwards. I didn't realize how much of, like, a chump Tullius is if you side with the Stormcloaks. Like, so when you end the Civil War with the Stormcloaks, Tullius is just, like, sitting in the corner with his arms crossed, pouting. And then, like, he has Rika kind of do the heroic stuff. Imagine the Empire assuming Ulfric has a dragon helping him. Yeah, that would be kind of a chaotic week. It would be pretty chaotic because the Empire would assume that Ulfric had a dragon pretty much until the attack at Kynesgrove.
They are also psychopaths who enjoy torturing their captives, more or less for its own sake. A trait we see inside Helgen Keep when we see that they keep torture chambers in their keeps.
I have to think about it. I think it's more of like a... This is the way I see it. It's like a ends justify the means kind of situation with the with torture and like the psychological warfare. Because again, the thing of it is, for psychological warfare to work, the person has to survive. There's no point in doing it and then killing them, right? Unless you're being sadists. But not all the Imperials are sadists. They have a torturer and they have executioners and the like, because those are roles that you need to have. Weird how we see one torture chamber and no others. Let me think. The Thalmor have one, obviously, because we see a Thalmor torture scene. I think there's one at the fort where you bust the prisoners out, but I'm not 100%. It's actually a good question. Sort of... I guess I'll just write down torture. Where's the other Thalmor one? Is it that fort that the Greymanes kept at? Northwatch Keep? Northwatch Keep is like... Northwatch Keep is weird because it apparently is just... It's a Thalmor fort. It's not an Empire fort. It belongs to the Thalmor. So, like... How's that work? Where's the law on that one? Granted, I haven't actually done the Greymane quest yet. I don't know if I'm going to do the Greymane quest. You save that old lady's son from the shackles? Yeah, there's a world of shackles and torture, different things. Doesn't every law enforcement facility throughout all of history practice both practical and recreational torture? Yeah, no, that's more of a media thing. No, but his point is that there is a torture chamber at Helgen. So, he's extrapolating that because they do torture at Helgen, that Tullius is, like, doing this to fuck with him. I mean, I think it's just, like, I don't know, probably a plot hole or something. No, Riften is Stormcloak. Why was Ulfric south of Helgen? Okay, so again, that's the weirdest thing. They state that Ulfric was captured at Darkwater Crossing, which is the mining town in Eastmarch. It's the one with the Argonian companion that you rescue from the Falmer, if that jogs your memory. If not, it's like by all the geysers and stuff. It's on the border of Eastmarch and the Rift. That's where he was apparently captured. And then they took him through the mountains south of Throne of the World to Helgen, which actually makes sense because Helgen would be the closest Imperial fort to that sort of region.
More or less for its own sake. A trait we see inside Helgen Keep when we see that they keep torture chambers in their keeps. Hell, in the real world, when the Roman Empire used crucifixion as their standard method of execution, at least it wasn't primarily for their own sadistic pleasure. It was an intentionally long and agonizing death, but that's because the threat of such a gruesome death was meant to serve as a deterrent to other criminals, not simply a means of getting your psychopath jollies off.
Yeah, the difference, though, is that crucifixion was mainly for the profligates, sort of the minor criminals. It was a discouraged crime. It wasn't like... I mean, they certainly crucified, like, political opponents as well, but you have to remember, this is a... Ulfric Stormcloak's not a criminal as much as he is a seditionist. Oh, you kicked smoking, huh? That's good. I always encourage people to quit smoking. There's also a torture chamber within Windhelm, so wait, what? What? No, there's not. Where's the torture chamber in Windhelm? I'll look into it. Yeah, I said that seditionists got crucified, but mainly my point was, Tullius's goal here patently was he wanted to end the Stormcloak Rebellion as fast as possible, so that Skyrim didn't have so there was no civil war, so that Skyrim would remain strong enough to help them kind of rebuild their military. That was Tullius's goal, was to basically speedrun the civil war. So with that goal in mind, it doesn't make sense why... Fuck taking them to Helgen to execute them. They should have summarily executed them in the field. Because he says outright, we don't want to make you a martyr. But you know what a public execution does, right? Like, Rogvir was a martyr. So it's like this weird, like, double... It's like having your cake and eating it too. We want the public execution spectacle, but we want it to be because the Civil War is supposed to be over fast. The torture chamber is anywhere near the Dunmer, am I right? In the jail, there are torture instruments. And interesting. I'll look into it. Or I'll make a note and try to remember. Windhelm torture in the jail. What about trained troops? Isn't that a big factor in war? Experience of troops? Well, like both sides would have both sides have veterans from the Great War.
That's why the crucifixions took place in a public location. Here, the executions are happening in a public road, sure, but there's no reason not to take out the leader of the rebellion as soon as possible. That much is being done exclusively for their own sadistic ends, not any legitimate law enforcement purpose. So the player character...
Now again, it's not a law enforcement issue. Ulfric wasn't a criminal as much as he was a seditionist, which is a form of criminal, but you know, he's not a horse thief. Rayloff said they were trying to cross the border when talking to you in the cart. How's that work with the Darkwater crossing line, and why would the Stormcloaks cross into Cyrodiil? Well, okay, that's the weird thing. Again, is Rayloff, when he talks to his family, says that they were captured, that they got pinched at Darkwater Crossing. Now, I'm assuming that... For fuck's sake. I gotta have a map to demonstrate this. No thumbnail. Give me the full-size map. Give me that full-size map. This map is huge. That's good. Alright. So, Darkwater Crossing is on the border of Eastmarch and the Rift. It's south of that sort of southwestern lake, but north of that mountainous region that makes up the border of the Rift. That's where Darkwater Crossing is. That's where they said they got captured. They would have been taken then by cart through the Rift to Helgen, sort of that southern road of south of the throat of the world. And then what I'm assuming happened is the player was sneaking into Skyrim and like saw the convoy and got arrested then. And we're assuming the same thing is like the same thing is like Lokir was riding his stolen horse and saw the convoy and got captured. That's what I'm assuming is their rationale for the player getting captured. It's not that, oh, you were at Darkwater Crossing and you got arrested, because then like there would be a shit ton of miners getting executed too.
walks up to the chopping block and a dragon attacks. We get another really great character moment from Rayloff here. Instead of running for cover, he actually stays behind just long enough to make sure you're able to get your feet. He didn't have to do that. It just goes to show how much of a hero Rayloff is. Sure, Hadvar displays some heroics during this set piece as you can see in the rest.
Oh man, the subtitles have shifted from like So like the first 8 or so minutes was like, I think the script, and now we're just like we're back to YouTube taking its best guess of what is being said.
Rescuing children, but Ralof also being hero just goes to show that the Stormcloaks aren't simply villains who only want power for its own sake. So we work our way through a series of chaotic set pieces and eventually make our way to the Helgen Keep. We have to choose Hadvar or Ralof to accompany through the keep. However, whereas before I praised how the cutscenes and dialogue up to this point highlighted the differences between the two factions, here I have to complain that the two options are not similar enough. Bear in mind that this is the tutorial quest for this game.
Okay.
On a first-time playthrough, this is your chance to get used to whatever playstyle you prefer. This means you need to be exposed to a wide variety of playstyles during the tutorial. While they certainly expose the player to lockpicking, spellcasting, and at the end, sneaking, they don't offer a wide enough variety of weapons and armor.
Kind of a weird one, in my opinion. Who else didn't you think you had a choice there? There was a decent number of people who answered the poll with, I didn't know that there was a choice. But, I mean, I couldn't give you a percentage because that wasn't one of the options. But, yeah, there were some people who said that, like, they didn't know it was a choice until well after.
You prefer. This means you need to be exposed to a wide variety of playstyles during the tutorial. While they certainly expose the player to lockpicking, spellcasting, and at the end, sneaking, they don't offer a wide enough variety of weapons and armor. They have a full range of weapons and armor in the tutorial, but you have to accompany both Hadvar and Ralof to be exposed to them all. If you go with Ralof, you cannot obtain any two-handed weapons. If you go with Hadvar, you cannot obtain a full suit of heavy armor. Only on multiple playthroughs are you able to experience everything. While I normally approve of requiring multiple playthroughs to see everything a game has to offer, I do not approve of this tactic in the tutorial dungeon.
I have to think about this. I mean, it's true, but does the player really need... Like, I don't think Oblivion gives you a full set of heavy or light armor either. Does the game really need to give you, like, full sets of stuff and, like... Because I think ESO does that in Cold Harbor. You, like, get to an armory and you get to pick, like, what weapon you want and, like, what armor set you want. I don't know, that kind of feels stilted to me. I guess they could have had, like, the player go through an armory. Like, maybe the first room is an armory, but... The problem is having a tutorial dungeon in the first place. Yeah, that I feel like that's kind of a bigger issue, is that you're forced to do this combat encounter stuff when you might not have a side. I mean, you can let Ralof kill everything. That's what I did, but... Rusted iron except boots for heavy. Worn leather armor except helmet. Yeah, doesn't everybody wear, like, the leather pants out of the tutorial? Like, that's the drip the game gives you.
Normally approve of requiring multiple playthroughs to see everything a game has to offer. I do not approve of this tactic in the tutorial dungeon.
That's a very, like, strange example of content exclusivity between playthroughs, is like which one you pick determines what items you get in the tutorial. And it's like, I don't know, melee's melee. You've seen one melee weapon, you've seen how they all work. Same thing with armor, it's just the difference is armor rating. So it's like, as long as you introduce the concept, you don't have to go, like, you know, you're not supposed to get welfare, like a whole thing of welfare gear out of the tutorial. That would be my perspective.
The tutorial serves no purpose after our first playthrough. The tutorial is designed to make a player familiar with the game mechanics. On a second playthrough, they're already going to be familiar with them. In fact, not only should the tutorial have covered every playstyle in a single go, Even having the tutorial at all after our first playthrough should have been optional. You could have achieved this by giving us last chance before exiting the tutorial to change our character. In Oblivion, we had this opportunity before exiting the tutorial sewers. We could make a hard...
I mean, I don't understand why they don't just have a, do you want to do the tutorial option? And they'll say, like, there's plot stuff. And then you hit yes, you get the cart ride and the tutorial and all that. You say no, and you wake up outside of Helgen. So it isn't just a case of melee is melee. I mean, I don't know. It's not Dark Souls. You know, you don't have a variety of weapon sort of attack strategies. Like, I don't know. It seems like it seems really pedantic to say, well, there's dual wielding. Like, okay, so just pick up multiple one-handed weapons then. I'm pretty sure you can get a shield. Blocking works the same, even if you don't have a shield. It's just you block, you can bash. Morrowind doesn't do a bad job of introducing concepts. It does no job of introducing concepts. Read the manual or experiment. Basically, sort of that old school design philosophy, whereas Oblivion onward is more focused on like teaching the player stuff. What if it's their first video game? They need to learn how to do this stuff.
Save just before leaving, and on a second playthrough or beyond, we could simply boot up that hard save, instantly create our character, and we'd be ready to face the world.
My issue is every time I play Oblivion is on a different system, so I never have the hard save. That's sort of my issue. That's why you just need the skip tutorial option.
For some reason, you took that out of Skyrim, and it makes no sense. Maybe you didn't think it was necessary because character creation at the start was limited only by your appearance and race, but it would still have been a huge boon for subsequent playthroughs. All I can say is...
I was going to bring it up if you didn't.
God, you brought that feature back in Fallout 4. Speaking of character creation...
I will say, so there's a lot of stuff that you can read in sort of the promotional material where Todd Howard was really focused on the idea of, like, avoiding having the character redo character creation. It seemed like they were very oriented towards there should only be, like, 1 or 2 playthroughs of Skyrim per person. And I mean, you can do replaythroughs, but that is really like a hard meaning of the word replaythrough. Like, if you I think the way Todd Howard sees it is if you only have to do the tutorial twice over the course of like a 100-hour playthrough, then that's seen as like a success. Because the main thing he was avoiding was like, you boot up Oblivion, you make a class, it's not very good, you restart Oblivion. I mean, even if like, you know, you have to remember, the average person isn't smart enough to make a save right before they get this screen. I mean, we all know to do this, but like, you got to think about like the console player that they're kind of catering to. You can save just before character creation after the cart ride. Yeah, but that only saves you about 8 minutes. You still have to do the Helgen dungeon. But I think like they took the criticism to heart with Fallout 4, I think. Which is weird because Fallout 4 has even less reason to replay it. No. The fact that they had the face changer in Riften tends to back up your statement too. I don't know how to feel about the face changer. That's a weird thing. I think they were just taking the criticism that like a modern game should have a barber cyberpunk. People should be able to at least change their hairstyle cyberpunk. Fallout 4 has 0 replayability. I won't say that. I would say Fallout 4 has 2 playthroughs worth of replayability. Even though there's 4 factions. My favorite playthrough of Fallout 4 is double cross everybody. Because you can infiltrate all the factions and then betray all of them. Just be chaotic. Chaotic what? No, just chaotic.
Playthroughs. All I can say is, thank God you brought that feature back in Fallout 4. Speaking of character creation, that transitions me to my next point.
Oh, those poor title cards.
I should probably discuss in depth how Skyrim's character creation system works, because
I like the CC took it as Skylar.
how well that system holds up will have a huge impact on my overall thesis for this video, of whether Skyrim as a whole holds up in 2019.
I thought it was holding up in 2021. Or 2020. What's up with that? Are you still here, Acerthorn? What's up with the title change? Is it just marketing? You can just admit if it is. We won't hold it against you. We're very aware of the grind set around here.
There are 10 races to choose from. That alone is absolutely huge. More races than any other RPG I have ever played, although I concede to the possibility that there might be RPGs out there I haven't played that offer even more racial variety.
I know. You have knife ears, dark knife ears, humans, dark humans, and lizard people, and cat girls. Okay, so it is grind set, basically.
Of course, with such a large selection of races comes the risk that the races will all feel samey. You know, the old quantity over quality fallacy. But fortunately, Skyrim doesn't fall victim to this rut. All 10 of the characters' skills feel nice and balanced. This is accomplished by the fact that there are 18 skills that each player has. Each skill can have a +5 bonus, a +10 bonus, or no bonus at all. Each race will have exactly 5 skills that have +5 bonuses and 1 skill each that has a +10 bonus. So each race starts out with 305 skill points, even if they are distributed differently. Each race also has a handful of powers and
I mean, sure, but I don't know. How many people out there kind of factor in, like, your starting skill level when you make a character in Skyrim? I think most of it is just what character looks good. Maybe you like the racial bonus because you want Skyrim's first 20 levels to be easier, so you play Orc. Although I think Orc, you can pop Berserker Rage and then go Werewolf, and that's like one of the main reasons to play Orc, is to make Werewolf viable. It's not even presented. Yeah, I think that's the biggest sin is like, yeah, sure, like the best you get is like flavor text that tells you what the races are good at. Just play Breton. 50% magic resistance is dumb with the way that Skyrim's built.
abilities that give them special boosts, but none of them feel so overpowered that all playstyles will gravitate towards that single OP power.
Just play Breton.
The Breton's magical resistance is the closest you can get
Oh,
to a
hey.
universally appealable, overpowered ability. But
And they're humans, so they look like us. That's the thing, is like, I wouldn't have an issue with it if like Argonians were 50% resistant to magic, because then like there's a big trade-off of like, well, you can be overpowered, but you gotta be ugly. Is it 25%? It's still busted.
that's counterbalanced by the
Oh man, the Atronex sign is dumb because it absorbs your summons. That includes the shout summons. So it's like you try to summon Durnavir to get the words, and then like you absorb the shout, and now you have a 5-minute cooldown. You get to be short. Are Bretons short? I thought they're average.
fact that they have a fairly bland greater power that they can only use once a day. The Argonians have very limited combat skills, but that is counterbalanced by their Hist Skin greater power, which effectively grants them infinite health once a day. Dark Elves have a nice balance between magic and stealth, making them good mage assassins. Imperials have a greater power that enables them to even the odds when they're outnumbered 20 to 1, as do the Wood Elves, except that
Imperials do?
Imperials have a greater power.
What the hell is the Imperial's greater power? Imperial Skyrim. Pacify 99.75 feet. Oh. I thought they were still like Voice of the Emperor or something lame. I don't know. I don't play Imperial.
That enables them to even the odds when they're outnumbered 20 to 1, as do the Wood Elves, except that it applies to creatures instead of people.
Which is why you don't play Wood Elf. Bethesda has no idea what to do with Imperials. Yeah, I would agree with that. They've been all over the place as a race in the games.
Also, one huge improvement that Skyrim's racial abilities have over previous Elder Scrolls games is that you can't get them any other way besides choosing this race.
Is that a good thing? Because that just sounds like magic is just limited. So it's like, okay, you can't stack magic resistance so you don't invalidate Bretons, but it's like, that just means that you can't do like magic resistance builds, which you can, but like you have to do like a very specific thing instead of like, I don't know, in Morrowind you could make a magic resistance spell for a couple seconds and like absorb magic or something. You had that option. Imperials have no speech bonus in Skyrim, right? So wrong. Is that... We know... We had a big argument about Nords having a speech bonus, which people said was like, it's because it's the Nordic province, but that's so dumb, because they should have a disposition bonus, not a speech bonus. Were the stat bonuses and abilities stated in the game manual? That's a good question. Here's my physical copy of Skyrim. Let's see. Character menu. Page 4. Nope. Hang on. Yeah, thanks for telling me about all this UI stuff. Wouldn't want anything useful in the manual. Journal, dialogue. They call them hirelings. And whoever made the manual went with Sven. So weird. Alchemy, enchanting, smithing, smelting. Yeah, the manual doesn't actually like tell you any of this stuff. At least this this decade-old manual that came with my Xbox copy of Skyrim doesn't. Which is like the point of the manual. It's like any information you have about character creation should be like on the first or second page. Interesting. Manual doesn't tell you about the different I'll just say character creation. This is why we stream. Lots of interesting thoughts. Maybe Thuum was originally going to scale off speech. I don't think that's true based on the marketing we've read. I'm pretty confident in saying that Thuum was always sort of an independent system to skills.
The Imperials, Nords, and Blood Elves' racial powers work up to level 99, which are much more powerful than any other illusion spell in the game.
Okay, that's true, but something seems different about illusion, and I'm not sure what it is. I mean, in fairness, I am like max perked out, and I also have the vampire thing, which is 25% extra illusion, but I haven't had anybody resist a illusion spell in a long time. Which doesn't seem normal. Is there anybody who played Illusionist in like Special Edition a couple years ago or Standard Edition who can attest to that? Because I'm pretty sure you used to need potions once you got past like level 40 or level 46 or something.
Sure, you can dual cast your illusion spells, but master illusion spells can't be dual cast, and expert illusion spells only affect one enemy at a time.
I'm not sure. For some reason, the illusion master spells are locked. You have to get to 100 illusion instead of 90. Really weird. Well, it's just weird because like I haven't had issues, but I've also been playing Vampire, but there was a point where I wasn't playing Vampire and it was still working fine, so it's just weird. No, I haven't had issues. I've gone through entire dungeons calming everything. It might be because I'm dual casting, that is true. I'm just in the habit of dual casting everything because of stagger.
If you want the ability to pacify large groups of people or animals, or get large groups of enemies to turn tail and run late in the game, you'll have to choose these races, and there's simply no way around it.
There's the like Hysterius and Harmony scrolls and I don't know if those are spells. Again, I'm only at like 96 illusion. Forgive me, Senpai. I'm getting there. I'm almost maxed out in all the magic skills.
Sex is much more relevant in your character choice in Skyrim than it is in previous Elder Scrolls games. This is due to the...
Okay, hang on. UASP Morrowind races. I assume you've been told about this. But if you haven't, and if you're in the chat and you don't know, let him finish. Yeah, there's differences in your attribute alignments in Morrowind based on sex. Plus, it's like, you know, allure is like a really weird thing to say. Oh, you should play X because, like, I don't know. Are you saying if you want to do smithing, you should be a woman because all the smiths are men, and if you want to do alchemy, you should play a man because all the alchemists are women? Oblivion had that too, right? Oblivion has the racial differences. I think they got rid of the sex differences in Oblivion. Yeah, so that's where the red guards have less intelligent meme comes from, is Morrowind.
Found it. Sex is much more relevant in your character choice in Skyrim than it is in previous Elder Scrolls games. This is due to the speech perk Allure, which allows you to get 10% better prices when dealing with merchants of the opposite sex, and the melee damage ability Agent of Dibella, which grants 10% extra damage to any enemy of the opposite sex.
I think you're more likely to face like an even distribution, though.
We don't really select a birth sign in this game. The powers associated...
No, it's not we don't really, it's we don't. Although that might be like a regional thing, I guess.
...with birth signs in previous Elder Scrolls games have instead been reworked into standing stones, which you can swap out at any point during the playthrough. However, I am not a huge fan of the fact that you have to travel all over the game map to find all of these standing stones. I would much prefer if all the standing stones were in one location, or at the very least were easily accessible. This would have been a huge boon to swapping out playstyles on the fly, which is what Bethesda was supposedly going for when they nixed the class system.
I disagree. I find, I always find like locating the standing stones to be kind of fun, especially on no fast travel playthroughs. It was like I think I switched standing stones like 3 times over the course of this. I think we're coming up on 90-hour playthrough. You know, studying with illusion and mysticism magic, why does nobody have a sex change? Well, it's weird because illusion magic is not presented like your typical sort of mesmer, where like apparently you can't change your physical appearance as much as you just like affect people's moods. Fine, I can tell it's bothering some people. There, I'm a ghost. I have the crown from Dawnguard. Get the Acerthorn sign, you get the ritual stone. And now, you're the Lich King.
Speaking of the class system, that is my next point. The removal of the class system is one of the most controversial game design choices Bethesda made when making the game. The removal of the class system was but one step in what is arguably Bethesda's most controversial philosophy of game design, and one that's going to be coming up a lot in this retrospective. Minimalism. They want to trim the fat out of the RPG system. They want to strip the game mechanics down to the absolute bare minimum necessary to actually...
Minimalism is a pretty charitable way to call it. To say... It's a charitable way to describe an amputation. Yeah, we're not cutting your limb off. We're just being minimalistic with the human form.
make the game playable.
We go at it each time with, let's not just look at the last one and say, what does it need? You know, I think most people, most fans will look at it and say, it's great, you should change the leveling, add spears, add crossbows, add this, and add some more races. And I usually approach
Forgive me if I'm wrong here. Passing curiosity. No, that's Oblivion.
Let's not just look at the last one and say, what does it need? You know, I think most people, most fans will look at it and say, it's great, you should change the leveling, add spears, add crossbows, add this, and add some more races. And I usually approach it from, well, I want to know what skills are superfluous, that we should fold into something else to make the choice of what your character is more meaningful.
It's a good quote to use, but I just think it's funny because, like, we what was that? We watched it the Thursday before last or something, so it was on the mind. Hey, Indigo. We watched your video. What stream was that we watched Indigo's video? I want to say... Was it the Dumbing Down drama, or was it Never Knows Best Part 2? It was the Dumbing Down drama. I apologize for putting you in that video. In that stream. No, you actually got a very short part of that. That was mostly focused on the Sammy Online Sorcerer Dave drama. Although I think I roasted you a little bit, but that was mostly just like I don't recall. Hang on, let me look at my notes. That's Caption, that's Sorcerer Dave, that's the Game Jam. Dumbing Down, Indigo Gaming. Yeah, I think like the hardest I went on you was like you were complaining that you had to spend a perk point. You had to spend a perk point on dagger damage to increase your bow damage from stealth. And then like that was where I had the big rant about how illusion magic has to spend like 20 perk points just to stay relevant. I think that was like the hardest I went on you.
Approach it from, well, I want to know what skills are superfluous, that we should fold into something.
You should chill your channel, because I think I was in the middle of watching your prototype video and I got interrupted because I think I was finishing the Oblivion video when I was watching your video, but I was enjoying it. And I saw the one where you did the weird indie game with the magic system. I liked that video, but I don't for the life of me remember what game you were talking about, Salty.
Something else to make the choice of what your character is more meaningful. Make that choice more meaningful. And
oh yeah, that was definitely the most tilted stream. Didn't you call Indigo disingenuous at one point? I think I did, but at this point, disingenuous is on the bingo card because it comes up a lot.
And how are the races different? You know, I think 10 races is enough. How is playing an orc different than playing a high elf? Or, you know, those kind of things.
There are arguments both for and against this philosophy. On the one hand, quality over quantity is certainly a good philosophy to have when making any consumer products, not just video games. On the other hand, sometimes quantity is equality. The various options you have for weapons, armor, races, and even skills and talents is one of the biggest aspects of any RPG. The sense of progression.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think you guys are a little sensitive to like bad content because it's like he hasn't really said anything that like he says stuff, but he hasn't said anything that like. Well, I guess Mr. Caption was the same way, but I don't know. He hasn't said anything that's like kind of set off any alarms for me yet. I think Greedfall, Metro, Doom, and Dead Space vids are my best work. What's the... Hang on, I apologize. I have to look this up. What's the one about the indie game? But yeah, so far this is just kind of innocuous. Like, I've been told his Fallout New Vegas video was is kind of infamous. Mind Lock. I enjoyed your Mind Lock video. There we go. Okay, so I've kind of come to a consensus. The Mr. Caption thing, it seemed to be that he was like tired of the project at that point and just started phoning it in.
level up, you gain.
I don't. Okay, so the thing of both people using the same clip, I think is a coincidence, because like I said, it's a really good clip to include. I actually don't know where this is from. I don't think it's the making of documentary, because they didn't use these kind of title cards. I'm not sure what this is from, but it is a good clip to use. So I'm not gonna say anything like he stole it from somebody or anything, because that's just dumb. Two people can independently like find the same clip, especially if it's like the making of documentary, or the making of documentary, the QuakeCon demo, the Bruce Nesmith talk has come up before. Those are like the main things that that come up. Was Salt Factory in here, or are you tugging my chain? Salt Factory was at his stream.
Access to more powerful items and abilities. There needs to be a lot of those items and abilities to choose from, otherwise leveling up will have few, if any, rewards to them. Bethesda's philosophy of streamlining and minimalism will be coming up a lot in this retrospective. However, for the time being, how do I feel about the application of this philosophy to the class system? Honestly, I would say that it was a good move. If you really take a step back and look at the matter objectively, I can't think of any good reason to have classes in an Elder Scrolls game.
Okay. I'm before you say it, yes, I'm gonna let him finish. I'm not gonna cut the stream off and call it a day here. But I can see a perspective where this could be correct. I mean, let's be honest, Skyrim's a pretty successful video game, and it doesn't have classes. It is your lower third? Hang on, is that true? Okay, so I'm kind of curious. What is this? Where can I watch it? And did Acer pull it from the original, or did he get it from this video? Again, it's still fine if this is where you got it.
Classes in most RPGs have traditionally existed almost exclusively as a game mechanic, rather than existing in-universe.
You borrow Willow's video games footage in a few minutes? Well, I doubt Will cares. Will is an odd kind of, he's an odd one with this kind of stuff.
They exist almost purely for the sake of game balance, to keep any one player from becoming overpowered. Even in single-player only games, where you don't have to worry about other players obtaining an unfair advantage over other players, the class system is in place to prevent the player from becoming so overpowered that they can just steamroll through enemies without being strategic about their work. In games like Dragon Age,
We've talked about this on stream before, this concept of you have to balance like single-player games. And okay, I will concede this. I agree that you have to balance the like progression and the enemy encounters, but what I was complaining about was mainly the idea that you have to balance it so that melee, stealth, and magic are all like at the same level of effectiveness, because you just end up making two things worse to bring it to the lowest level, which I think would be probably like melee. Everything is brought down to melee's level instead of melee being brought up to like Morrowind style magic. But the issue with the claiming that they don't want a dominant strategy is that, one, it will happen regardless of your best intentions, and two, it happened anyways given the stealth archer. Why is it such a faux pas to use others' footage? I don't think it's a faux pas. It all depends on like source work. Do the people care? But it's like I don't know. I don't use other people's footage as much as I use, like, I reference jokes from other stuff. And, like, I'm watching Joseph Anderson's Fallout stuff right now because there's a really good quote he had. There's actually two really good quotes he has in those videos that I want to use. So I'm looking for those. I mean, it's not a big deal as long as, like, attribution, do people care, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, I'm not going to go and say, oh, he plagiarized anything, because I wouldn't even say like a copyright infringement thing. Let's not even go the full legal route. We'll just stop at the ethics part of it. The plagiarism and attribution and things that we should be doing that you don't necessarily have to do from a legal perspective. Like, if you plagiarize in college, you don't go to jail. You just get expelled. Or, well, you fail the class, and then if you're a repeat offender, a repeat plagiarist, then you get expelled. But plagiarism is always an ethics thing, not a legal thing.
Which is single player but allows up to 4 characters in the party at one time. Choosing characters based on their classes and skills is important to comprising your army accordingly. The delicate game balance would be heavily undermined if you could simply choose 4 characters who are all omni-skilled.
I don't have enough tabletop experience to say if that's true or not, but I can easily imagine a situation where, because you have a bunch of people who are good at a lot of things but not great at anything, that you could be at a disadvantage. But I mean, it's like, I don't know, Skyrim's balance is just whack. So I assume this is the will clip you're including. I don't see an issue with this, because I see what you're going for with the, here's a character who's maxed out everything. Not an issue. Because, like, fuck doing that by yourself. If Will's done it, and obviously his name's in it, which is probably the reason you got caught. I'm sorry, but this is not a big deal.
However, in the Elder Scrolls games, each player can already obtain the maximum stats in all skills and obtain the best weapons, armor, spells, and items in the game, regardless of their class. In many other RPGs, many skills and talents are class restricted. For example, in Dragon Age Origins, only mages have the ability to revive fallen companions, while only rogues have the ability to turn themselves invisible. The game is intentionally...
I think their main thing is, like, they focus on the balance of the first, like, 20 levels, and you can tell because leveling falls apart after that point. So I think it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, you can get a Daedric Greatsword on a mage character. It's like, yeah, but that's like, 40 or 50 hours into your playthrough. Unless you're, like, speed running that goal. I'm posting my sources on Discord if you'd like to see them. Mine or yours? I'm in one of those. I mean, I have no issue going to yours, but I will always accept more sources. I got a big spreadsheet of them. But, like, the main thing was I didn't recognize that interview. Chances are I'll recognize most everything you post.
Set up so that you cannot mix and match these abilities on a single character. But in the Elder Scrolls games, classes only dictate your starting position. All roads in the Elder Scrolls lead to Rome, and Rome is being an all-powerful demigod. So since your class does not serve the all-important function of keeping you from becoming overpowered...
Here, let me promote you.
What exactly does the class system do? Well, in essence, it restricts what skills you will use throughout the game, and it doesn't really do much in return to balance out that restriction. So in Morrowind and Oblivion, the class system was just there. It wasn't doing anything of value. It was there simply because that's just a tradition in the RPG genre.
I disagree somewhat, and this has to do with, like, stuff that a level 100 conjuration person gets to do that you might not get to see on a melee character, because, again, of the weird way that, like, late game leveling is balanced, you're probably not late game going to pick up conjuration and make it to skill level 100 and get your perk where you can have 2 thralls. That is something that is kind of, like, exclusive. Like, there's a soft class system that I've kind of noticed through my 3 playthroughs. No one slapped the usage of trailers. Is that not the same? Not really. Plagiarism mostly applies to sort of content creators aping, like, writers aping from other writers. It doesn't have to do, like, oh, and also, oh god. Okay, it's not plagiarism to use the trailer because, but if you say it's the trailer and, like, you're stealing from Bethesda, which, it's not alright to steal from them because they're big, but it's like, it's the trailer. They're not going to lose sleep over you over you using that. And yeah, fair use with the sort of the editorial. If you're doing like an academic thing or you're doing a news thing, you have limited use that you could use for the trailer.
Tradition for its own sake is not a valid reason to keep a broken or superfluous game mechanic in the game. I will have mixed feelings about Bethesda's minimalism philosophy throughout this retrospective. In some cases I will object to it, and in some cases I will defend it. This is an instance where I am doing the latter, because if you really take...
Well, and again, it's a... there's the legal aspect that we really shouldn't get into, and there's an ethics aspect. And most people don't have an ethical problem with, like, using trailers as an example. But, like, if you're aping footage off of somebody without attributing them, then that gets into a gray area. And actually, there's, like, no consensus on is that all right or is that not all right. Because I think there's some people out there who exclusively use other people's footage. And then, you know, there's people out there who provide footage for that purpose. So you, instead of having, you know, footage of every game or having to go get footage, you can download footage from their channel and use that. So again, it's sort of it's a complicated morass of people's like personal feelings and sort of ethical philosophies. But I mean, the easiest thing to do is to just source everything, which is what I do. That's why you scroll down to my Oblivion video, you see a giant bibliography of sources. And the only thing I forgot, the only thing I've been called out for forgetting so far is the "take them to Brazil" meme. That's the only thing I forgot to put in the original bibliography. All right, cool. I see. I didn't recognize the Game Informer. Like, I recognize it because we read a transcript on stream. I didn't know that there was an actual video of it, so that's good to have.
A step back and look at the matter objectively, you realize that the class system in the Elder Scrolls really is superfluous and unnecessary. Because Skyrim doesn't...
I wouldn't say... Okay, it's not an issue of laziness, because when you take into consideration, like... I mean, YouTubers don't have deadlines, per se, but they do have a limited amount of time that they can work on a project. I can understand situations where it would just be... You know, it's a minor thing, most people aren't going to notice. That doesn't make plagiarism all right, but it's not plagiarism if it's just video clips. It's only really plagiarism if he's stealing like word for word ideas from another video, which he's not doing. You almost never hear Todd Howard talk about the bad years of Bethesda. Yeah, that's he has a really good interview with IGN that I pulled from where he talks about crunch, and then the interview that you have. Yeah, I like when he talks about like his time in Morrowind and like pre-Oblivion kind of Bethesda. That's kind of what I would aim for with my interview, is I would ask him a lot of questions about like his first 10 years of Bethesda, because I feel like that's the part we don't know enough about. Your prototype video got copyright claimed? I had a Call of Duty video get copyright claimed for a cutscene. It's messed up.
Have a traditional class system, all 18 skills in the game are valid options for leveling up your character. This transitions me to my next point, the way leveling up works in the Elder Scrolls games. In most RPGs, players level up after obtaining a certain number of experience points. The most common source of experience in the vast majority of RPGs is by killing enemies. The Elder Scrolls is a novelty in the RPG genre because its leveling system actually works in the complete opposite way that most other RPGs work.
This is true, and this is what a lot of people who talk about this game kind of miss. Like, this was Mr. Caption's big mistake, was he was too used to the way that other RPGs work, and he didn't consider like part of the Elder Scrolls kind of design philosophy is the, well, Howard's design philosophy, Daggerfall and all that, is the level as you use it kind of idea. Yeah, quite often licensed music is the culprit. Actually, for me, quite often is big YouTuber media conglomerate sort of companies. Like, I've been claimed by Zero Punctuation's media company, and I've been claimed by Harry Partridge's media company. I've had more issues with other content creators now than I have like licensing companies, like music companies or movie companies or what have you.
Increase your skills, and those skill ups enable you to level up. You increase your skills by using them, making potions at the alchemy
I don't
station,
know,
and
I
you become
am
more proficient at
curious.
making potions. Fight enemies enough.
That was the weird thing, was he gave us like $200 and I don't recognize him from the chat, so it must be somebody who like watches the VODs and wanted to donate. Because I haven't, that's not somebody I remember seeing in chat.
And you'll get more proficient at using your weapons of choice. Buy and sell items, and you get more proficient at trading. This is one of the biggest reasons why the
Do you think it's because they're afraid of all the shit you talk? No, it was very clearly automated. So like zero punctuation is in the content ID system because for a long time there were people who would re-upload zero punctuation videos. Because if you don't know, the way the Escapist works is like they post the videos on the Escapist and then a week later zero punctuation is posted on YouTube. And so they copyright claim the reposters, which makes sense. And I think the same thing with the Harry Partridge video. I think he was going after like reaction channels that weren't adding anything. But I don't know. It's a weird gray area. The Harry Partridge one is fair, and I would say I want to cut that out of the stream because it didn't add anything. It really didn't add anything to the stream. But I don't have that option. The zero punctuation one is less fair. I don't know. It gets into that weird question of like, I mean, what I'm doing is fair use, but it's like very technical because like we're obviously doing like the commentary and transform. Like, this is not the way most people would want to watch this video, right? If you want to watch this video, you would go check out the channel and watch it without the dumb assholes interrupting every 10 minutes. But then you have those guys on Twitch that just like eat lunch while the video just plays. And so they're kind of fucking things up for us. Anyways, he's talking about sort of why a classless society is good for everybody or something.
next point, the way leveling up works in the Elder Scrolls games. In most RPGs, players level up after obtaining a certain number of experience points. The most common source of experience in the vast majority of RPGs is by killing enemies. The Elder Scrolls is a novelty in the RPG genre because its leveling system actually works in the complete opposite way that most other RPGs work. You increase your skills, and those skill ups enable you to level up. You increase your skills by using them, making potions at the alchemy station, and you become more proficient at making potions. Fight enemies enough, and you'll get more proficient at using your weapons of choice. Buy and sell items, and you get more proficient at trading.
Yeah, see... Oh, wait. No, I know why that is. How much of a cut does YouTube take of Super Chats? 30%. No, it is 30%. So it's like I could set up Streamlabs and get more, but the way I see it is YouTube does deserve a cut, even if I get less money, because they are still hosting this, and these videos have as minimal ads as possible. In the era of you can't have zero ads, these streams are set. Like, that's what pisses me off about the claims. It's not that I'm not making money on ads on them. I don't care. I don't put ads on the videos, on the streams, because it's not my content. That's an ethical thing, not a legal thing. But because they're claimed, they are putting ads on the video, and that makes me mad.
This is one of the biggest reasons why The Elder Scrolls is one of my favorite franchises. This system of leveling up is intuitive and ingenious. It's the same way our skills increase in real life, through gradual practice. This adds an ingenious level of realism and, by proxy, immersion into the game.
Oh, but see, realism doesn't belong in role-playing games because there's dragons. That was the, that was like the line that, that slew that stream that last week. Why are there so many dislikes today? That's a good question. Hang on. Where's the dislike meter at, and are you guys doing your job? No, you're not. You guys are like 60 dislikes behind. We need to get those dislikes up. You don't have to like it. We're trying to get equal or more dislikes today. Because we're protesting. We are protesting the removal of the dislike. So I want to see some dislikes down there. Realism does indeed belong in RPGs, just in controlled amounts. I would say, someone brought it up, internal consistency belongs in RPGs. And it's definitely an Elder Scrolls thing of you use a skill, you get better at it, like in real life.
While it does break immersion from time to time, for example, how is it I can smith a few hundred iron daggers and suddenly and magically
Oh
know how to
no.
have data?
Oh no, you said it. You said the words. So, I'm sorry, Acerthorn, but you're going to be in the compilation. My most disliked videos are also my most watched. Are you by percentage or by count? Because by count, that makes sense. But yeah, it's like, I vehemently dislike the, if there's fantastical elements, that means it can't be realistic logic. I've always thought that was dumb. Both count and percentage? Interesting. I think my most disliked video is my BioShock one. Even though I stand by everything I said in that video.
Weapons and armor, but that is still light years ahead of the contrivances that you can create in other games that use the experience point system.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for saying it. It's one of those things where it's like, yes, there's some absurd stuff. There's like some absurd logic breaks that you can make with Elder Scrolls, but it's still not as dumb as like you deliver a letter for the president of the NCR and now you're better at shooting guns. Honestly, this video is not as bad as I was told. This has been mostly civil so far.
For example, in Fallout 4, how is it I can spend 6 hours building settlements in Sanctuary Hills and Red Rocket Truck Stop, and that somehow gives me the ability to create fragmentation mines and grenades? At least with the Elder
I honestly forgot how Fallout 4 works. So I'll take your word for it.
Scrolls, the actions that you grind are reasonably related to the skills you're trying to acquire. Imagine if spamming the transmute spell didn't just give you lots of gold order workers, but actually taught you new recipes at the forge. Not even jewelry.
That's a okay. So you know about the transmute spell, but you're grinding those iron daggers. I think what smithing is missing, and this is something that's going to come up in my video, is smithing should have had quests to unlock all the tiers of things. Like you should have had to find like an orcish armor smith to learn how to make orcish gear. I think that's what smithing is missing. Yes, I'm aware that the iron dagger grind, it was a real thing, but it stopped being a real thing with the advent of Special Edition. So, like, basically, unless your name is literally, unless you are Angry Joe, G-Man Lives, Sammy Online, or Sorcerer Dave, or Noah Caldwell Gervais, you should know better than the iron dagger grind. Those 5 people get an exception because they made videos in the iron dagger era. And even then, I think Noah Caldwell Gervais was post iron daggers. Mr. Caption? Yeah, I think he's post iron daggers.
Recipes. Just increasing your alteration skill made you eligible for late game perks in the smithing skill tree. That would be 1,000 times more immersion breaking than Skyrim's current system. However, while I love these skills increase through use system with all my heart, it's not perfect by any means. For example, heavy and light armor skills both increase by getting hit while wearing that armor type. For starters, that's a pain in the ass. You have to put yourself in harm's way to get armor skill ups. Practicing your skill.
I didn't really have an issue with it. I mean, light armor is more of an issue because you're not supposed to really be getting hit with light armor, but like heavy armor is pretty well balanced from my playthrough.
For lack of a better term, is very difficult for this reason. You need either high armor rating or a high health pool to be able to withstand enough hits to actually gain a level in your armor skill of choice. But you need to withstand a lot of hits to be able to increase your armor skills. It's a catch-22. For lack of a better term, is very difficult for this reason. You need either high armor rating or a high health pool to be able to withstand enough hits to actually gain a level in your armor skill of choice, but you need to withstand a lot of hits to be able to increase your armor skills. It's a catch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, we're definitely in the auto-generated caption territory. Like the first 8 minutes were the script, but yeah, we're back to sort of YouTube's best guess of what he's saying. Which to be fair, that's how my Oblivion video is. I apologize, but subtitling that's kind of gonna be a pain, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna do it.
22. Frankly, armor skills should go up just by wearing the armor and walking around in it. After all, if you read the heavy armor skill book, Orsinium and the Orcs, and I mean actually read the book, don't just pick it up, get the skill up, and put it back down again, you realize that learning how to move around in plate armor with its limited mobility is the true secret to actually using it effectively.
Isn't the point of that book? That's the one where the guy duels Morgwat, and that was how like Arsinium the Third was founded, because it was taken from a Breton noble. He figured out how to use, like, first of all, he failed. He lost the fight, but also like the way that he was taught how to use Orcish armor was that they like he got fed a bunch and became really lethargic, and like learned how to properly maneuver in the armor. I don't know, it's a weird kind of point. Like why wouldn't sort of trial by error of learning how to wear the armor, why wouldn't that be more valid than just walking around in it? I mean, it's not like you can't have both. You could have like, you get 1 XP from getting hit, and you get like 0.1 XP for every like minute that you walk around in the armor. I'm a orc ghost. Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing, is like I said at the beginning of the stream, the well was poisoned because a lot of people's experience are like the Fallout New Vegas and Morrowind videos. This has been fine to good so far, in my opinion. Maybe you get points for stamina drained while wearing the armor, so like when you're sprinting. I don't know. The issue I'm seeing with this proposal is that you're going to have that guy who just runs into a corner for an hour with this system. No fangs equals not orc. I can't... This is like the most extreme the fangs can get. And I don't think the software actually recognizes like the teeth settings. I mean, that's sort of an issue. Is like, I don't like how athletics levels up just by running around. So I doubt I would like that the armor also worked that way.
Like the athletic skill from Morrowind and Oblivion, you can make it go up very slowly to prevent you from over-leveling this skill, leaving the other equally important skills in the dust.
It's balanced fine as is, I'll be completely honest. Okay, light armor, it sucks because you don't get hit as often, but heavy armor, again, completely fine.
All in all, however, I can't stress enough how much I enjoy the Elder Scrolls system of skill increasing through use. I honestly wish more RPGs would adopt a similar system.
You loop back to that? Because your big thing about like how it wasn't perfect was just that you don't like how the armor skills level up. I would say it's not perfect because the magic perks are just completely fucked, Skyrim. Where it's like you gotta have level 60 just to have like a decent spread of magical options.
So once we exit the tutorial dungeon, we are now free to roam the world as we please. One of the biggest draws of the Elder Scrolls franchise, Skyrim included, is the ability, once you exit the tutorial, to just pick a direction and head out and explore. This is one of the most...
Except east, because there's a mountain behind you. Again, it's one of those, like, weird... Like, we've talked about it on stream before. It's technically true, but what, are you going to run off into the middle of the nowhere? Or are you going to go to a town? I guess it depends on your kind of perspective of, like... Are you role-playing or are you playing a video game? If you're role-playing, you would I can't see a situation where you wouldn't go to Riverwood. Short of, oh, one of my character traits is that I'm phobic of rivers or something like that. Go anywhere meme. That's all that's gonna be in the notes. Level 60 in a given school of magic or level 60 overall? Level 60 overall, which is a horrifying, which is if you understand what that entails, is a horrifying prospect.
Heavily marketed aspects of the Elder Scrolls franchise, and it is also one of the ambitions for the franchise that Bethesda has realized with the greatest degree of success.
I mean, obviously we all like Morrowind dumping you in State of Need. I think Oblivion is better than Skyrim because you're right next to the Imperial City, so you're right next to two factions. Or, you know, there's a dungeon within sight, you know, an alien ruin that you can go do that starts a quest that sends you to a bunch of other alien ruins. You're fine with level 22. And 19 perks. That's the first 2 levels of destruction. That's your dual casting stagger. Your 2 points into buffing your damage. That's just a destruction tree. That's like 7 perks right there. So that you have 13 more perks. Let's see. I'll assume you're getting adept in all of them because that's when like magic costs are really going to kill you. Dual casting restoration, yeah, you can live without it. Dual casting illusion, no, you can't live without that. Probably dual casting alteration, depends on your armor setup. I don't know. The way I'm seeing it is, and this was what happened in my playthrough, is there's just not enough perk points when you play magic. And if you do any of the crafting skills, you're just basically hampering your ability to do combat, which the other playstyles don't have that issue. If you max enchanting, you can reduce magic costs. Yes, we're all aware. If you do the restoration loop, you can make it so you can infinitely cast fireballs. Are you talking... Hang on. I think you're talking about... No, I have that menu too. I got that menu at around, I'd say, like 20,000 subscribers. The copyright menu. I can see that too. But the thing is, it's auto-flagged by the company, not the channels, which tells me that it's a content ID issue, not them flagging it themselves.
After exiting Helgen Keep, you are encouraged to head to the settlement of Riverwood for supplies and rest. This makes sense in universe, and it is also heavily advised that you do so, at least on a first playthrough, as Riverwood is specific.
And then you get like one line where it's like, "Oh, you don't have to go to Riverwood."
Set up to provide in-game tutorials for various.
Here's the problem with Skyrim or with Magic in Skyrim, and Ether Dynamics had a big thing about this. Is there's no level of like comfort, like there's no healthy balance in the sense of like you're doing enough damage or you're taking too much damage. So it's like the way he showed it was like we do this combat encounter and it's just super difficult and super punishing, but then like we use a small exploit and now it's like super easy. That's kind of the thing I'm going for, is like with combat there's kind of a groove you can get into where it's comfortable. With Magic, it's either you're too weak or you've exploited the game and become a god. And like I'm not clear sort of where the line is in Skyrim. Tried going left for the first survival playthrough and found myself very cold, hungry, and tired very quickly and nowhere safe to go. Yeah, that's the thing. With survival, you definitely got to go to Riverwood and get like the basic kind of the campsite and backpack and all that shit.
Non-combat related game mechanics like wood chopping, acquiring companions, and obtaining new quests. However, as highly recommended as it is that you...
Don't you mean hirelings, as the manual calls them? That's small joke, my friends.
Mechanics like wood chopping, acquiring companions, and obtaining new quests. However, as highly recommended as it is that you head to Riverwood, actually doing that is 100% optional. In fact, while your Helgen companion invites you to Riverwood, he also tells you that it's best if you split up, thereby actively encouraging you to forge your own.
You can get help in Riverwood. I'm going to Riverwood. You should come with me to Riverwood. You don't have to come with me to Riverwood, but I'm going to be going to Riverwood where the main quest is. Bye. Again, it's like the equivalent of like Oblivion. When you exit the tutorial, you get one line in the journal that says, or you could go off and do your own thing. And then like it immediately tells you how to get to Coral.
Own path. After you exit the tutorial, you suddenly find yourself in a 20 square mile open world, where nearly any sector of the overworld can be approached from nearly any position, with the exception of a handful of...
Okay, so I tried to go to Fall Creek in Skyrim VR, and it is a lengthy distance away, which is kind of bad when you're in VR, because like you're physically standing up, and Skyrim VR is not good for like motion sickness. So playing Skyrim VR kind of informed me that like you could go to Fall Creek, but it's not as good an idea.
Quest-related dungeons, nearly every dungeon in the overworld can be entered as early as level 1 if you manage to make the journey there. This isn't Star...
Wait, hang on, I just realized there are people who actually play Skyrim in third person. Mr. Caption did that a lot. Who else did a lot of like third person play? I think, was it Arlo? There's like 2 or 3 videos we've watched where they primarily played in third person. What's with all the dislikes? What is with all the dislikes? Are we there yet? Oh yeah, we got there. Good job, everybody. We got it to over half dislikes. Good job. You can keep going if you want. Does Ether Dynamics count? Yes, that's one of the ones. Okay, yeah, that's who I'm thinking of, because he plays like fully in third person. I think it has to do with like if you play like Dark Souls games, what you'll be comfortable with, or like a Devil May Cry or Metal Gear Rising, you know, Platinum games. If you come from third person, you're gonna play Elder Scrolls in third person, which is weird and doesn't play very well. But you might like Werewolf.
Stark contrast to other, supposedly non-linear games like The Legend of Zelda or Metroid, where you were encouraged to backtrack, but only because your ability to explore certain sections is blocked from you until you acquire the item or power-up needed to open the way. For example, my first Zelda game was Wind Waker. Around the bank of Outset Island, where your character grew up, there's some cracks in the wall. If you enter that cave, you actually get a cutscene that's supposed to happen about halfway through the game's main plot. However, you can't really enter that cave until you get bombs, which you don't get until about halfway through the game. The game actually railroads you into not getting bombs until the point in the story where you're meant to get them, because the only merchant in the game who sells them initially charges so much that you can't possibly afford them even if you use cheat codes to give yourself the largest rupee bag in the game and give yourself infinite rupees. Skyrim, by contrast...
I get what you're going for, but the different design philosophies. So it's like never played Zelda, but I would say it's like Arkham Asylum. You know, you get the gadget, and then the gadget opens up stuff. Like that's a Metroidvania thing. Like that's their thing. That's the way they do it. Yeah, Boulder Punch. We'll talk about that a lot. I like third person because I have like the most evil looking character that you can possibly have in Skyrim. So I like having third person, and like I'm getting a cutscene where it's like, "You are the most valorous person I have ever met, Dragonborn." Meanwhile, it's like the Lich King standing across from them.
To give yourself the largest rupee bag in the game and give yourself infinite rupees. Skyrim, by contrast, takes the opposite approach to open world design. You're railroaded for the tutorial quest, which takes about 30 to 60 minutes depending on how fast you go.
60 minutes? Holy shit. I've timed most... maybe he's counting character creation. If he's counting character creation, then yes. But I did the thing where you, like, I measured how long each intro takes, and, like, Skyrim's, like, 25 to 30 minutes without character creation. Pat confirmed WoW Classic enjoyer. Wait, how did I expose myself? You have to tell me.
Opposite approach to open world design. You're railroaded for the tutorial quest, which takes about 30 to 60 minutes depending on how fast you go. But once you complete only that set piece...
The Lich King. That's not WoW Classic, though. That's like Warcraft 3 and then Wrath of the Lich King, which is not Classic. I mean, I know that's high heresy to some people. Why is he using frost spells? Is that him using the frost spells? So you have to remember, some of this isn't his footage. So it's like it's weird to track what he's actually doing and like which one's actually Todd Howard playing the QuakeCon demo.
The places you can't access just yet are rarer than the places you can. Whereas Zelda and Metroid open up bits of the world piece by piece, spreading the unlocking out more or less equally.
Well, the way I did the test was like you listen to every dialogue for as long as possible and like you walk through everything, you don't run through everything, and it was still like just 30 minutes. So I assume he's counting like character creation.
Across the game, and only after the final couple hours of the game have you finally unlocked everything. Skyrim unlocks 99% of the game to you almost immediately and then just tells you to dig in. The overworld is...
I know, because there's not a lot for you to do. Isn't the Lich King mentioned in that Undead raid? He's mentioned because he was in Warcraft 3, but he's not actually in the game. So like if your only experience of Warcraft was classic WoW, you probably don't know who the Lich King is.
Itself isn't just a glorified level selector either. There are plenty of things to acquire and things to do in the overworld itself. Bandits and wolves will attack you at various intervals. Fish,
R.I.P. the Red Wolf.
flowers, and butterflies can be picked and caught for use in your potions. You can randomly encounter friendly or neutral NPCs on the road, as well as hostile ones. Also, because you are traveling the road in real time, there is always the possibility of seeing another site on a route to your intended destination and deciding to put off your current objective in favor of exploring that new location. The ability to enter any section of the overworld from any direction in 360 degrees is one of the biggest things that sets the Elder Scrolls games apart from other RPGs, and Skyrim is no exception.
Skyrim was definitely the first one though, where you have a lot of places where it's like, oh, I approached this from the wrong way. Like I didn't take the right road to get to this dragon. Okay, but like, didn't Blizzard famously say that like less than 1% of people actually reached the end of Naxxramas? I'm gonna dislike. Oh wait, I'm not. So I did. The force field surrounding Red Mountain. Well, yeah, I guess you're right, but that's kind of like super intentional. That might be like your only example. Like you can go over pretty much any hill and like it feels like the right way, but it's like, so I I forget what it was called. It's the one where you get the Animal Allegiance word and it's in Falkreath. And I show up to this dragon place. I literally look over the edge, and the dragon is, like, perched on the thing below me. And I'm like, well, this was definitely not the right way to get to this dragon spot.
Most other RPGs usually have tightly focused areas that the player can only enter and exit at certain points. As a comparison, let's look at the Dragon Age games. In those games, using the world map, fast travel is not optional. The different zones you can enter are not connected to each other. The only way to enter various cities or locations, such as Denerim, Orzammar, or the Dalish camp, is to select them from the world map. Like in Skyrim, you have the potential to run into random encounters, both hostile and friendly, but you don't really run into them. The character's footsteps get cut off midway through your journey, and you're just...
No, you were supposed to use hotkeys to get around the mortal wound. Oh, hang on, second monitor's gone. But no, we should be good.
Brought into this random encounter, there is a clear, hard cut. But in the Elder Scrolls, the random encounter you get is determined before the relevant NPCs come within draw distance, making it look like they were always there. The game will load several overworld sectors around your character, as well as the sector he is currently in, and will always try to stay one step ahead of the player. This helps to create the illusion that the people you encounter randomly have always been there, and that they reach this position organically instead of just randomly popping into existence. Sure.
Yes.
In the game engine, they are indeed just randomly popping into existence, but with games like Dragon Age, they make no effort.
Wow, that's very, very, looks like a doll. Like, this is not a haggard sort of, a travel-torn, wandering minstrel. This is like, you know, just outside of Whiterun getting my pictures taken for prom kind of look.
Effort to hide this from the player. Skyrim maintains the illusion of an organic world, and in doing so, maintains an otherwise impossible level of immersion to suck the players in.
Well, I'm glad he says it's an illusion. I don't know. I mean, Skyrim set the kind of set the bar for like random events in games. Angry Joe VTuber model win. I don't know how comfortable I would feel about making a real person into an anime girl. Someone was complimenting me on my character design. Apparently, I would do good manga characters.
All of this talk about exploring the overworld wouldn't really make a difference, however, if the overworld wasn't fun to explore. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that, because Skyrim has one of the most beautiful overworlds in any RPG to come along this entire decade.
Sadly, your footage doesn't capture that. It, like... Am I, like, doing him a disservice? No, like, the max quality 720p. I don't know, it just... I feel like I'm watching Noah Caldwell-Gervais again. Rewrite Attack on Titan ending. You are the one. I'm waiting for that anime to come out to make my here's why Attack on Titan crash landed. Keep saying that Todd Howard is a known barbarian main. It upsets me that you refuse to acknowledge he's a master of illusion magic. I've got some pretty funny quotes about lying that I've got marked down in my journal. That will probably be coming up. I think Odoving says something to the effect of, I may be I may have withheld the truth, but I am no liar. I think that's the quote. Do not watch the last Attack on Titan episode when it comes out. I know how the manga ends, and I'm assuming that they're going to do the anime the same way.
In the opening cutscene, where you're being hauled away to an execution, Bethesda really puts their best foot forward in showcasing their overworld design.
Which is why everything was desaturated and super ugly. Like, I to this day, I don't understand what the point of having the screen be desaturated for like 5 minutes was. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like, they've messed with the saturation during the cart ride.
Majestic mountains bookend both sides of the road. Beautiful mountain flowers and thistles dot the sides of the road like polka dots. During this opening cutscene, it is not uncommon to experience some fairly drastic frame rate drops, because Bethesda made sure to pack in as much overworld beauty as they could.
The intro has frame drops because it's gorgeous. That's definitely an interpretation. Desaturated to show you just woke up or something. Yes, but it wouldn't last for so long. Like, they do it at other points, but it's like, I don't know. It's hard to say the cart ride looks pretty when it's literally like in grayscale. It's like it's practically in fucking grayscale. It's sarcasm. Oh, you don't want to start that. You don't want to start that route, my guy. Like, I've said it before. Assuming that something is sarcasm tends not to work out in this field. Like, I don't know how many times I've seen the chat say that something is sarcasm and then the punchline never came. Hang on, I was gonna play with the saturation. Filters. Color correction, yes. Like, this is about the level of saturation of the opening, and then, like, this is the normal level of saturation of Skyrim. Like, it's not a good first kind of impression, in my opinion. Although Helgen is pretty ugly.
The rest of the game doesn't disappoint either. The game's map is divided into 9 distinct holds. In-universe, these holds are political divisions, similar to counties in the real world. But from a game design standpoint, they also clearly divide up the way the overworld is drawn. There are occasional overlaps, of course, but for the most part, each hold has a distinct geography to it. For example, here are 4 images of Skyrim's overworld. One is in the hold known as the Reach. The other is in Whiterun Hold. One is in the hold of Hjal March, and the 4th one is in Fountainleaf Hold. If you've played this game,
The two images on the left could have been better selected. Skyrim is cold, snowy, and green. Yes, but it... Like, Standard Edition is not green. Standard Edition is, like, gray.
Even casually, you can instantly tell which screenshot is which.
There's a really weird place where the Whiterun environment suddenly becomes the Windhelm environment. I assume... No, I don't know what you're talking about. Is it Sheerpoint that you're talking about? Because that's the Pale.
Even on a micro level, the overworld is absolutely majestic. As I said once in a previous discussion video, head over to the Guardian Stones, stand directly behind the Maze Stone, and face due west.
And watch as all of these tree levels of detail are not popping into existence. This has always been like a ugly standout point to me is this is supposed to be a forest that's surrounding this lake, but the LODs don't go far enough, so it's just like barren. Yeah, one of my playthroughs is in Standard Edition. I'm going to kind of draw attention to the fact that Standard Edition is really ugly even for the time period. I don't know how to note that. It has trees, unlike Cyrodiil. Which is the definitive version of Skyrim? Oh, Anniversary Edition, no patches. Although I actually don't... I think Anniversary Edition has had one patch, but... Yeah, like, this is my go-to example for, like, this is supposed to be a beautiful area that's hideous. Especially in the VR version. Because the VR version's level of detail is atrocious by default.
Using console commands to ensure that the weather is sunny and clear, wait for the clock to be at exactly 10 a.m. on the nose so that there is just the right glare from the sun. You will want to print that screenshot out, frame it, and hang it on your wall.
Hang on. What's the tongue faces? What's up with that? Skyrim. Oh no, wait, it's not. I don't have this screenshot on Steam anymore. I have to find it the old school way. Give me 1 second. I got a screenshot I want to show you guys. I just forget where I have all the old screenshots stored. But we're on the right track now. Alright. Screenshots. That's 5. This was... Wait, which one of these? This is mine. This is where I think Skyrim kind of excels more than, like, the forest areas. Thoughts on Cowboy Bebop? I haven't watched it. I have no investment in that. Bleak Fuck Sparrow?
Of course, the beauty of the overworld is great, but that is only one reason to explore it. In addition to the enemies to fight, people to meet, and items to acquire in the overworld, there are also plenty of stories to uncover in the overworld. I don't simply mean books that you can find lying around. Those are all in the game, and they're handled splendidly. But also, the overworld itself can tell a story through the strategic placement of static objects.
There's a tower in a cave. You know, it tells a story on its own. What was that? Tower. Up. That was the reliving the opening of Skyrim with devs. Which in fairness is like after this video. Don't get your panties in a britch. $15.04.
and then you get to see how people put the pieces together. Like, our level designers are great. Like, I remember we're playtesting one time and you're in a cave, and then all of a sudden there's a giant tower right in the middle of it, and it tells a whole story right there, right? What happened to this big stonework that's in the bottom of this cave now?
Yeah, absolutely. The way, like,
What did happen? Why is every tower in the earth? What the fuck is going on with Skyrim's geography that all these towers are underground? There's a whole story, and you gotta make it up for them.
Here is one of my personal favorite examples of how Bethesda can do this. Notice this pair of skeletons. One of them.
I'm sorry, the subtitles are hilarious.
Here is one of my personal.
Here's one of my personal favorite examples of how pathetic and do this notice this pair of skeletons. Well, it's like the funny thing about the tower quote is that it happens like so often in Skyrim that it's not notable. There's just tons of like giant underground caves. Like Skyrim should be just having constant earthquakes with how many cavitations in the earth there are in this world. Fucking pathetic skeletons.
Personal favorite examples of how Bethesda can do this. Notice this pair of skeletons. One of them has its leg broken in several parts. Some of those parts are inside a bear trap. There's another skeleton who appears to have died while leaning by the first skeleton's side. So clearly, one guy got his leg stuck in a bear trap, and someone else, maybe a best friend but most likely a lover, refused to leave his side and kneeled before him, weeping and comforting him until she too rotted away until only her bones remained.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are we gendering the skeletons? Skeletons aren't gendered. It's the flesh that's gendered. Actually, skeletons are gendered because of the hip bones, but everything else isn't. Most likely a lover. What if they're gay lovers? Did you think about that? Because they look like two male skeletons. When am I getting my channel verified? That's a good question. I think I have to get my play button. So probably after Skyrim, the Skyrim video. I don't know. I just don't see myself pulling 35,000 subscribers in the interim. I have a bunch of videos planned, but I don't, like, unless they all are super successful, I don't see it happening until then. You're loading up your favorite role-playing game, and all of a sudden, you are a skeleton. You didn't choose this. You didn't ask for this. But being a skeleton is just forced upon you.
A tragic story of what can happen if you don't watch where you're going, and a cold reminder of just how quickly life in Tamriel can be snuffed out. Of course, it's made.
I just press A on the bear trap and it'll open. Although really though, like, is that a good example of a story? Because it's like, normal people can open a bear trap without issue. Why are the skeletons always naked? Well, that's a weird thing on its own. Their clothes rotted away, of course.
Doubly tragic by the fact that they were only a hop, skip, and a jump away from the city of Winterhold.
Yeah, weird that they didn't go for help or try to open the bear trap themselves. Like, you know, bear traps are designed to be opened by human arms. His leg was still broken. Carry him. Walk back to Winterhold. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a fine story, but, like, it's very... a lot of the environmental storytelling is very surface level in Skyrim, which is fine, because it's all over the place. It's probably just, like, less than an hour for them to come up with that.
Knowing this, you'd think the unwounded person would have just carried her husband on her back up the hills and gotten him medical treatment. Did they not know there was a civilization just up the hill? Did the city even exist at that time?
Did the city even exist at that time? Okay, that's going in the book. My guy, it is Winterhold. Unless those skeletons have been there for thousands of years. That's a funny one. It's a very open-ended way of storytelling. What's a good insult for that? If it was any more open-ended, it would be like your mom's love life. I don't know.
I mean, we have no way of knowing just how old these bones are, so maybe they're several centuries old. Perhaps they were running from the law and thus couldn't return to the city or else be executed. So
This is that never knows best. Let's focus on the Nightgate Inn for 5 minutes kind of deal, where it's like, yeah, you can read into it.
So they were just going to die anyway, so might as well die together? So tragic. Skyrim's overworld is absolutely filled with subtle stories like these. In short, the overworld has numerous reasons to explore, whether you prefer beauty, items to scavenge, or if you just enjoy a good story, like yours truly. Skyrim's overworld has rewards for all types of players, to compel you to explore more.
Uh-oh. Get ready, casuals and or hardcore players. Based on what we've watched so far, which direction do you think he's gonna go? I'm kind of curious. How did I earn that dislike ratio? I asked for it. Not in a metaphorical, I did something and earned it, but in a literal, I asked people to dislike it. I gotta get something to drink. So, 50 after, we'll be back. I was like leaving. Some people see dislikes, but not other people. So they're rolling out, like, they're being weird about it. They're rolling out the dislike other people bit feature in waves. So it's like, I can currently see dislikes, but there are people in the audience who can't. So it's like, I can see the dislikes on this stream, on this browser, and I can see the dislikes on this video and on this video. But there are some people who have the feature that the dislikes are not there. It's going away. If you don't have dislikes on your YouTube, you're a fed. Yeah, that's the weird part, is like, it's obviously not built for like anti-harassment stuff, because if it was, then YouTubers wouldn't be able to see their own dislikes. Like, it's very clearly for like corporations and the government to not show that like every video from the White House is getting like an insane number of dislikes.
Today,
Sierra and her family visit the White House to discuss kids' vaccines with the First Lady. Oh my god, they're a shitty YouTube channel. But yeah, like, they are... Can I scroll down? I can't scroll down.
I'm on.
I can't fucking scroll down on any of this shit. Alright, I can zoom out, though. So, you can see they're just getting trashed on the like to dislike ratios on the White House channel. But yeah, I don't think it's for like content creators' feelings or anything like that. Like we were guessing about it. Like somebody's big thing was like, oh yeah, it's to stop people from like, oh, there's a lot of dislikes in this video. I'm gonna dislike. But I don't think that's actually the case. They just don't like people getting ratioed because it cuts into their ad budget. Why? Why would people getting ratioed on YouTube be an issue for advertisers? That's such a non-answer. Like as far as I've been told, advertisers are apparently like the most sensitive people on the planet, which, you know, they have a lot of money riding on it, but let's be honest. There's a lot of advertisers who will stick with us. Sponsors don't seem to have an issue with appearing on a lot of edgy content. But yeah, I'm telling you, it's like a corporate thing. Because everybody knows if you hide your dislike bar, you're a bitch. Which means that, you know, corporations don't want to do it because they're hip with the kids. They don't want to look like a bitch. I received a note that said, stop saying that the White House caused the dislikes thing. So now I'm going to say that it's the corporations. Do you think if people start commenting dislike in retaliation, YouTube will disable comments? Probably not. If anything, they'll just like, they'll subtly add like a word filter that like shadow bans you if you comment dislike. That's why my main thing of protest is like, you should be disliking every video that you watch that you don't like. So that like, I want to see every video's ratio get to like 75%. If it means that like more people are using the dislike feature, then maybe they'll realize that they're just being dumb. Oh no, I'll be honest. Before I did this stream series, I had to ask the question, should I go to Twitch? And like that was right when they had their big hack thing, and like they're having all kinds of issues with copyright, and because they were told for years that copyright would come for them, and they didn't believe us until one day the man himself, DMCA, began suing everybody. It was really funny watching Twitch people learn about like content ID and copyright. The music stop? Like, oh, there it goes. Mr. DMCA. Yeah, that was my favorite one, was DMCA is a person. Can you once pause the video and go, let me write that down, and then write that at the timestamp? I won't. The thing is, I can't do that joke for like another 6 hours so that it's fresh, but I won't remember to do it.
Of course, in order to explore the world, you first have to buy the game. To encourage people to buy the game, you have to make the game accessible to them.
Okay. I see we're going in a direction.
Accessibility has become somewhat of a swear word in the Elder Scrolls fandom, and the term is often synonymous with concepts like dumbing down and oversimplification. To ensure my analysis is thorough, I will analyze the game's accessibility from 4 different points of view: newcomers to the franchise, veterans to the franchise, hardcore RPG fans, and casual gamers. Newcomers to the franchise have certainly found Skyrim to be accessible to them. After all, Skyrim has sold more than 30 million copies. To put that in perspective, Morrowind and Oblivion both sold 4 million and 9.5 million copies respectively. In other words, Skyrim sold more copies than any other game in the franchise combined. So at least a few million people who bought this game must have been newcomers, but that still begs the question, how did Bethesda achieve this level of accessibility?
His gameplay is bothering.
There are 1,000 little things that Bethesda did, maybe without even realizing it themselves, that ultimately led to Skyrim being so accessible to newcomers to the franchise. For starters, there's the very first thing you see in the game, Ralof greeting you as you wake up and smiling. As I said earlier, this certainly develops Ralof.
Oh yeah, he's definitely smiling. Oh man, that's a happy expression if I've ever seen one. This is a weird kind of perspective. Ralof smiling, quote unquote, in the introduction means that like it's accessible. Like, I'm sure that all the reviews said, and then Ralof fucking smiled at me. Like, Angry Joe was like, yeah, Ralof smiled at me, and then everybody was like, ah! Everybody was like, ah! Oh, god damn it. Ah! Oh, I fucked that one up. Ah, the expressions suck on this. Okay, well, I assume this is a small part in a big machine. I'll take that away.
Ralof greeting you as you wake up and smiling. As I said earlier, this certainly develops Ralof's character, but Ralof is also
You sexy sacks as we zoom in.
representing Bethesda in this cutscene. Because Ralof greets you with a smile, Bethesda is also welcoming you to the land of Skyrim with a heartwarming smile. This certainly makes
There's nothing heartwarming like desaturated blonde man who's bound telling you you're about to die. Way to oversimplify my point and make it sound dumber than it really was. I mean, I will go through it.
How did Bethesda achieve this level of accessibility? There are 1,000 little things that Bethesda did, maybe without even realizing it themselves, that ultimately led to Skyrim being so accessible to newcomers to the franchise. For starters, there's the very first thing you see in the game, Ralof greeting you as you wake
The main menu?
up and smiling. As I said earlier, this certainly develops Ralof's character, but Ralof is also representing Bethesda in this cutscene. Because Ralof greets you with a smile, Bethesda is also welcoming you to the land of Skyrim with a heartwarming smile. This certainly makes newcomers to the franchise feel welcome. It is also a subconscious feeling, and one Bethesda may not have even been aware of themselves, but it is nevertheless an extremely potent way to welcome Elder Scrolls newbies. Even after this cutscene, the way the game handles the introduction is carefully structured to ensure a maximum amount of excitement and, therefore, player investment in the game and its plot. As the player
It was scientifically engineered. I like the, if you don't know, porgs from, like, The Last Jedi were, like, they were, like, engineered by Disney to be as cute as possible. But honestly, I would say, like, here's the thing. You could make the most accessible game on the planet, but if people don't know about it, it's not going to sell 50 million copies. Like, we've shown with the reading streams that, like, the marketing and the built-in audience from Oblivion and Fallout 3 was a bigger factor. Like, it works the same way on YouTube.
to ensure a maximum amount of excitement and, therefore, player investment in the game and its plot. As the player is being shoved into the chopping block, a forced camera angle forces the player to notice the headsman's axe was just about to come down just as the dragon shows up at the last minute. As you struggle to get to your feet, the screen goes blurry and there's some intentional shaky cam to add flavor to the excitement. As you head up the stairs, a scripted event happens where the dragon smashes his head through the wall, providing you with a means to escape. As you make your way through the panic, there's the occasional shaky cam to add excitement for when the dragon attacks. As you enter the Helgen Cave, the game begins the tutorial proper. If you take out the part where your choice of allies at the beginning has an effect on what items you can acquire during the tutorial, then this tutorial is otherwise a textbook example of how to do a tutorial in a video game. It starts out being fairly blatant about its nature as a tutorial. In the torture chamber, either Hanvar or Ralof, depending on who you accompanied into the keep, hands you a bunch of lockpicks and asks you to try and open the cage. They are borderline breaking the fourth wall at this point, making it exceptionally clear that this is a tutorial for how to pick locks.
Thinking about it. Yeah, I think he puts me to shame with the reading into stuff. Maybe Ralof is just like, feels that he's above the dirty art of lockpicking. Lockpicking isn't exactly seen as like a glamorous art.
but at the same time, it really isn't, because they don't really teach you how to pick locks per se. They just prompt you to do so, but the actual mechanics of the locks is something you figure out entirely on your own.
1 second. Oh shit. Almost up. Oh, not this one. This one. Oh. Earlier.
Although, come to think of it, I did hear
Oh.
odd noises coming from over there.
Come with us. We need to get out of here.
You have no... I
Yep,
did hear
wait,
some
hang
odd
on.
noises coming from over there.
Come with us. We need to get out of here.
You have no...
Yeah, on PC it gives you a tutorial. Like it pops a thing up on the screen on PC to tell you how to do the lockpicking. I had to make sure that wasn't a Fallout thing, because Fallout's way more blatant. Like it has a giant prompt with like multiple pages in Fallout.
They just prompt you to do so, but the actual mechanics of the locks is something you figure out entirely on your own. After that set piece, you enter a cavern where there's about 6 or 7 enemy soldiers. A couple of them are standing on an oil slick.
Actually, it's like 3 or 4. So, actually, I did the, in the Mr. Caption video, I did the, actually bit, and then, like, somebody was like, isn't all you do just go, actually for the entire stream? So I think it's funny that, like, I say the insults, and then, like, within a day, somebody throws that same insult at me. Why are they all naked? I assume he's picking them clean to sell their loot.
If this is your first time playing the game and you're playing as a mage, you'll be shooting fire at your enemies. Doing so in this section will inadvertently trigger the oil slick trap. For the first time players who don't really know that this oil is flammable, this will serve as both a pleasant surprise and a tutorial that oil slicks can be used as weapons. But it doesn't do so by breaking the fourth wall.
I really wish there were equivalents for the other elemental types.
You come across it organically, just by playing the game normally. So what about after you exit the tutorial?
Are you going to correct me like a fucking know-it-all for every itty-bitty thing I say in this video? Yes. I mean, I'm not gonna correct you about the stuff that I don't know yet, but like, you said that there was no like tutorial for how to do lockpicking. Well, I'm kind of curious. Is there a tutorial for how to do lockpicking? I don't remember, so I checked my footage, and there is. So now I know. That's sort of the thing is I don't want to hear somebody say something and then, like, when I'm writing the script, I think it's true. Now, I probably won't even bring it up. But yeah, like, that's how this works. For the record, I consider instructions to be separate from tutorials. Oh yeah, you're reminding me, this is not an insult, but you're reminding me there's a guy that was like, he made like a 30-minute video about how Dark Souls doesn't tell you how to equip the shield. It's a really funny video if you want to see like how extreme people can get with like reading into stuff. It's like, well, or was it doesn't tell you how to equip a shield. Oh, no, I think it doesn't tell you how to open the messages, like the tutorial messages. Or something like that.
Does the game make itself accessible to newcomers then? Well, for starters, the autosave feature is a means of newcomers losing consequences for their rookie mistakes. Anytime you go through a load screen, and anytime you fast travel, the game autosaves. Because you can store up to 3 autosaves at one time, you've got plenty of wiggle room in case you screw up.
I mean, it's true, but I think it's, I don't know, it feels like a stretch to assume that like most people understand, like even understand autosaves. Isn't there a button prompt whenever you stand over a message? Yeah, so I think it was, I forget what it was. It was really bad logic, and it had to do with like the game not telling you how to equip items.
That's certainly no excuse for you to be reckless, but it definitely has you covered in case you forget to save. Newcomers are also pointed in the direction.
I will agree with that. Years and thousands of hours of playing Elder Scrolls has drilled into me the compulsive saving. Like, people comment every time I post a screenshot on Discord of my playthrough, it almost always has like quick saving in the top left, and that's because I'm like a really compulsive saver, because it's like, this game's gonna fucking crash, something's gonna happen at some point and it's just gonna start crashing, and I gotta be ready for that. That's been beaten into me. But I think Angry Joe said the same thing. Like, he praised the game because like it increased the number of autosaves.
Of franchises they may wish to join by the game. On your way to Riverwood, either Hanvar or Rayloft suggests you join up with their respective armies. As you enter the Riverwood Trader, the proprietor there
Suggest you join up with their respective armies. As you enter the Riverwood Trader, the proprietor there says, "Traitor!"
says he sells a few spells, but tells you can get more at the College of Winterhold. As you approach White Run, you find the companions fighting a giant. Aela comes up and speaks to you, telling you about the companions and who to speak to if you wished to join.
I thought I could go to Falkreath. Is that the vanilla font? No. I wasn't going to say anything, but like, yeah, this is a font mod.
Fighting a giant. Aela comes up and speaks to you, telling you about the companions.
By the way, when should I turn in the Dragonstone? I'm level 40. The downside is why I didn't do the main story is because I have low armor rating, like around 100 on Legendary Survival. Well, armor rating's not as big a deal as like magic resistance, because the main thing that happens when you turn in the Dragonstone is that you start having dragon encounters. And what really kills you on Legendary difficulty with the dragon encounters is their breaths. So it depends on your playthrough, and it depends on how well you can stagger dragons. And it depends on like what kind of magic resistance you have. So like there's kind of multiple ways around that problem, like resistance potions or ward spells, or dual casting destruction to stagger is another thing.
Companions and who to speak to if you wished to join. Both of these give you guidance on how to join these factions, but with the exception of the Thieves Guild, none of them shove the faction initiations down your throat.
If you aren't counting the part of the main quest where you have to join the college, half in quotes, to join the college to get the Elder Scroll. I don't know, that's a tricky one, because neither of my playthroughs where I went to the college was that my first time being there, because like the college has so much utility value that you kind of have to join. So it's like, I wanted to get footage of me passing the speech check, but it's like, it's not possible for a magic character to not go to the College of Winterhold.
There's the invitation to join, but for 4 factions out of 5, actually joining requires the player to take the initiative. So what about veterans of the series? How is Skyrim accessible to them? Well,
Wouldn't kind of being like shoved into factions be the more accessible option? It's like, oh, you don't have to think about it. You're in the faction now, don't worry. I'd love to disprove you, but yeah, most of the Adept Plus trainers are there. Well, yeah, if you want to use training services, spells, soul gems, there's a lot of reasons that magic characters kind of need the College of Winterhold compared to other playstyles and their factions.
Well, for starters, Skyrim boasts the traditional Elder Scrolls formula that fans of the series have come to know and love. While they have done away with quite a few favorite game mechanics, not the least of which is the ability to make custom spells, a mechanic that has been a staple of the franchise since Daggerfall,
Yes.
Bethesda kept enough of the formula to give returning players a sense of familiarity, but changed just enough that it didn't feel like a rehash. You still have the open world that is fun and rewarding to explore, as I've already discussed. While they replaced the Fighters and Mages guilds with the Companions and College of Winterhold respectively, the tried and true Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood were kept in the game. We still had the Daedra, the Aedra, and while we had new...
Well, yep. Okay, this is the content the game has. This isn't really, like, accessibility at this point. Unless I missed something.
away with quite a few favorite game mechanics, not the least of which is the ability to make custom spells,
So we got rid of spell making,
a mechanic that has been a staple of the franchise since Daggerfall. Bethesda kept enough
but we kept enough that players are familiar with.
of the formula to give returning players a sense of familiarity, but changed just enough that it didn't feel like a rehash.
Oh, trust me, if you pay attention, Skyrim definitely feels like a rehash of Oblivion. Like, some of the quests are just straight up Oblivion quests, like Hermaeus Mora's. Or like Sheogorath's quest is different, but it is it's that Breville quest where you go into the Tinatir's dream. That's Sheogorath's quest. With like maybe a little bit extra scripting. Dark Brotherhood definitely rehashed. But yeah, it's like, so they changed like superfluous details, like the names of the faction. But I don't track this point. They got rid of spellmaking, but they kept enough that there's a sense of familiarity, but not too much that it feels like a rehash.
To give returning players a
How's that accessible?
sense of familiarity, but changed just enough that it didn't feel like a rehash. You still have the open world that is fun and rewarding to explore, as I've already discussed. While they replaced the Fighters and Mages guilds with the Companions and College of Winterhold respectively, the tried and true Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood were kept in the game. We still had the Daedra, the Aedra, and while we had new types of enemies, they were similar enough to older enemies that they still felt familiar to returning fans. For example, the Falmer were basically the new goblins from Oblivion, Skeevers were the new rats, and the Draugr were basically the replacement for zombies. Of course, it's easy to say that Bethesda kept just enough but not too much familiar. It's quite another to break down exactly what they should have kept and what needed to go. Nixing some aspects of the Elder Scrolls formula was done in the name of the aforementioned minimalist agenda, which, as I've established, is a double-edged sword. I'll be going into more detail about that throughout this analysis as I discuss where they succeeded and failed in their minimalist agenda. As for hardcore RPG,
Yeah, again, I didn't really track what that kind of part had to do with accessibility.
fans, that's where they come up fairly short. Although I use the phrase come up short in a relative sense. While many hardcore fans love and admire Skyrim, just as many scoff at the very supposed acts of dumbing down of the series. Essential NPCs, quest markers, inability to fail quests, the list goes on and on.
Yeah, it's all the Sammy Online stuff.
However, if we once again take a
So yeah, they established in the Dawn Guard that the blinding of the race was just for the people who took the poison in, but they evolved to their current state. Do the Falmer fuck? Yeah, the shamans are girls. You can tell by their hair.
step back and look at the matter objectively, are these things truly necessary for a game to be considered a true RPG? Let's look at a few of the other RPGs that are considered some of the best in the genre.
Do Falmer fuck?
If we once again take a step back and look at the matter objectively, are these things truly necessary for a game to be considered a true RPG?
What things? I gotta hear it again.
Just as many scoff at the very supposed acts of dumbing down of the series. Essential NPCs, quest markers, inability to fail quests, the list goes on and on.
Yes.
However, if we once again take a step back and look at the matter...
Don't walk off the cliff with how many step backs we're taking here. So, quest markers, essential NPCs, quest failing. Those are what I assume he's quantifying as stuff that's in true RPGs. But I would say, like, true RPG comes down to mechanics more than, like... I mean, like... I don't know, it seems like, it happened at the same time that, like, the stuff that this stuff happened, but the change was mostly mechanical.
Objectively, are these things truly necessary for a game to be considered a true RPG? Let's look at a few of the other RPGs that are considered some of the best in the genre. World of Warcraft and Dragon Age.
There's some people in the chat who are not going to be happy with the World of Warcraft part. Hag Rafen waifu? I could do that. But I think that's just a Breton.
In both of those games, you can't fight people at all until the game decides you're in combat with them. You don't initiate combat with them by fighting them. The game thrusts you into combat, and then you get to attack them. So killing entire cities worth of people is effectively impossible in these games. So frankly, I don't see what so many people are complaining about regarding the inability to kill quest characters.
Dragon Age is a different style of RPG. Okay, so... because you can't kill city NPCs in Dragon Age, not being able to kill essential NPCs isn't a big deal. Skyrim. So what I'm understanding the argument is, you have more freedom in Elder Scrolls. So just because you don't have total freedom is all right. It's like saying, you know, you have crippled wings, but you can still fly better than a rat. And it's like, yes, that's true, but I would prefer my wings still not be crippled. What'd you call it in Morrowind? Murder boner? Yes. That's typically what it's called. It's not a me thing. Other terms are like murder hobo or like genocide root, I guess, if you're into Undertale. Why is he not comparing it to Morrowind instead of totally different series? Well, yeah, that's the thing, is like, so this game's fucked. And it's like, okay, well, that sounds like a problem for the Dragon Age fans. I don't see what that has to do with Elder Scrolls. It's like if you compared it to Morrowind, Morrowind let you do everything. And you go, well, I assume he's going to bring that up. I assume he's going to bring up that, like, oh, well, you have to have essential NPCs because what if somebody went into the swamp and drowned themselves? What then, atheists?
Very few RPGs give you that ability anyway. Or how about...
And bring up Dark Souls when it's relevant. Keep your fucking mouth shut about Dark Souls.
About the fact that nothing you do in the game has any consequences. You can't alienate your relationships with NPCs, you can't fail quests, nothing.
I killed Lucan and now Camilla hates me. She'll still sell me stuff, but she has a negative voice line and it makes me sad face. I understand the take if he's used to not being able to murder everyone and everything. Why would you expect it when you're not used to it? Because you played the earlier games that he evoked earlier? Like, he literally just evoked Daggerfall. I never promised Dark Souls for 100k. This is a lie.
Again, your actions do indeed have consequences. Siding with either Faendal or Savin in their love triangle quest will permanently cause the other to refuse to deal with you.
Now, did he epic style own me just now? Let me understand this.
Few RPGs give you that ability anyway. Or how about the fact that nothing you do in the game has any consequences?
Okay, so I think he's like bringing up a straw man, or he's bringing up like a position that gets brought up. And now he's providing a counter. Like, this is why I'm doing this, because he's like, it's really confusing to evoke an example. I thought he was saying that you can't alienate NPCs, but he's saying that other people are saying. Is he saying that? Like, it's really confusing. Okay. I'm sorry, but the amount of money is just not acceptable. Let's see. Can I do it this way? It looks like I can. Now, did that take? It did. Cool. Learn something new every day. Cool. I took care of it.
RPGs give you that ability anyway. Or how about the fact that nothing you do in the game has any consequences? You can't alienate your relationships with NPCs, you can't fail quests, nothing. Again, your actions do indeed have consequences. Siding with either Faendal or Savin in their love triangle quest will permanently cause the other to refuse to deal with you. If you miss your wedding with the same person twice, that person will forever refuse to speak to you. Okay, so the consequences you set.
So yeah, again, I'm still confused of who he's fighting. Like, this is why I'm doing the note-taking streams, to have these examples of, because like I think the person he's arguing against is either Sammy Online or Sorcerer Dave, right? Because that's who's fashionable to argue with. But because it's presented this way, it comes off as confusing. Like, are you saying that you can't have consequences, and then like saying that you can? Who are you defeating? Anyways, continue.
Suffering may not necessarily be the exact consequences you expected, and maybe they don't happen quite as often as you might like. In that case, maybe you need to get your heads out of your asses and stop acting so self-entitled.
Oh, the self-entitled argument. Huh? Okay. How well did that work out for game journalists? Telling people that they're self-entitled is a fast way to not make friends. And I don't mean friends with content creators, I mean friends with, like, fans. But yeah, it really worked out when games journalists said that gamers were self-entitled about the Mass Effect ending. Who is he talking to? Well, that's the other confusing part, is he's countering somebody. This is too specific to not be something that somebody has said. But because he's not naming names, and he's not providing examples, he's like epic style owning somebody who doesn't exist, which is called a straw man. Now, is it accurate? I mean, I guarantee you people have made the positions he's arguing against. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. Telling them they're calling them entitled is like not an argument. It's like, yeah, you are entitled to things as a consumer. You pay money for it. Especially if, like, the people in question have a track record of showing that they can do it a certain way, then expecting it to, like, continue to be that way or to improve. That's not really entitlement. Or it is entitlement, but it's reasonable. Did I miss somebody?
That person will forever refuse to speak to you. Okay, so the consequences you suffer may not necessarily be the exact consequences you expected, and maybe they don't happen quite as often as you might like. In that case, maybe you need to get your heads out of your asses and stop acting so self-entitled.
I feel like you could say that about a spell making point. Like, oh, you want spell making in the game? Well, why are you being so entitled? I don't know.
In conclusion, the game is indeed
Comes off with a sour taste.
accessible to hardcore RPG fans. Rather, it's not accessible to self-entitled dickheads who expect they deserve everything to be exactly the way they want it, and that every game developer instead should adopt their development strategies to accommodate their unique tastes at the expense of everyone else's enjoyment. Unfortunately, Bethesda can't do anything to help those people.
Okay. Is it bad to be entitled about your toys? Not if you pay for them. If you pay for something, you get things called entitlements and obligations. To be clear, I don't simply say that wanting something is self-entitled. I said insulting the game developers and calling the game dumbed down because they don't get it is self-entitled. So I assume you're specifically referring to the dumbed down kind of drama that happened in like 2013, 2014. Like I said earlier, this gets a lot... The waters get a lot less muddy if you actually have somebody to argue against. But yeah, it is definitely like a out of left field thing, because it's like he spent the first 40 minutes being pretty civil. I think like the worst thing he did was he called the Imperials dicks, which, let's be honest, they are. And then like he comes out of left field with this kind of position. But yeah, I mean, I would agree that, because I definitely like, I didn't agree with like the way that like Sammy Online was approaching this position, even though I agree with like a lot of what he has to say. People like Kritosis who cuss people out for not agreeing with them are self-entitled. I wouldn't say they're self-entitled, more like they're like, you just leave it at dicks. Like, entitlement is a legitimate thing. You have to understand. Like, there's worse things that you can be than entitled to something.
So we've determined that this game is surprisingly accessible to franchise newbies.
Is it surprisingly? Minor thing.
Franchise veterans and hardcore gamers who aren't self-entitled, though not being self-entitled is a huge condition. That leaves casual gamers as the only group that is currently unaccounted for as far as accessibility is concerned.
Well, I thought this whole point was about them, but sure.
Fortunately, this is also the easiest to establish. I have not only heard Skyrim described as a game for casuals, I have repeatedly heard Skyrim described as the game for the casuals. In fact, the arguments I just recited by so-called hardcore gamers are in fact arguments that Skyrim has been casualized compared to earlier Elder Scrolls titles. So clearly, Skyrim is indeed...
Elder Scrolls titles. I love YouTube captions. Okay, so why does... I don't see Kritosis. Like, people keep referring to him, but I haven't actually seen him post. So, like, if you guys are arguing, I wanted to show up in the VOD. Hang on. Chat off. Close. Refresh. Pop the chat back out. Set it back to live chat, because top chat's for losers. Alright, so now I see him. But yeah, like he legit wasn't showing up. Make sure that it's pointing at the right window and chat back up. All right, we're back.
Accessible to casual gamers.
But yeah, okay, so I already said it before. So it's like one of those things where it's like, if you're wrong, although in this case, it's not that you're wrong, it's that there's a better way to do it, which doesn't make you wrong or a loser or anything. But like the better way to do it is just show Sammy online. It's not a low blow. Trust me, calling that guy out is like a public service. Yeah, we've had like everybody today. Today's been a fun day for appearances.
This near
Matrix fans are entitled for thinking the sequels aren't that great. Yes, I would agree, but I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. Like if you're disappointed that like Matrix 2 and 3 aren't very good movies, and I would agree that they're not compared to the first one. Yes, you're being entitled because you expected something and got another, but I don't think it's particularly unreasonable.
Universal accessibility is most likely one of the biggest reasons why Skyrim is the third best-selling RPG of all time.
I mean, I don't know. You said a lot of things that weren't kind of cogent to the accessibility point. That I think, honestly, you just wanted to get off your chest. I think you just wanted to say that, like, Sammy Online is an entitled dickhead, which I would agree with. Because he made a very poorly argued kind of video. And, like, somebody in the comments, I think I showed it on stream before. I'm not going to pull it up, but somebody in the comments was like, I watched Sammy Online, and I don't understand why you didn't, I don't understand why you didn't treat him the same way as you did the other people. And it's like, it's because I agree with what Sammy Online has to say, but I really, really dislike how he said it. And so it's like, I likened it to the man covered in shit who comes up to you and says, I agree with this person. That's kind of how I feel is, you shouldn't poorly argue things. Or you shouldn't take in poor arguments just because you agree with them. So, we're heading into dungeons now.
The Elder Scrolls game.
I have to say, this structure, I actually like it. It's not as much of a chaotic clusterfuck as some of the other people. Like, I don't understand Salt Factory's structure because he, like, front-loaded a bunch of the mechanical discussion, but then he had, like, a 2-second tangent about lockpicking, like, 40 minutes into the video, and then that was it for, like, mechanical stuff. It was a really weird kind of way to do things, and I think Never Knows Best also had a really bad structure, but that was because, like, he had his weird tangent about game loops, and then, like, the Skyrim game loop, and it was all kind of bad vibes. It's cringe. The dumbing down video had great points, but poisons the well with the way it presents its points, and always strays into pure cringe. It has a decent idea, but bad way to go about it. Well, yeah, that was my issue, was, like, it made it too easy to kind of tee off on those positions. It should have worked. I know what you're asking. I put their account IDs in to the into like the settings, and it's like it lists their accounts. So if you got more people, I can put them in. We can see if that eases up. But yes, the amount of money is insufficient.
The Elder Scrolls games are.
Can we watch the game loop part one more time? Do you want to kill everybody in this stream? Are you a madman? Twice was too much.
First and foremost, dungeon crawlers. The dungeons are the primary means of providing challenge to the players in the Elder Scrolls games. So how
I'm glad somebody recognizes its true gender identity as a dungeon crawler.
good the dungeons are in Skyrim are a huge factor in the game's overall quality.
The structure should be ethos, pathos, logos, taxis, lexis from Aristotle. Yeah. What was the Xanos or whatever somebody brought up? Like the fourth pillar of argumentation? Xanos.
The dungeons in Skyrim are hit or a miss, to put it mildly. Some
Yeah, definitely to put it mildly. Although I feel like it's kind of miss probably 60 or 70% of the time.
aspects of the dungeons hit it out of the park, while other aspects fall so short of the bar that you have to wonder if they were even trying to clear it. As for the layout for the dungeons themselves, this is certainly a hit. The dungeons are certainly a huge improvement over Oblivion. To show you what I mean, here's a screenshot from a cave dungeon in Oblivion. This cave dungeon is required for a major Oblivion faction quest line. But can any of you tell me right off the bat which dungeon this is, or even which quest it's for? Or for that matter, even which quest line it's for?
Mages Guild. I forget the name of it, but it's the one that takes you to the Staff Island. But I mean, I can't tell you the name of any fucking dungeons in Skyrim. Bleak Falls Barrow, that's it. That's literally all I know. Dungeon names just exist for like to make it easy to look them up. Nobody remembers dungeon names in any of these games. I couldn't tell you any Morrowind dungeon names. But yeah, I recognize this because you walk in and this was like the person that's supposed to greet you, but she's dead. That's obviously a necromancer. And then like it goes down under the lake and then comes back up and you come out of the staff area. I'm pretty sure that's the one it is. It's definitely a Mages Guild one because that's a necromancer. Wellspring Cave, I think that's its name.
Now here's a screenshot from a cave dungeon in Skyrim that isn't even associated with any quest, let alone a major faction quest line. Despite its lack of relative importance, many of you probably instantly recognize this dungeon. One aspect of the dungeon layout that I've actually heard criticism about is their linear dungeon progression. Once in a blue moon, you'll have dungeons that have segments that you can do out of order or shortcuts you can take. But for the most part, the dungeons go from entrance to boss chambers before providing a shortcut back to the entrance or simply an exit to the opposite side of the dungeon's exterior. The shortcuts out of the dungeon will certainly...
Alright, we got another one. Okay, so let me... let's see. Are an improvement... even remember this Oblivion dungeon? I did. And then the other part is the shortcuts out of the dungeon was a huge improvement. So hang on one second. Will, it may be gone, but he's not forgotten. His legacy... I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Will Loves Video Games is like one of the most... Yeah, I think he's one of the best Elder Scrolls content creators. Shit, I forgot. I didn't put the timestamp in. God damn it. Never mind. I can play the video, but I don't know when he says it. Although I remember what it looked like when he said it, so maybe we can find it. Let me just... what was it called? Hang on, I've got a billion fucking Skyrim videos that have almost identical titles. Did I get it? Uh-oh. Oh, no, it's this one. Open with... Choose another app. More apps.
Not prevention.
Let's see.
Ability.
He was in Bleak Falls Barrow. Should be around here.
dungeons were random and made you hike back to the start, Skyrim's all had some unique element and a shortcut to the entrance. Dragons are the perfect...
Damn, that wasn't it. Okay, I gotta figure that out later. But yeah, like the big thing is I can play videos that I have saved on stream now. I wasn't able to do that just a short while ago. Here's my daily check. Will loves, actually my like hourly check at this point. Will loves video games. Is he back? He's not back. He's still gone. Please. Subscribe to this man. Do something. Please bring him back. I don't know. If we push too hard, he might just disappear entirely. Please go subscribe to him, but don't comment about how to come back. We gotta send subtle messages. Did you do? Hang on. Oh, okay. You sent me a new one. I got you. Maybe Will doesn't love YouTube as much as he loves video games. Well, that's the sad part, is like, people gave him a lot of shit for that Oblivion video, but it's like, it's clear that there's a lot more passion that went into it than like mistakes. And it's like, I think he improved as a content creator, even if I find the musical insert stuff kind of cringy, but that, like, that's a style thing. So it's like, if you're into that, you deserve to have him. I think he pulls it off better than some people.
Before providing a shortcut back to the entrance or simply an exit to the opposite side of the dungeon's exterior. The shortcuts out of the dungeon were certainly a huge improvement over Oblivion's and Morrowind's dungeons.
I disagree, and here's why I disagree. Skyrim's dungeons are made so you don't have to backtrack, but on the odd occasion where you do have to backtrack for whatever reason, like, let's say you're in the one dungeon where you have to get the 3 opaque vessels and you miss one and you have to backtrack through the entire thing to get the fucking second one. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. It's incredibly boring because there's no alternate routes to find. There's no, like, you know, secret areas that you might notice on a second pass or anything like that. It's literally just walking slowly through an empty dungeon. Does anyone have his 12-minute Skyrim video to download? I have it. I have it. Hopefully, I honestly hope he does come back, so I don't have to. I don't know if I would upload it. That might be something. That might be something I keep kind of unlisted. I think he wanted to be low profile is the issue. But it's like, I don't know. He's kind of too good to be low profile. If you get what I mean. And I'm not like blowing smoke up his ass. Like, I genuinely think he's a fine content creator.
So that's definitely a point in the hit column of the dungeon designs. But as for the linearity, this is going to be a controversial call, and I'm going to say that this is also a hit. Personally, I feel the sense of exploration is at its best in the overworld, due to the multitudes of rewards you get for exploring there. The dungeons are designed to be more challenge than exploration, and so the linear nature works best. However,
okay, so why does linearity work best for that kind of mindset? Surely part of the challenge would be navigation, right? You don't have to backtrack, but you would never want to. Yeah, that's what I mean, is on the occasion where you do have to backtrack, Skyrim's dungeons are abysmal. But in a Morrowind, so like, there's the Sandale is Shimmering quest. You have to backtrack through that dungeon to do it. But there's like alternate routes that you can find on your backtracks and like more loot to find. That it's also like not that long that you have to backtrack. And I think there's a second combat encounter when you do. So it's like it's not a big deal when you have to backtrack a Morrowind or Oblivion dungeon. But in Skyrim, since everything is designed to not be backtracked, having to do it is boring. From what I understand, Will's Oblivion video was pretty much his first attempt at long-form analysis. Is that correct? So the story I've been told is he made that video and he took a stab at being a content creator, but nothing else really took off for him. And like a lot of people gave him shit for stuff in the Oblivion video, some of it fair, some of it not so, but it's like he has a very artificial cadence to the way that he would say lines in the Oblivion video, and he doesn't do that anymore. So he's learned as a content creator, but like apparently this is what I've been told because I wasn't around for this. Apparently like he was really super self-conscious about his voice, and so like he made a video that was like all textual, which I think is dumb, because I don't think there's any voice that, like, unless you have like a really debilitating speech impediment or like a Polish accent, there's not really any voice that's like impossible to make better.
However, if it makes you feel better, I will acknowledge that the lack of variety in dungeon design is a serious miss. I frankly believe that about half, or at
Okay, so I don't understand the auto subtitles. Why is it MIS capital? Like, he did not butcher that pronunciation, right? There's no way that the YouTube subtitles are just so dumb that like they took what was clearly the word a miss in terms of hit and miss and took it that way. Do I detect a beef with a Slavic Morrowind content creator? Who's the Slavic Morrowind content creator? I have no clue who you're talking about. I just picked an accent. Could have been Norwegians. I don't know. I actually don't know what a Norwegian accent is. Well, no, I've watched like Colic Tivet before, so I know what Norwegians sound like.
that the lack of variety in dungeon design is a serious miss. I frankly believe that about half, or at least a third of the dungeons should have allowed at least a little bit of non-linearity. If anything, there should have been optional branching paths, the key word being optional.
What do you think the branching paths in Oblivion were? Mandatory? Mickey D? Isn't he Irish? I don't watch Mickey D. That might be a surprise to some of you, but I'm not a Morrowind content creator and I don't keep up with them. All I know about Mickey D is that he is Irish, I believe. Warlockocracy? I haven't watched him. But you could be right about that.
That either offered extra reward.
Whoever said that Mickey D was Polish must be from the UK.
Linearity. If anything, there should have been optional branching paths, the key word being optional, that either offered extra rewards if you went off the beaten path, perhaps offered shortcuts to the dungeon boss.
It's a really weird position. So, okay. Dungeons should be linear, but they should have optional branching paths. Not like all those Oblivion dungeons with optional branches.
Or maybe even offered paths that were technically just as long, but had more booby traps than enemies, or vice versa. So while I definitely approve of the linear dungeon design, although I realize that's subjective, if it's any consolation to you, I doubt.
It doesn't matter if it's subjective. You don't have to couch stuff in that. Like, we all get that. Why am I stuck at work during the interesting streams? Ah, I see. You work weekends. Yeah, I'm sorry, but Saturday streams are the best. That's why they start a couple hours early, so that they can be longer. I think he was saying it's fine to be mostly linear, but some optional stuff would be good. Right, but at what point are you just saying that you want Oblivion dungeons? Retosis doesn't believe in subjectivity and art critique. Well, that sounds dumb. I'm kind of curious if that's true. People say that about Mauler, but Mauler doesn't think that. I think that subjectivity is overrated because anybody can give their subjective opinion, but subjectivity is still important. Oblivion's dungeon sucks, but you see my point, right? Is if you have a linear way to the end, I assume what you're referring to is the end is the toughest enemy with the treasure box, right? That's the end of the dungeon. And then you have an optional path. You keep adding optional paths, you're just going to have an Oblivion dungeon at that point. Like, I don't know if you know this about me. I am the guy who made the Oblivion dungeon overhaul. Now, what's the Oblivion dungeon overhaul? That is a mod that ties together a bunch of Oblivion dungeons. So I'm actually pretty familiar with the topic. Let's look it up. Let's see. Fort Double Cross. Oh, man. Fort Double Cross is literally the most linear dungeon in the game. Holy shit. Fort Blue Blood. Yeah, that one's... Well, okay. So it's like... This is a pretty good example. Save image. So it's like you enter this zone from C1 and then I think the boss is in E and then D1, like D will take you back. So basically the dungeon is a circle and then like you have this optional area off to the side, but that's basically what you're proposing is if you want an optional path that just has loot in it, that's what B and E are in the bottom left, is an optional path with loot in it. So that's kind of my point, is that once you start adding optional stuff, it's going to start looking like Oblivion dungeons. Even if all there is treasure down in it. That's what's in the optional paths in Oblivion dungeons. You understand that once you start adding branching paths, then it's not linear anymore. Even, like, the main thing with linearity, well, I guess it is still linear because there's one line to the end, but the thing with linearity is that it implies like a single path of navigation. Yeah, I'm always kind of skeptical of people who claim that, like, oh man, there are just objectivity, what would we say it is? Objectivity conservatives, where it's like you have to be objective in all formats. There's no room for subjectivity. I don't think those people exist. Like, everybody admits that the postmodernists have a point with part of the human experience is our subjective interpretation of reality. They just sort of want you to acknowledge that there is like consistency that can be communicated between people.
Definitely believe the game should have given us more variety in dungeon design. If you're talking about the dungeon's lengths, however, I would argue that this is simultaneously a hit and a miss at the same time. If you would ask...
Oh god, that third-person animation where it's like he keeps drawing. Good advancements in animation. Mauler used to be like that. I can't account for every Mauler video, but I would definitely say like he grew out of it by the time that he started gaining popularity.
Asked me a year ago what I thought of the dungeon's lengths, I would have definitely said that they were far too short. But then I...
Well, okay, so here's like the surprising day, right? I'm actually like pretty alright with this video. I thought that, like, from what I was told, and this is why I kind of opened with that point about, like, poisoned wells and, like, sort of expectations. I guess, in a sense, this is kind of a validation of my point that, like, if we went into this with an open mind, we've had mostly just civil disagreements, short of, like, the entitlement thing. Oh, shit, the dungeon's still on the map. I apologize. I stopped watching Mauler in late 2018, early 2019. I think, well, everybody stopped watching Mauler at that point because he stopped making videos. But that's post, like, Last Jedi. Like, I would say by the time not the first Last Jedi video, but the long one, the 5-hour one, by that point he'd kind of grown out of his like always be objective, never be subjective kind of mindset, because I think he kind of matured.
I began a blind Let's Play of Dragon Age Origins, which you can watch by clicking on the link in the description. While doing the main quest, I noticed that there were only 4 factions I needed to obtain assistance from. Obviously, they all needed favors for me to resolve their immediate conflicts before they could provide this help. However, because there were only 4 of them, the dungeons they had me going through were astronomically long. There was too much combat in the main quest and not enough story, and it was the story that got me hooked into that game in the first place.
It's the extreme postmodernist stance that there's no such thing as objective reality due to subjective experience, intellectual nihilism, and lazy identity politics. Yes. I would say that, like, the thing is, you're sort of having an argument about postmodernism when, like, most people who are, like, most people today don't take that, like, hard line, there's no subjective, there's no objective reality kind of stance, because most people can agree that, like, yes, there is an objective reality for a lot of things. Like, the color of the sky is the obvious go-to with this kind of conversation, right? The sky is blue. Oh, what if the sky... No, the sky's not red. The sky is blue. It has a measurable wavelength. And what you have to realize is that most things are actually measurable. Even, like, things that you would traditionally assume are subjective, your interactions with those can be measured and can be made into consistency. And what you have to remember is that you have to work with a gradient of experiences. Your experience is subjective, but when you come to a consensus or like a synthesis of all these fucking Skyrim videos, you start to come to sort of an objective understanding about how a lot of different people interact with it. Oh god, I'm about to Z. This is not the first time we've talked about this topic. Do all eyes see blue the same way, though? Doesn't matter. Blue is an objective thing that physically exists and can be consistently communicated. Doesn't matter, like, you know, people with color blindness don't see blue the same way, but that doesn't really matter.
So, quite frankly, I believe the dungeons in Skyrim...
Like, most people who are colorblind understand that they're colorblind and that what they see isn't objective reality.
Needed to be a bit longer, but only a bit. The next part of the dungeons that I plan to critique is its puzzles, and you get no argument from me, those are definite misses. Honestly, there isn't much I can say about these puzzles that hasn't already been said 1,000 times before, so just to sum it up...
No, please say it. Please say it.
Let me replay a portion from my mini-series on the ideal Elder Scrolls 6, which you can watch by clicking on the link in the description. Anyway, here is the clip from that mini-series. Here's the biggest problem with the puzzles in Skyward. The game...
In Skyward. I'm loving these closed captions.
Literally gives you the answer in plain sight. Along with the phrase arrow in the knee, this has become one of Skyrim's most reviled aspects. Countless memes and YouTube videos have been created poking fun at how insultingly simple the puzzles are.
Man, look, the combination is on the claw.
It's not the combination.
What?
It's a trick.
It's not a trick.
It would never make it that easy.
What they did, though.
Then why make a combination at all?
I have no fucking idea.
And the best part of all this is, instead of fessing up and admitting that you screwed up, you actually tried to save face by quietly adding in a book during one of your batches that said that the puzzles were designed to keep the Draugr from escaping, rather than keep...
Oh, this is the first time hearing of this. Hang on. So, the Draugr... I literally called it cope today. So the Draugr cope of the puzzles existing to contain them is a patch. Is this true? Is it true, and is it a patch or is it a DLC? Like, did it come with Hearthfire, Dawnguard, or was it like patch 1.1 added a book? I showed the book excerpt in the video, so I have proof. I'm not saying the book doesn't exist. I'm saying I'm curious what patch it came in, because then there can be an interpretation drawn from that. Name the book and I'll cross-reference it. Let's see. Let's...
You actually tried to save face by quietly adding in a book during...
Hang on. So he, like... I gotta turn the speed down, because he very briefly showed the title.
You actually tried to save face by quietly adding in a book...
Fucking What's the frame by frame? The Death of a Wanderer. Okay, so that's the book title, is Death of a Wanderer. Oh, hang on. It's mixing it up with real books called that. Where's the UESP article? There it is. Oh, the UESP doesn't say. Hang on. But yeah, if there's somebody who can look into that, I'm really curious. What patch it was added in. I'm not saying he's wrong. Guys, you have to understand that. I'm really just curious what patch it's in. Because again, it's interesting and there's assumptions that could be made. It's found in the Thalmor headquarters and in Castle Valkalhar exclusively. Yeah, that doesn't say anything. You'll have to like, you could go like try to look up patch notes and Control F and look for the book.
To save face by quietly adding in a book during one of your batches that said that the puzzles were designed to keep the Draugr from escaping rather than keeping adventurers out.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
Ignoring for a minute that this was clearly a post-release edition, meaning it is a blatant cop-out, it is still demonstrably false.
I was thinking about this today. Like, I always assumed that this was like cope that like some Elder Scrolls shill channel had come up with, that because like it's easily disprovable because there's Draugr that are outside the puzzle areas.
For starters, these intelligence insults.
Well, okay, hang on. If it was a patch and not a DLC, then I don't think you could do that. Like, I don't think it'll have a DLC tag. I mean, we can field test this real quick. Because I can do that. But yeah, that would be a if it's part of Dawnguard, then it should have a 02. Help the death of a wanderer. The death of the wanderer. Okay, hang on. What's its ID? Oh, wait, hang on. The UESP should just say. It's 000ED040. So it's not Dawnguard. It would have to be an actual patch. If it's 000, then yeah, it would have to be a patch if it was added post-launch. So that should make it easier to find. Anyways, we're gonna move on because somebody in the research channel will probably look it up for me. Patched items usually have the tag of 2. That's Dawnguard stuff, though.
Resulting puzzles are found in every dungeon in Skyrim, not just the Draugr ruins. Second, NPCs in the game are routinely fooled.
So I think it's weird that, like, the Dwemer ruins have, like, aesthetic challenges, and the Nordic ruins have puzzles, which is backwards. I figured it out. They patched the contents of the book itself. Wow. That's funny.
By these puzzles and repeatedly commend you for your ability to.
Good job on using the follower to pick up the skill books.
Decipher them.
What the fuck is an athletic challenge? Listen, you really don't want to start on the pronunciation game. Even live streaming, I'm ahead of you.
If the puzzles are supposed to be this easy for a living person, why is this guy right here getting killed by the poison darts when he fails?
He's a dumb bandit. I mean, there's nothing to indicate that it's trapped.
Why is this enemy soldier laying dead at this door, presumably killed by the poison darts that hit him when he couldn't figure out the claw combination? Why is my commander commending me for my ability to figure this claw out, acting like I'm some sort of prodigy? And if the traps are for the Draugr, why is it, when you get the puzzle wrong, you get hit by poison darts, when the Draugr are immune to poison? If the darts are supposed to just be a means of forcing the Draugr to back away from the door,
Bandits aren't people, they don't have rights.
like barbed wire for cows, then why do they need to be tipped with poison which isn't going to affect the Draugr? Thus, they are...
Yes, it is cope. That's the fast way to say it, is it's cope. Has anyone ever died from the poison arrow traps? Only on modded playthroughs where I had a lot less health.
clearly intended to be difficult in universe.
Don't the Draugr take damage from the darts? I think it does a very, very minor amount of physical damage. So his point here is, if I'm understanding it right, that it's really dumb to say that the puzzles are for the Draugr when clearly they're for the people.
Even if they're actually easy to an intelligence-insulting level.
But the thing is, Oblivion does it rarely, but Oblivion's puzzles are basically on the same level. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and the issue is, when I was in school, I talked to a guy who I would never have guessed played video games. I mean, this guy was clearly having sex. And, he was telling me about how he likes Skyrim because he just, he plays Orc Barbarian, he dual wields, 2 axes, and he just pops Bloodlust and just goes on, killing sprees. That's why he likes Skyrim. He's definitely the sort of guy who isn't gonna appreciate going through a dungeon and, finding a brain twister that's oh man, I can't figure out how to get through this door because of this really tricky puzzle. Yeah, he's not there for that. So you have to cater to all interests, which is why, my kind of idea is, you can either associate a certain dungeon type with puzzles, so it's all Dwemer Ruins have some kind of crazy puzzle, so then the people who don't like puzzles know, oh, I'm just going to avoid Dwemer Ruins. Or you associate it with factions. That dude did fuck. I was down for him.
Even if we accept that these puzzles are so simple in-universe because they're designed to keep the Draugr out, it ultimately...
YouTube cannot handle the word Draugr. I think the college questline could use some puzzles, definitely. It needs a lot more than that stupid, hot, cold crystal puzzle. But yeah, Elder Scrolls has never been particularly strong on the puzzle design. And it maybe probably shouldn't be. Either that or because I was thinking about the game is lacking key mechanics that it would need for you to do interesting puzzles. I like that Bloodskull one in Dragonborn where the sword does an energy attack, and you have to realize that if you power attack in certain directions, it changes how you swing it, and that changes the sort of orientation of the energy, and then that's how you actually solve that puzzle. I thought that was very interesting.
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, these dungeons
Now you're really playing this quote.
Exist for our amusement. At the end of the day, the bottom line is that even if there's an
You're not leaving enough of a video for them to want to watch.
in-universe explanation for the puzzles being so simple, that doesn't make it good game design. And no amount of in-universe explanations, no matter how plausible they are going to exempt you from that.
So yeah, the puzzles in Skyrim's dungeons are a definite miss, and there's no two ways about it.
It's a diamond in the rough because the Bloodskull Blade puzzle was a response to the criticism of how simple Skyrim's puzzles were, which they were basically just speed bumps. I like the whisper yelling. Hey, sometimes you can't actually yell. I understand that. I understand having issues like that.
Like the overworld, the dungeons often seek to tell a story with their dungeon layout.
Like, I've heard of, like, ways to work around it, but yeah, it's just kind of hard to work around.
The Draughter ruins often have hieroglyphics written on their walls that seek to describe how the ancient Nords handled their funeral and burial rites. Also, the dungeon layout themselves often give us glimpses into the story the game is telling, as well as the lore of the world.
I like how a bunch of dungeons have shitters. That's the part of dungeons I like in Skyrim. To be honest, at this point, it's a wonder why you even plugged the video but played a majority of the content in the video. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I said, was like, they're not going to go check it out now because they've probably seen most of the video. I would assume. The ideal Elder Scrolls 6. Well, maybe not. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, it's like 2 hours and 50 minutes. Never mind. Never mind. There's still a lot of video for them to watch. Wow. Okay, I was not expecting that. How many fucking 2-hour videos can you make about Elder Scrolls? Just fuck it, okay? Go for the 12 hours.
Like, for instance, in the dungeon of Dustman's Cairn, which you complete as part of the Companion's Quest.
Now, that's a weird pronunciation of Cairn. Oh, yeah, you see, he started it.
As well as the lore of the world. Like, for instance, in the dungeon of Dustman's Cairn, which you complete as part of the Companion's Quest line, the first room of the dungeon has evidence of recent excavation, foreshadowing the fact that you're walking into an ambush. Alternatively, the
I wouldn't say that's foreshadowing as much as in your fucking face lighting that you're about to get ambushed. Like, you pretty much willingly walk into it. Would you do a GTA 4 video? Probably not. That's not a no, it's just a probably not. I wonder how long your analysis video for Skyrim will be. Well, that's kind of the thing, is I'm not sure. I don't write to length, but I have a lot to say. Also, Farkas says that people were here recently. Well, yeah, and it's like pretty blatant that it's an ambush. Like, oh yeah, there's some sketch-ass fucking scholar came and told us where a piece of this thing that we're looking for is. Definitely not an ambush. ODST win, though. That's in development. Here's my issue, okay? I'm probably going to play Elden Ring. I'm definitely going to review Starfield. Ahead of Starfield, I want to cover No Man's Sky, Elite Dangerous, Odyssey, Outer Worlds, and Fallout 76. That is 5 videos. Actually, 6 videos that I have lined up for the next year. Now, if you've paid attention to the last year on my channel, we've done maybe 4 this year, not counting the big Oblivion project. So it's like, you know, when you're asking for me to do stuff, and it's like, I'm basically booked for the next year. So yeah, it's like, I want to do an ODST video, but I think the chance for that has come and gone. And I mean, missing the chance for that meant I got this big YouTube channel, so it's not really that regrettable.
Dungeon of Urkin, this has a section laid out showcasing how the dwarves tortured their Falmer slaves.
Which I think is weird because all the torture racks are made out of wood. Why are there so many dislikes? You need to add your name to the dislike registry, my friend. We are keeping it going, keeping it abound. What is everybody messaging me for? Why not use an Excel sheet with different tabs for different videos instead of a notepad file? Because I can control F the entire notepad file. Alright, there's some interviews. Who fucking contacted me in general? I'm pissed when you ping me. I don't see it. Alright, cool. I'm sorry, that was bothering me. I'm sorry, but Notepad is, this is peak professional note-taking. There's gonna be a day where like I go through and convert this to a more usable kind of format. And I'll probably stream it. I don't know.
These would be great ways for the dungeons to tell stories through their dungeon design, almost on par with the overworld storytelling that I praised so much in the section on overworld exploration.
I don't know. Isn't that the same thing? Like, whether you find a skeleton with his leg stuck in a bear trap in a dungeon or an overworld, that doesn't really seem like a big world of difference.
However, they fall tragically short of the mark due to one fatal flaw. Bethesda doesn't want to just let this ingenious dungeon design speak for itself, so they program your companions to spell out the dungeon layout for you like you're a little dummy.
Looks like someone's been digging here, and recently.
Even the farmer don't deserve the pain.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Those are quest dungeons, where those companions are scripted to go with you. It's not like the hirelings are telling you about, like, the inane bullshit in random dungeon number 65. I don't know why I can still see dislikes on mobile. That just means you haven't updated YouTube yet. But your time is coming.
These implements must have inflicted. The dwarves were a cruel race.
This is a blatant violation of one of the most basic rules of writing.
Oh, please, no. Don't say it. No, I know you're going to say it, because the subtitles have spoiled it, but... Show, don't tell. You know what you learn in your 3rd year of college? All those rules we taught you are made to be broken. Once you become a true intellectual, then you understand that the law is merely an inhibitor for the plebs. Murder is the Giga grind set. Just a friendly reminder that Salt actually thought the skeleton key unlocked skeletons in his video. No, that was the joke. Advice equals rules, and all rules must be followed, obviously. Well, yeah, it's like the sentiment some people have that, like, ad hominem, or not ad hominems, logical fallacies are arguments that you should never use, which is not their purpose in rhetoric. Logical fallacies are common arguments that are made. That's it. They're not taboo. You're not a bad person if you use them. Sometimes calling someone an idiot is way more effective than breaking down why they are. And I mean, it's the same thing with the show don't tell rule. There are times where exposition is necessary, like the introduction of Skyrim.
The dwarves were a cruel race.
This is a blatant violation of one of the most basic rules of writing. Show, don't tell. If you click on the card I provided to take you to my analysis of the ideal Elder Scrolls 6, I mentioned that rule of writing there as well. For the time being, however...
My guy, I'm not going to do 2 hours and 50 minutes of homework for this video. Just FYI.
Suffice it to say, if you feel the need to spell out for us the way your dungeon is set up to tell a story, then by your own admission, you have failed to tell the story through dungeon design alone, at which point you should go back to the drawing board.
Wouldn't it be really weird if Carlisle walked through a fucking torture room and was like, Hold it in. Don't comment on anything. Don't say anything that might violate a rule of storytelling. This is characterizing Carlia. Yeah, I mean, that's another way to look at it, is like, it's another instance of them showing that, like, Carlia is kind of a sympathetic character who feels bad for the Falmer. Carlia is a weird character. We're going to talk a lot about Carlia. She's an odd one. But yeah, it's like, there are uses for exposition. There are times where tell and show is an adequate thing to do. I do not live in England. Do not slander me in the chat. His criticism would work in the Kagranzel dungeon, the one with the orb. Companions will comment about the Falmer before even dropping into the hive. Yeah, I have noticed a lot of, like, the generic hirelings have, like, lines that spoil the dungeon ahead of time. Keep it simple, stupid. Exactly. Rules are for kings.
Board. So while the use of strategically placed dungeon statics to help tell a story is a great idea in concept,
you should do some dungeons that aren't part of the main quest line. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something?
I have to add it to the miss column due to its underwhelming execution.
You should show the hit and misses column. So many Skyrim heads still swear by Lydia, even though she's essentially less than nothing in terms of a character. Yeah, there's way better companions that you can get. But the hirelings in Skyrim, that's a good term for them because they're fucking pathetic and they're not followers.
This leaves the enemies at—
Yeah, I would like if, like, Carlia started, like, that would be a funny thing in, like, a metagame, is, like, Carlia starts saying, like, wow, this place is kind of fucked up. I guess the Dwemer were, like, big torturers, and then, like, as she starts to say it, like, Brynjolf punches her in the arm, and is like, dude, shut up! Shut up! Shut the fuck up, okay? Show, don't tell. And Carlia's like, what the fuck does that mean? Show, don't tell.
as the last thing to analyze for each dungeon. Unfortunately, I have to judge this one as a miss as well. The decor of most dungeons can usually tell you in advance what type of enemies you will encounter there. For example, these black tents and fences—
The closed captioning saw that as a question. Or as an interrogative. My big issue with Serana is that she keeps bumping into me during conversations, and it's really fucking annoying. Or, like, she'll get in the way of the person talking. Are you sure people like Lydia because she's pretty and not because she's, like, given to the player as a slave?
Dungeons can usually tell you in advance what type of enemies you will encounter there. For example, these black tents and fences indicate that you will encounter Falmer, while funeral and grave materials like linen cloths and embalming tools indicate that you're in a Draugr dungeon.
Sure. Well, Serana's dumb because she lampshades the fact that her story is a daddy issue story. She's like, I know it sounds so pastiche, and it's like, you know, everybody's heard the little girl has issues with her father story, and it's like, no, bitch, that's your fucking story. You got daddy issues. Mommy and daddy are getting a divorce.
However, beyond the aesthetic, the enemies in the dungeons simply don't offer enough variety. And I don't mean the aesthetic of the dungeon, I mean the aesthetic of the enemies. Aside from a handful of very minor tweaks to their combat,
Starting to channel some Mr. Caption here. We just need some Dragon's Dogma to round this out. Kinda silly. Isn't Serana like 3,000 years old? Oh my god, do not get into how old Serana is. I will have a fucking aneurysm. I'm a few centuries old, but there's an empire in fucking Cyrodiil? And it's like, yeah, bitch, there's always been an empire in Cyrodiil since like the Mythic Age. How old is Serana? They keep saying centuries, but the answer seems to be millennia. I think she's older than the Dragon Cult War, but might have been alive for the Chimer and the Dwemer. I don't know. She doesn't give enough clues. She just says centuries, but centuries is not a valid answer.
nearly all enemies behave in exactly the same way. I will go into more detail about...
I don't understand why Serana is not in a fucking coma when you find her, like the Count's wife. Also, the Empire isn't centuries old. No, but there's always been a... She's, like, surprised that there's an Empire in Cyrodiil, but, like, the fucking Aliens had an Empire in Cyrodiil. I guess you could say the Empire didn't exist during the Interregnum. No, but Serana was, Serana knew basic history about a lot of stuff. She would know, again, that there were empires in fucking Cyrodiil before the Interregnum, like the Remans and the Alessians and the Aliads. She should be surprised Cyrodiil isn't a jungle. She should be surprised that, like, Khajiit and Argonians don't have bowed legs. She should be surprised about a lot of things. Like, that's the issue, is that, like, they don't... Serana isn't, like, surprised by enough stuff. Like, you should roll up to Winterhold and she's like, God, what the fuck happened? Where's the city?
That when I talk about the game's combat system. Right now, however, suffice it to say, as far as the enemies are concerned, the dungeons rarely amount to much more than glorified palette swaps. So, in conclusion, after analyzing the dungeons at Skyrim in great detail...
Would you say great detail? I would say moderate detail. I would, like, Mr. Caption breaking down why the enemies are, like, not sufficiently varied compared to Dragon's Dogma is, like, that's definitely great detail. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck is a dark elf? Who are these orcs? I don't know. How old are the Orsimer?
I have to say that, while they are indeed hit or miss, they are clearly more miss than hit. Sadly, the dungeons in this game are one of the biggest strikes against this game holding up in modern times.
Trust me, they were a strike back in the day. Aren't they as old as Boethia's shit? I have a difficulty... I'm having trouble placing them. They were worshippers of Trinimac, and they had conflicts with the Chimer because of the Daedra worship stuff. So they, like, their transition to being Orsimer probably happened around the same time that the Chimer became Dunmer. I'm surprised that, like, that's something that you know. Cities, okay. I feel like combat would be appropriate after dungeons. Kind of round it out. I see that it happens later. No, Serana, you can't call them Inwas anymore, Serana. That's not politically correct.
The cities are the last part of Skyrim's world design that I haven't yet analyzed, since they are
Wait, they're the last part of Skyrim? Oh, the world design. Okay, I was like, sure. But yeah, no, he's right. How come Serana is never surprised by Dawnguard's crossbows? Were there crossbows in her time too? The Dwemer had crossbows. What happened to spears? Yeah, that she would probably raise a question about that. Wait, mysticism what? We can't fly anymore? No teleportation? What the fuck?
The cities are the last part of Skyrim's world design that I haven't yet analyzed, and since they are extremely important to Skyrim, how they hold up will have a huge impact on how Skyrim holds up. There are 9 hold capitals in the game, 10 if you include the Dragonborn DLC. Each hold is divided into 2 categories, major holds and minor holds. The capitals of major holds
Major holds and minor holds. The capital of major holds are enclosed inside city balls that you have to pass through to load a door to. That would actually be pretty good if upon first meeting she tries to recall home in her mark and she goes, "What the fuck?" Yeah, she would definitely be like really confused about that. Like there's no way that she was a long-lived vampire before she went into the box. So it's like there's no way she didn't know how to fly and teleport. Like those are just too useful of abilities for like Harkon's vampires to not know.
are enclosed inside city walls that you have to pass through a load door to enter.
Oh man, he like said it too.
Major holds and minor holds. The capitals of major holds are enclosed inside city walls that you have to pass.
Yeah, city balls. The city is stored inside the balls.
Pass through a load door to enter. Minor holds don't have that, and their capitals are also much smaller than major hold capitals, being roughly on par with major hold villages like Riverwood.
I'd agree except for Dawnstar. Dawnstar should be a major city.
Speaking of their size, that's an elephant in the room I need to address. The cities in Skyrim are just too damn
Cities in CIM. Hey, the captions agree with me.
small. If I can fast travel to Solitude, the largest city in the game, and sprint my way to the Blue Palace, aka clear on the other side of the city from where I spawn, on only a single bar of stamina, that is just too damn small. In Whiterun, not counting Dragon's Reach Palace, there are a grand total of 21 buildings in the entire city. 3 of the 5 major hold capitals have only a single...
Nah, you see, Skyrim is a historically rural province compared to Morrowind. Yeah, that's an actual like argument that someone left on my Morrowind video when I briefly mentioned that Skyrim's cities were tiny. How much of this could be blamed on consoles? Most of it. Like, cities are pretty complex things in terms of processing that I doubt consoles could have handled them being much bigger than this. Which is sad. But, well, that's how it'd be.
blacksmith each, with Whiterun and Markarth having a measly 2 blacksmiths, and there isn't a single hold capital in the game that has more than 1 apothecary. The Grey Quarter in Windhelm honestly feels more like a single back alley than an entire ghetto neighborhood, and if it weren't for Nazim never shutting up, I would never have guessed.
Okay, come on, closed caption. Z-Man? There's no way. Also, Manslayer clip. They woke Serana up briefly to teleport the teleportation outlaw. I like to think that like when a member of the Sigic Order teleported inside her box, told her, and then teleported back out. Come on, closed caption. Also, I never noticed this. What's up with this crate or this chest? What's up with that, Manslayer? I think Winterhold's destruction would be more impactful if it wasn't roughly the size of Rorikstead. Well, it's like, are there even any ruins of like the collapsed city?
Yes, that Whiterun is actually divided into multiple districts. Granted, I would much rather you have cities that are smaller than normal, but still have the cities be handcrafted rather than procedurally generated. But honestly,
Okay. I don't think Elder Scrolls is at risk of having procedurally generated cities. Point of Winterhold is that most of the city was destroyed. Where are the ruins? There's a couple burned down buildings, but like, where's the ruins of the city in the ocean? It was so destroyed that it completely disappeared, unlike every other ruin in Skyrim. Daggerfall had procedurally generated cities. No. Really? Like I said, I wouldn't take it as like a serious thing that's going to happen. Like you understand the design, the lead design position switch up between Daggerfall and Morrowind, right? Like one belonged to Julian LeFay, the other belonged to Todd Howard. Julian LeFay believed in procedural generation, Todd Howard believed in handcrafted world design.
you have cities that are smaller than normal, but still have the cities be handcrafted rather than procedurally generated. But honestly, Bethesda, you could have made your cities just a little bit bigger than that.
Could they, though? Also channeling your Hassan. Come on! Come on, Bethesda! Come on! No, I agree. I think the issue is they don't, like, future-proof enough stuff where it's like, let's say the city did run in 30 frames per second. Well, I mean, so hardware of the future is going to run it fine.
In fact, if I didn't know any better, I would suspect that Bethesda made the cities this small just out of spite. It's like if I went into a restaurant, got a cheeseburger, asked for mustard on it, got a burger that didn't have mustard on it, asked them to make it again.
Why do people keep asking if I'm obese? Yes, I am an American.
It's like if I went into a restaurant, got a cheeseburger, asked...
Also, cheeseburger metaphor. Put that on the list. I'll just call it a burger metaphor. So tasty. Skyrim was already 30 FPS on the 360, wasn't it? Yeah, I suppose that's true. Man, they couldn't make cities bigger than this, and it still ran like shit on the consoles. Oof.
Asked for mustard on it, got a burger that didn't have mustard on it, asked them to make it again, and then they were like, oh, you want mustard? You want fucking mustard? I'll give you fucking mustard! And then proceeded to empty an entire bottle of the stuff onto the bun. That's the vibe
I like mustard, I'd take that.
Get when I look at the city size in Skyrim when I remember the quality over quantity argument.
Okay, hang on. I gotta... we gotta listen to the mustard metaphor again.
You have cities that are smaller than normal, but still have the cities be handcrafted rather than procedurally generated. But honestly, Bethesda, you could have made your cities just a little bit bigger than that. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I would suspect that Bethesda made the cities this small just out of spite.
Okay, so that was the part I missed, was the Bethesda made the cities small out of spite thing. Why, though? Well, I think Todd Howard will accept so like with Radiant Story, that's kind of a approach to That's kind of a similar approach to how Daggerfall did quests. I would imagine they want to do the procedural design when it can create stuff on the level of handcrafting stuff. And that's the big thing that they're kind of grappling with. I didn't say Bethesda did this. I said that's the vibe I get from the cities. Okay. I mean, if you say that you got a vibe, like if you say you get a vibe from something, that's basically saying that you think that's the way it is. Putting the potions in the water to turn the Argonians gay. Spite towards who? You entitled gamer? People who complain about Oblivion city sizes? Well, yeah, that's what I'm wondering is, why do you have the vibe that they made the cities out of spite? And then you give us this a food metaphor for like them putting too much mustard on your hamburger.
It's like if I went into a restaurant and got a cheeseburger, asked for mustard on it, got a burger that didn't have mustard on it, asked them to make it again, and then they were like, oh, you want mustard? You want fucking mustard? I'll give you fucking mustard.
No, they asked for bigger cities, so they gave us smaller ones. Like, that's the basis of the vibe.
And then proceeded to empty an entire bottle of the stuff onto the bun. That's the vibe I get when I look at the city size in Skyrim when I remember the quality over quantity argument. So, yeah.
I don't know, the quality over quantity thing just kind of is out of left field. Halo Infinite removed the old color blocking in addition to its joke of a customization system. That feels like spite. I would say Red Year is definitely spite. Killing the rookie in a side story is definitely spite. That's kind of the thing. People complain about quality over quantity and wanting handcrafted stuff, so Bethesda went way, way overboard with the quality over quantity thing. Sure. But then that's not a vibe. That goes from like vibe to speculation. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, this is definitely one instance where Bethesda's minimalist approach to game design works almost exclusively in the game's disfavor. Why do we need more than a single apothecary in each city? Well, sometimes immersion for its own sake is a big part of an RPG, and you just can't do that when some vendors hold monopolies on certain services without charging out the ass for their products because, you know, they have monopolies.
Maybe they are. I don't know. This feels that, this feels like it's at odds with the entitlement argument earlier. Like, you know, the basis of what you called entitled earlier was... I'll get to that in a second. The basis of what you called entitled earlier was an immersion argument. So now you're making an immersion argument for why cities should be bigger. And you understand the issue with that, right? No, that's not a vibe. But the vibe I get is they intentionally made the cities too small out of spite. The keyword being intentionally. Oh, I thought the keyword was vibe. I don't know. This is confusing. I'm going to do a vibe check here, and we're just going to move on. Now that you mention it, I never felt Oblivion cities were small. They felt larger than they are, while Skyrim's always felt tiny. I'll say, so Solitude is usually what comes up, and I think I've nailed down Solitude's issue. And it's that Solitude opens with wall, and then buildings on each wall, and then a central walkway. And so it very much feels like it's not a city. It feels more like an alleyway. And I think that's why it typically comes up as an example of the cities being smaller, despite the fact that Solitude isn't really smaller than any of the other towns in Skyrim. I'm still confused on why the retcon year has basically become a meme. So my position on it is, you had Morrowind, which was supposed to be, from my perspective, about the Nerevarine making Vardenfell a good place. So it's like, we're gonna abolish slavery, and we're gonna make the Dunmer less of pricks, and they'll worship better gods, and then you like kind of shit all over that and said, yeah, the Nerevarine, he just fucked off like a delinquent dad, and then the province just got completely fucked in an act that was clearly retaliatory for there being slavery in the game. Windtail manages to feel on the bigger end, in my opinion. So yeah, that's kind of that illusion thing that I'm kind of alluding to, is that the way that Oblivion cities work is that you can't stand in a single point in Oblivion City and see kind of everything that the city has to offer like you can in Solitude. If you sit at like... And Solitude kind of hides it, but let's be honest. If you sit on Castle Dower, you can pivot and see down both alleyways of the city. Yeah, I was never really believed the Nerevarine thing. I think that's sort of the excuse that Helseth gave for the Nerevarine committing suicide by 27 stab wounds to the back.
However, one advantage that Skyrim's cities undoubtedly have over more recent...
One advantage that Scotland's cities have over recent titles like The Witcher 3. Okay, hang on. This is going to be a weird one.
Monopolies. However, one advantage that Skyrim's cities undoubtedly have over more recent titles like Witcher 3 is the political climate of each town, and how these climates actually factor into the Skyrim Civil War questline, which I will discuss in detail much later in this retrospective.
Okay, in fairness, I played like 10 hours of The Witcher 3. I don't know enough about it to determine whether or not this is true or accurate.
Each city has unique political beliefs as well as...
I like to think the Dark Brotherhood just kept making attempts on the Nerevarine until one of them stuck.
its pros and cons. Whiterun is the first hold capital most of us are going to visit on a first playthrough. Its economy is...
Wait, I thought you could go anywhere. Why do you suspect the Redcon year was about the repentance for slavery? I'm curious. Well, I mean, why else would you have a sudden retcon in the position of the Argonians and Tamrielic politics to go to war expressly for the purpose of slavery? And then the Argonians are just... They're so sexy and unstoppable and badasses. It's not like the Dunmer have their own armies and, you know, wizards and shit. Oh, House Telvanni, they just couldn't stop the lizards. Oh no. They're so weak. They're so crippled from... They're just... The people who worship Daedra just couldn't handle the Oblivion crisis. It was just impossible for this culture of people who have a long history of dealing with Daedra to handle the Oblivion crisis, even though Mehrunes Dagon is one of their fucking gods. I just don't buy it. That's why it feels like a retcon. The Argonians got a shit-licious power-up between Oblivion and Skyrim. Like, it's the equivalent of Vietnam conquering China or some shit. Listen, I'm not denying that there's definitely some lore that you could use to cope with this. I'm just saying that, like, you know, the Argonians are not traditionally known for being a military powerhouse. Like, it didn't sit well with me that, like, the Argonians were apparently able to handle the Oblivion crisis well. Like, I'm pretty sure there's also a rumor in Oblivion that, like, House Redoran did well, or Telvanni or somebody did really well against Oblivion Gates. Also, like, some wizards on Somerset that probably became the Thalmor. Also, how come all those refugees from House Dress went through Redoran territory to go to Skyrim? Hang on. Oh, shit. Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
Whiterun is the first hold capital most of us are going to visit on a first playthrough. Its economy is fairly strong. As Adrian Avenici exposits, if you ask her about Whiterun, most don't go hungry if they're willing to work hard. Sure, there's the beggar Brenuin, but there's a heavy implication that he chooses not to get a job and instead just be a drunkard. The closest that...
Why are you a VTuber now? What do you mean now? I've been doing this for 2 weeks. Whiterun is a weird thing because like they keep explaining that like Whiterun is the center of like of economic trade in Skyrim, but then like what that turns out to be is like 4 market stalls. I noticed that we tend to get caught on a couple models for a long time. I'd buy it more if you saw more of a cultural schism among Argonians implying a massive societal shift in a short time. Yeah, it would be interesting if like they had talked about how there was like right before the Angzeli or whatever the fuck their name is rose to dominance that like there was a big conflict about Sithis worship and the Hist. Like, maybe there was a big rise in a secular party in Argonia, and that was what caused them to become a military powerhouse. It's not impossible, I'm just questioning your motives for doing it. Similar to how it's not impossible that the rookie would get killed in an insurrection conflict post-Halo 3, but it's like, why would you do that unless it was patently obvious that you're really, really mad that your most recent Halo games still underperform when compared to ODST, at least critically? It's really weird. How come nobody ever mentions that there was a war between the Nords and House Redoran during the events of Oblivion?
Whiterun has to a major problem is the Jarl's indecisiveness about the Civil War, although that's pretty tame in comparison to the other cities.
Wait,
Frankly,
okay, so you consider his neutrality a sin? I'm a Falmer. I'm not a Malmer. Malmer don't exist. Also, they have black hair.
chooses not to get a job and instead just be a drunkard. The closest that Whiterun has to a major problem is the Jarl's indecisiveness about the Civil War, although...
Okay. I mean, he says the closest that it gets, but that's still saying that, like, it apparently... Like, saying something is close to being a problem is basically an illusion that it is a problem. But this is a new argument. What I'm curious about is what fucking clan does Jarl Balgruuf belong to? He's Balgruuf the Greater. He doesn't like, how did he get to be in charge of the city? Also, he's not indecisive. He's just, like, if he was indecisive, it would be possible to recruit Balgruuf to the Stormcloaks. He has a side in the conflict. He has a preference. The issue is that he's prioritizing Whiterun in the war, and he would prefer if the conflict didn't reach his walls. The only reason he's drawn into the conflict is that Ulfric basically gives him an ultimatum that says, you stand with me or I take your city. Well, considering that the Civil War is a huge part of the game, not taking a side in the war is tantamount to the player choosing not to do the Civil War questline, which is a cop-out. That's a weird... I think that's a weird take. Like, Metatron said that, like, one of his reasons for siding with the Imperials, like, thinking that they're the better faction, was that Jarl Balgruuf ultimately decides to join them. But I mean, I consider his neutrality a pretty interesting aspect in the Civil War. It means that neither side maintains any ground dominance in the war. Because the central part of Skyrim, the main route that everybody has to take to kind of navigate the area, is neutral in the conflict. Plus, avoiding the Civil War is honestly the best way to play Skyrim. Jarl Bogrif is an idiot and he is lazy, hence why his hold is overrun with bandits, but that's true of everybody. Including a major bandit camp within 30 feet of the main fucking gate, right beside his walls. I wouldn't say that's a main bandit camp. I think I know what one you're talking about.
Oh, that's pretty tame in comparison to the other cities.
Didn't you say earlier in this video that it was weird that like the bear trap people were like 50 feet from Winterhold, but didn't go for help? That's a scaling thing.
Frankly, Whiterun isn't meant to have very serious problems. It's meant to be the measuring stick for every other city in the game.
Sure.
At the bottom of the barrel is Morthal, the most insignificant hold capital in the entire game, and easily the second least significant city, town, or village in the game. Second.
I guess he's counting Winterhold as more significant because of the college. Oh yeah, I did the Civil War as the Stormcloaks because it's funnier to do the main quest after that.
Only the Stone Hills, which is also in the hold of Hjal March. Morthal is one of only 2 hold capitals in the game to not have a blacksmith. It has a lumber mill, an apothecary, an inn, and a magic shop, and that's honestly about it. It is also plagued with vampires both next to the city as well as living among them, a mystery we unravel through the quest laid to rest. The city isn't even placed on top of land that's very suited for farming, it's literally just a giant marsh where poisonous plants grow wild.
Yeah, Morthal's a known shithole. Its main economy is that it's like down the road from Stone Hills. But yeah, like, you ought to visit some of these swamp villages sometime. Like, they're real fucking places out where I live. And Morthal pretty much exactly captures the energy of a swamp town. Y'all never seen Cajun Living before? Yeah. Yeah.
As far as leaders are concerned, Morthal certainly drew the short straw on that as well.
Who hates Ingrid the Raven? Who hates the Ravencrown?
What do you guys think is the lesser of 2 evils here? The woman lost in her own head, or the woman lost up her own ass?
Really? I'm sorry, I didn't like that, I didn't like that we outed, the Jarl of, Morthal, Ingrad the Older. She's like one of the wisest Jarls in the game. Mind you, most swamp towns we're familiar with are warm. Well, we have seasons, so swamp towns get cold around here too. Don't you worry about that. So what's the conversion of NPC to real-world population across Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim? I've been told 10,000. So each person is supposed to represent 10,000 or something like that. Why wasn't Ravencrow neutral? She goes to, like, Thalmor parties, so she seems to be, like... it's difficult to place her. I think that like her issue is that she's a collaborator. She's like really complacent and sort of thinks that like the Empire needs to be sided with, or even that she's pro Thalmor.
Honestly, the closest I can think of to a saving grace for this city is that, because it doesn't have any major services and is located in a literal cesspool, it doesn't get a lot of attention from the war effort. Morthal is the last city the Stormcloaks attempt to take before marching on Solitude, and it...
Well, yeah. But I mean, it is a major advantage to hold Morthal. Not Morthal itself, but Galmarch. Because it's literally across the water from Solitude. Yeah, okay, so my issue is she wasn't there the second time I did the Thalmor party one, so not as familiar now. It's been like 100 hours of playthrough or something since then. And God knows how many hours of stream.
If Morthal is given to the Stormcloaks during season unending, it is the last city the Empire seeks to reclaim before marching on Windhelm. But honestly, that's like telling a person with tuberculosis, well, at least nobody will ever get up in your personal space ever again. Bowling just ahead of Morthal is the city of Winterhold. This city actually has even fewer services available than Morthal does, but the one major service it offers, the College of Winterhold, is enough to save Winterhold from a complete lack of political and socioeconomic relevance. Unlike Morthal, which just drew the short straw in terms of land distribution, Winterhold used to be a proud and prosperous city, only for an act of God known as the Great Collapse to destroy most of it.
Okay, YouTube CCs. Did you really...
Winterhold used to be a proud...
Winterhold used to be a proud and prosperous city, only for an act of God known as the Great Hall ABBS. The Great Hall ABS.
And prosperous city, only for an act of God known as the Great Collapse to destroy most of it. The few Winterhold residents who remain blame the College of Winterhold for causing the Great Collapse, although nobody has alleged a viable motive for why the college would want to do so. Aside from the College of Winterhold, however, there's really not a whole lot going on in this city.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
There's an inn and a general goods store, and frankly, that's about it. To my knowledge, there isn't even a single residence in the entire city except for the Jarl's Longhouse, and it's the only hold in the game where the player cannot purchase a player home or plot of land regardless of what DLCs you own.
Like, Ulfric straight up says, like, if the Empire wastes men fighting in Winterhold, I literally don't give a shit. That's their mistake.
Climbing up the ladder of political and socioeconomic importance, we come to the city of Dawnstar.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut you off right there. There's no way that fucking Falkreath ranks higher than Dawnstar. You're actually insane if you think that. Does anyone actually claim they meant to destroy the hold? Yeah, it's kind of left as like a big mystery that Bethesda doesn't know the answer to. Dawnstar has 2 mines, has a really good Daedric quest, got all the amenities that you could want, cool little port town, it's got a based Jarl. I'm telling you, there's no way Falkreath could place higher. There's a video claiming that the Augur of Dunlane did it. Isn't there a video going into like an hour of like super detail about like, I don't know, 20 lines of dialogue?
It is supported by its fishing and mining industries, the latter of which is extremely competitive as the 2 mines of the city are owned by a pair of former lovers. As far as minor holds are concerned, the pros of this city are that it has a nice diverse economy with apothecary and blacksmith vendors. The smallest hold...
Hey, they have a museum too. What, does Falkreath have a museum? No, it's got a crime problem. Exactly.
Capital to have a blacksmith vendor. As far as cons are concerned, its default Jarl is probably the most unlikable sack of trash in the entire game.
I'm sorry, Jarl what's his name is based. A 4-hour-long video about the Augur? No way it's fucking 4 hours. It's okay, it's 3 hours, but there's no... Jesus Christ. Do they have like the same version of Skyrim that I do? Because the version of Skyrim I played, the Augur of Dunlane, doesn't have a lot of dialogue, and no one really talks about it. And I don't recall any books about it. I mean, I'll be honest, shit like that gives me a bad name. Why is the museum in Dawnstar anyway? That's where the guy lives, I guess. I think it's just his house. Like, he just has a museum in his kitchen. Oh, is it ESO lore? Oh. Oh, I forgot. ESO is a thing that exists. Jesus Christ. It's always morally correct to kill Silas for Mehrunes' razor. You can quote me on that if you want. Yeah, I would agree.
Skald the Senile. At first, his grumpiness may be attributed to the fact that Dawnstar is currently suffering from chronic nightmares due to a dangerous artifact that has spiraled out of control, except that he maintains his grumpy attitude even after that quest is resolved.
He's not grumpy, he's based. Base department?
He is so fanatically devoted to Ulfric's cause that he can't imagine why anyone would feel differently.
Oh, hang on, hang on. Please stay in the White House after January 20th, Donald. Don't cooperate with a peaceful transfer of power. Please, by all means, give us another reason to prosecute your sorry ass. I can't wait to see you in an orange jumpsuit, you white trash piece of shit. At the real Donald Trump. I'm pretty sure you understand why guys like Skald exist.
Evidenced by the conversation he has with his court mage. When she tries to explain to Skald that the war is of no concern to Britons, Skald is completely dumbfounded at the very prospect of someone not seeing the obvious glory in the Stormcloak's agenda. If there was anything that would make me join the Legion, it would probably be the prospect of getting this guy out of power.
I don't know. If your personal info is on Twitter, I got bad news for you. But yeah, sort of my point was, you have to recognize that like the QAnon people exist, and that's basically what Skald is like, he's got he's sort of like obsessively up Ulfric's ass because of the same way that like boomers are super into Trump.
The most significant of the minor holds is probably Falkreath Hold. It has major political significance because it shares a border with the province of Cyrodiil.
Not doubting you. I'm checking for my own benefit. Because I've been thinking about this for a while. Okay, so it borders Cyrodiil and Hammerfell. I was thinking, like, does it border Hammerfell or does it border Cyrodiil? Like, what the fuck's going on there? But okay, so it borders both.
It also has a thriving economy supported by both lumber and wild game, both of which are abundant in the forests that are so dense that Falkreath doesn't even need any city walls to protect it. Just as its main
Yeah, nobody's ever needed walls to hide from the forest. Brother, this is haram. Former Afghan President Ashraf Ghani. You're not allowed to be here. No, I'm not saying Scald's autistic. I'm just saying he's QAnon for Elder Scrolls. I think this is... Would Falkreath still have a little girl if it had walls to keep the werewolves out? Did you think about that one, atheists?
Advantage is similar to Donstar, having a variety of industries supporting their economy, so too is its main disadvantage. A Jarl who is completely lost up his own ass. While he doesn't appear as homicidal as Skull the Senile, he still seems completely oblivious to the fact that his position of Jarl actually has any responsibilities attached to it.
It seems to be working for him, though.
Riften is easily the most corrupt city in the game, and the government makes no effort to hide its own corruption. However,
I've kind of lost the plot here. Are we rating are we rating cities on livability or like quality? Because there's no way Markarth ranks higher than Riften. Let's be completely honest. Is there any reason why the East Empire Company has no exploration in Skyrim? Yeah, it's not East. That's what those words mean. It's weird that the East Empire Company is out of Solitude, honestly. I think he's just saying he hates all the cities. I agree. They're all shitholes. I would hate living in any of these places. Somebody was like, man, you make Skyrim sound like a terrible place to live. Yes. Skyrim is absolutely a terrible place to live. It's more like just the Central Empire Company. So I've done both sides of the war. Is there a way to play both or not? Like in the same playthrough? Not really. Nobody wants to live in Skyrim.
However, the private citizens of Riften are among the most generous and charitable of any city in the game, as evidenced by the fact that they are most likely to hand out coins to beggars if you stick around to overhear the conversation. Hell, even Brynjolf will give coins to beggars. Brynjolf, one of the top guys at Thieves Guild, who is primarily responsible for the mass poverty in this city in the first...
Did you play Oblivion? Like, that's kind of the Thieves thing, is like, kind of take care of the poor. And they kind of use the poor as, like, intelligence. Markarth literally has a problem with terrorism.
First place. And this isn't even a case of generic dialogue options being erroneously assigned to the wrong NPC either. Remember that Brynjolf has a unique voice actor. This means that Robert Atkin Downs was in the recording booth recording dialogue for his character giving money to beggars who he probably conned out of just yesterday.
This is, why is the Blackwood Company, why is the mob allowed to own property in Leyawind here? Willow's video game style. Like, Brynjolf seems like a pretty nice guy. Just because he's in the Thieves Guild doesn't mean he can't spare a coin every now and then. He doesn't feel pity. And plus, like, you have that Thieves Guild Oblivion angle of, like, we're using the homeless as intelligence. I'm trying to reposition my mic here. Winterhold seems like a good place. Housing prices are ridiculously good. No, man, everything's got to be new built. You understand how expensive it would be? Well, Anga's Mill's isn't that far away, but I don't know. Building a new home in Winterhold has got to be like terribly expensive. But yeah, like this is like really freaking out about Brynjolf giving money to the poor when it's like, I don't know, if you want a good example of like there being valorous people in Riften, I would go for Layla Lawgiver and Mule the Lioness. And maybe Helga, since she runs the bunkhouse, but that's more like capitalistic. Is Helga part of the bourgeoisie?
Was in the recording booth recording dialogue for his character giving money to beggars who he probably conned out of just yesterday in universe, in full knowledge of the irony of his character's actions. Yesterday was in the recording booth recording dialogue for his character giving money to beggars who he probably conned out of just yesterday in
I don't know what he's actually saying. What's the C word he's saying?
The recording booth, recording dialogue for his character giving money to beggars who he probably conned out of just yesterday.
Okay, conned out of. Why would you steal money from poor people? That's like the least lucrative thing you could do.
In universe, in full knowledge of the irony of his character's actions. As
I think you can only read into that if there's a scene of Brynjolf stealing money from the poor. Poor can't defend themselves as safe. Yeah, they also don't have any money to steal. I'm sorry, the Thieves Guild is in a bad state, but they're not rob money from the homeless in a bad state. Like Riften is their power base. They can fucking they're running a protection racket. Homeless are more likely to be mugged into today's society, but doesn't that have to do with like them being easy targets to get assaulted? I think that has more to do with, like, you know, violent people wanting an easy target to attack. I know, okay, so we could justify all you want that the Thieves Guild might target a homeless person. The game doesn't show it.
for its leadership, Riften is ruled by a Jarl who appears at first glance to be honorable and noble. However, because of her
I'm gonna stop you right there. She doesn't appear to be honorable and noble. Layla Lawgiver is honorable and noble. She's just really naive and believes in her stewards. She's a mirror to Elisif in a lot of ways. The difference is that, like, Solitude's a nice place to live and Riften's not. And so you see kind of the contrast in these characters.
Stewards' allegiance to the Thieves Guild, something you'll learn about if you conquer Riften for the Imperials, the Jarl is often manipulated by her most trusted advisors to turning a blind eye to the corruption in the city, as well as staying inside the palace to avoid her seeing the sheer misery that her people actually live in. On the other hand, conquering Riften and placing it under...
Which seems improbable. Like, she's got to leave the house at some point. There's a point in every child's life when they gotta leave the nest. I think the point is that the Thieves Guild activity keeps Riften poor, so extorting money from the populace is stealing from the poor. Yeah, but the people when you do the Thieves Guild content, you're mostly shown the Thieves Guild going after proprietors. So they target businesses. Like, the worst thing that you're shown the Thieves Guild doing is Sapphire sort of manipulating Shadier for his debt. And even then, like, he's an apprentice, so he's, like, he's poor, but he's not, you know, a destitute beggar or, like, working class.
Imperial rule would hardly do much good for the city, as Jarl Layla will be replaced with Skyrim's version of Donald Trump, Maven Blackbriar. So we've gone...
Oh no. Yeah, Trump's a lot of things, but he didn't run the mob. Like, there's a lot of New York businessmen that you could say are equivalent to Maven Blackbriar. I just watched your coverage of my video. Probably shouldn't have. Yeah, I got really tilted. What I'll say, Indigo, is that if I had known what was coming later in that stream, I probably would have been a lot more charitable. You were the best thing. You were probably the best thing we did that day. What all? There were 4 videos, right? But yeah, I definitely was tilted. I won't deny that. Like Stories of Old. Oh God, why did I source Like Stories of Old? We didn't watch that video. That out. I blame the chat. They're stupid. Just straight up. I'm not sure why your Skyrim stats looked weird. Hang on. Let me remember right. No, hang on. It's probably in my... What was it about your stats that were off? Gonna be somewhere around 50-49. You were the one where like you had a bunch of stats that were like level 5 or something. Yeah. This is something that shouldn't be happening in default Skyrim. Have I ever watched EFAP? Very sparingly. I've probably seen about a dozen episodes, which sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. So, let's see. I'll go over my EFAP viewership. I caught snippets of them over the years, but they weren't really something I could watch for a long time. They did an episode, their first episode with John Graham I really liked. And I saw their stuff with Hassan, and that kind of actually motivated me to go back and start from the beginning. And I watched all of the EFAP episodes up until the Joseph Anderson one, and I cannot for the life of me watch that one. It just... There's something... The bad vibes about it or something. I think the issue was like the episode before I think was like Rags, Mauler, and the Right Opinion, and then the next one it's just like Mauler and a bunch of like random people, and so it's like there's some missing context, and it's like you need to know about like some extra lore or some shit. EFAP, Joseph Anderson. Who all was the guests on that one?
Is totally...
So yeah, I'm like literally... So like, who the fuck are these people? Jaceface, Fringy... I don't even... There's like 2 of them that aren't even named. But yeah, it's like... So this episode introduced like a bunch of randoms to like the thing. And then like, it was really hard to watch. I've had difficulty... Like, this is where I kind of got filtered from watching the show. And I'm not sure why. Because it's not like I really... like Joseph Anderson. It just felt like a bad jump from the previous 10 episodes. But yeah, like I kind of want to keep watching, but because they're good to listen to for like bike rides. There's a great meme of a lady making a 12-minute movie review, and they titled their EFAP streamer reply to her, and it was 11 hours long and used her thumbnail. Now, as I understand it, it was 30 minutes long, and only 5 of the hours were about the video, and then the rest of it was like about other stuff. But that's secondhand that I've heard. Like, that's a famous game of telephone that's kind of played. EFAP seems pretty cringe. Can you vouch that it's not? I cannot. Oh, that's the meme? Yes. Well, the meme at this point is that it was a 30-second video and they covered it for like 36 hours.
Good for the city. As Jarl Layla, on the other hand, conquering Riften and placing it under Imperial rule would hardly do much good for the city. As Jarl...
It's actually pretty ambivalent. There's not really, like... So, if you didn't catch it, Markarth and Riften are a mirror of each other, and the leadership change, no matter what faction you side with, doesn't actually change the status quo of either city, because Maven Blackbriar is already in control of Riften, and Thungbor Silverblood is already in control of Markarth. It's just an interesting parallel, although I'm gonna fucking tear the shit out of that stupid, oh, the Civil War is a mirror meme, because I hate it.
Layla will be replaced with Skyrim's version of Donald Trump, Maven Blackbriar. So we've gone from a Jarl blissfully oblivious to the corruption in the city, but still having her heart in the right place, to a Jarl who is actively creating the city's biggest problems in the first place.
I thought I'd clear my name. I don't think I'm disingenuous enough to complain about changes in games I modded. I'd be down to chat sometime if you like. I'm not clear on what you're referring to. If you're saying that, like, I called you disingenuous for using modded footage, I think what I would have to say is, like with this video, I understand the needs of a production cycle, because you seem to have a thing going on outside of Elder Scrolls. Yeah, like you're doing cyberpunk documentaries. Look, I get it. Like, this is a weird thing that you got, like, a bunch of skills that, like, light armor 5, archery 8. But it's not a killer thing. Like, I kind of put, like, white light way more on blast for this than you. I don't think you called him out for using mods, just pointed out some weird footage. Yeah, that's kind of the way I remember it. I mean, I might be wrong. You might have an example of, like, me going like, oh my god, Indigo, I cannot believe that you would fucking use mods. That's definitely sounds like something I might do. But I would say, like, the harshest I was with you was the big, like, illusion rant, which I think was your video. Definitely claimed I modded games, then complained about them. Well, I mean, to be fair, you're probably getting caught up in a big discourse, because let's go down the list. Angry Joe definitely didn't mod his game. But really couldn't have modded his game. Will? Oh yeah, his was modded. Was his modded? Actually, no, it wasn't. White Light, yeah, modded. It was definitely a modded review. He had, like, Ordinator stuff. These were, like, 2-3 shots from my modded live streams. Well, I mean, like I said, shit happens. It's not really a big deal because you're not really, like... It's a big deal if, like, White Light is talking about perks and then, like, is showing footage of Ordinator. Dime Tree used mods, Metatron used mods, Zero Punctuation didn't. Salt Factory did eventually. Reliving, that's the Game Informer podcast, bunch of articles. G-Man Lives did not use mods. Game Informer article, You're a Gamer. More articles, more articles, more articles, more articles. Never Knows Best. Yeah, I don't remember if Never Knows Best used. I don't think he did. I think he had some weird opinions about mods. Private Sessions did use mods, yes. DJ Peach Cobbler, was he the one who had somebody had a really good modded load list. Yeah, but my kind of point is you're kind of in the crossfire of like a big discussion we've been having about like the sort of ethics surrounding reviewing modded games. Which I'm not a hardline like you can't ever review modded games. I just think it inserts sort of unnecessary complications into the discourse. Avarti, yeah. Avarti had a really good modded loadout that I actually liked. But yeah, I can't believe that's like the thing that you got upset about. I'm pretty sure that's the one where I had the big like illusion rant. I remember that actually being pretty harsh. No, I'm not suspicious. Who gives a shit? Get back to this guy. Having been there, I don't think it got too heated. Oh, come on. That was a hot stream. No, it was like 10% tilted at most. But that was definitely more towards like the later two guys. You played Skyrim Vanilla? Yeah. I understand that feeling. Skyrim Vanilla is... Well, Skyrim... At this point, Skyrim... unofficial patch is like equally kind of fucked. We need Morrowind reviews while the footage is test 3MP. I was talking about that with Private Sessions. I kind of proposed that like we should play test 3MP together and then like try to pass it off as like normal footage, but like obviously there's this fucking guy following him around and like the game doesn't pause when he's in the menu. That would really throw people off.
Markarth rivals Riften in terms of corruption, but the Markarth City Guard not only turning a blind eye to the Forsworn Rebellion, but actively participating in covering up their atrocities. Jarl Igmund is apparently in on the conspiracy.
I mean, the Riften Guard is also kind of covering for the Thieves Guild.
Himself, as at the beginning of the quest Escape from Signet Mine, we learned that he ordered a life sentence for the player character with no trial whatsoever. However,
does anybody in Tamriel even get a trial? Let's be honest. Trials are alluded to, but I don't think anybody gets a trial. Played Morrowind Vanilla for the documentary video, and it ran fine. Crashed every 10 minutes on live streams sometimes. Yeah, that sounds like Morrowind to me.
if you conquer Markarth for the Stormcloaks, the new Jarl will be Thungvor Silverblood. Despite being for the Silverblood clan, who was supposedly spearheaded the Forsworn conspiracy, there's no indication that Thungvor was part of it. In fact, he swears vengeance on the Forsworn for their treason. However, if you want my opinion, and if you don't, why are you here? Thungvor is still a huge part of the problem in Markarth. As a member of the Silverblood family, he is still very much privy to the many acts of corruption committed by the Silverbloods, like the extortion of Karthwasten, as well as his brother Thonar's allegiance with the Forsworn.
I don't think anybody denies that Thongvar is involved in the activities of the Silverblood family. What a weird one. The Force Coin conspiracy. Hey, you're closer than you think. I never got as far as trials. I just fought a bunch of guards until I died. I didn't know how to surrender.
Now that he is in power, he has the opportunity to bring the rest of his family to justice, but he chooses not to.
Yeah. This is like saying, hey, now that Donald Trump's in power, he could indict the rest of the Trump family. It's like, yeah. Most presidents, I'm going to break this to you. Most presidents have family members who are into sketch shit. That's just the nature of presidents. And they don't pursue their family members. Like, I'm especially thinking of, like, Joe Biden and George Bush. Like, in fact, just the whole Bush family. I guess the Clinton. You don't hear about like the Clintons' family members, and you don't really hear about Obama's family members. Definitely Trump. The Kennedys, yeah. Every president ever. That's sort of the thing is, you have to recognize the sort of family that produces a president is usually into some corrupt shit. But yeah, it's like most people who get into a position of power don't immediately start going after their family. Like, that's a really weird criticism. Are we going full political? We've done it before. Remember when we talked about terrorism versus freedom fighting, and I said that I said that Al Qaeda were freedom fighters, which I still stand by the way. All right, now that I've thrown that flashbang in the chat.
In power, he has the opportunity to bring the rest of his family to justice, but he chooses.
Okay, so hang on. YouTube seems to be fucking up here. Oh, no, it's just a black screen. What the fuck? Okay.
Opportunity to bring the rest of his family to justice, but he chooses not to. This means that he tacitly approves of the Silverblood atrocities in Reach. Now, here's an interesting piece of world building about Skyrim's cities that I doubt many of you have picked up on. With the exception of Whiterun, the other 8 cities are actually meant to be divided into pairs, and each city in a pair is meant to be an antithesis to the other city in its pair in various ways.
It's a very difficult thing to pick up on. Especially when you play the Civil War, especially when you do both sides of the Civil War and realize that Riften and Markarth are almost identical.
The yin-yang pairings are as follows. First we have Windhelm and Solitude, then we have Riften and Markarth, followed by Falkreath and Dawnstar, and finally we have Morthal and Winterhold. Let's start with Windhelm and Solitude, as their yin-yang relationship is the easiest to notice. As the seats of power for their respective Civil War armies, they obviously could not be further opposed from each other.
Hold on. Minor editing thing. If you're gonna do the side-by-side comparison, please open up the field of view, because the field of view is nauseating before you cut the resolution in half. Now, like, each of my eye is being focused on something that's doing something completely and radically different. And like the field of view is like too scrunched in, and it's just like really hard to focus on. You might have picked up on the Rift and Markarth pairing, but all 4 pairings? Sure. Like, I know what you're going to say. Dengir, Sidgir versus Old Based Skald and Dawnstar. Winterhold and Morthal, old people, kind of old glories. Solitude and Windhelm doesn't even really need to be explained. Like I said earlier, the Civil War is literally just a mirror that's split down the middle of Skyrim, basically. Yeah, it's tilted at a 45-degree angle, but it's still a mirror.
On the question of whether Skyrim should secede from the Empire. They are the only 2 cities in the game to host beggars who were forced to beg due to being wounded in service of their respective armies, and both contain private citizens possessing such overly fanatical devotions to their respective armies that they aren't interested in even hearing anyone else's side of the story.
He doesn't deserve to speak!
Okay. That's a weird comparison. Alright, see you, Indigo. Have fun. Oh my god. This is gonna be a long one. Yeah, the city pairing thing isn't that subtle. I don't know who he's kidding.
We haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Grayskins don't help in the war because they're Imperial spies.
Markarth and Riften are paired together for this yin-yang system in part because of the aforementioned corruption in both cities. Both sets of corruption are caused by a single faction that have the guards in their respective cities in their pockets. They are both home to beggars who are forced to beg because they are disabled. Markarth's beggar is forced to beg because he became crippled due to some accident, and Riften's beggar, Ida, can't get a job because she's insane. Both cities start the game with Jarls who appear at first glance to be fair and just, but who actually are part of the problem, only to be replaced with Jarls who make no effort to hide their involvement in the city's biggest woes. Morthal and Winterhold are both largely insignificant to the rest of the geopolitical climate of Skyrim, although as I mentioned earlier, Winterhold has a slight edge over Morthal due to its eponymous magic school. In both cities, switching up the Jarls will produce little if any change in the policy or improvement in the citizens' daily lives. Last but not least...
Oh, you didn't pick up the minor thing that both Jarls get replaced by people from mining places? I think that's where Winterhold's Jarl comes from. But yeah, okay, so here's my issue with the mirror thing. When you, in literature, when you present a conflict as being mirrored, where both sides are basically identical, you're effectively implying that the conflict is pointless, right? Now you might be saying, well, that's the point, is that the conflict is pointless. Yes, but the thing is, we already did the pointless conflict story in the Shivering Isles with the Mania versus Dementia, Golden Saints versus Seducers. That was the point of their conflict, was that it was pointless. Like, we've already tread this ground. So it just, like, I'm not advocating that there be sort of a right answer, because I really like how the Civil War is set up. I just think that it really undermines the Civil War to have both sides basically be identical. You're not implying the conflict is pointless, you're just stating that the conflict is the most significant difference. No, I'm presenting it as when you tell a story where the hero and the villain are extremely similar, the conflict between those two then is pointless. Right? And the same thing applies to, like, a military conflict. So you can make the interpretation that it doesn't matter who wins the Civil War because humanity loses to the Thalmor, right? I think that's kind of the thing that they're going for with this pointless Civil War thing. But one, I feel like, again, it's tread ground, so I personally would have liked to see something new. And I don't know, I need more time to kind of develop this, like, anti-mirror hypothesis.
The pairing of Valkyrie and Dawnstar both showcase medium-sized economies supported by two primary industries and several minor ones, who are naturally protected from foreign aggression by their own natural environment, the thick forests of Falkreath and the frozen tundra of Dawnstar. Both start the game with Jarls who are completely lost up their own asses, only to be replaced with Jarls who put their people and duties first, although you can never end any one game with both better Jarls in power, as one requires siding with the Stormcloaks and one requires siding with the Imperials. And both cities have citizens living there who place a huge amount of personal importance on the concept of
I'm not a manlet!
loyalty.
Steel's good, but loyalty's better. I'm loyal to Dengear first, and the Empire second.
The Legion taught us loyalty, and we're loyal to Dawnstar.
My analysis on the cities of Skyrim have taken up almost as much time as an entire analysis video on my channel of normal length would. But
is that even true? But this is probably, like, the most interesting part because it actually gets into the cities. Like, most places just go, oh, the cities are boring, but you actually found, like, a bunch of connections, so I find that pretty interesting. There's no point being invested in a conflict if both sides end up doing the same thing. Yeah, that's sort of the thing, is when you do one side of the Civil War, pretty much the entire time you're thinking, man, I'm wondering what I would get to be doing if I was on the other side of this, right? Like, would I be, like, countering my offensive on this side, or, like, my equivalent's offensive? And then, like, you do the other side and it's like, oh, it's the same prison rescue mission. It's the same blackmail and ambush the cart mission. It's the same let's change the courier's orders and then take their fort mission. It's the same let's siege the final battle mission. Ulfric uses the same line mission. And yet you criticize me for my surface level connections, then you say you find my connections interesting. The fuck? Yeah, let me be clear here. There's an hour of video up to this point that's been all right compared to a lot of videos, but it's like you got one thing right so far. Like, that's not like a big thing. Like, you realize that quality is not is not standard and equal through a video. You can be more right about some things than others. Like, I imagine this must be something that you kind of excel at, is like finding these sorts of connections and parallels between things.
The fact that I have so much to talk about regarding the cities just goes to show how interesting and compelling they are. This is certainly a case where having 9 cities instead of just one giant city like in The Witcher 3 works in the game's favor. You can't really have these unique yin-yang pairings by comparing Novigrad and, say, White Orchard Village.
Sure, but they could also be going for different things.
Because the two are so leagues apart from each other, and not just in terms of distance, that there is simply no comparison.
What's that? Acerthorn confirmed durability main? I got an eye for this stuff. I always catch it.
Everything is so repetitive, so boring, so sickening. The game is much. Fuck this shit! Fuck this garbage ass shit! Motherfucking 1 out of 10! What the fuck levels?
There we go. I know some people waited literally 6 hours for an Angry Joe reference. The mods strike again.
Even games like Fallout 4, which has a pair of cities of comparable size and significance, Diamond City and Goodhaven, you can only really do the yin-yang comparisons once because there's only 2 cities worth comparing. Whereas in...
I don't think... Yeah, but I don't think that's what they were going for with Fallout 4.
Skyrim, you can do it 4 times. This thematic symmetry is one of the things that, in my opinion, makes Skyrim's cities and world so incredible, and is a huge point in favor of the argument that Skyrim as a whole still holds up in 2019.
Okay, but would every game be better if you had like a bunch of cities that have parallels to each other? No, not really. It fits for telling the Skyrim kind of story of like how these places are really the same despite the conflicts that they're having. But that doesn't mean that's the type of story that like a Red Dead 2 is trying to tell.
The cities themselves are great and all, but what's the point of the cities if there's nobody to speak to in them? The NPCs are the primary means of delivering plot and exposition in any RPG, so how well Skyrim handles its NPCs will play a huge role in how well Skyrim stands up by today's standards. As far as the generic NPCs are concerned, one advantage that Skyrim's NPCs have over modern RPGs is that each NPC, even those who aren't strictly necessary to major quests, have personalities and backstories. Many of them even have hidden backstories if you look deep enough. For example, in Whiterun...
I'm going to interrupt here. My big issue with this is that I actually miss the generic rumors that you would overhear in Oblivion. As weird as that sounds, I could do without the saw a mud crab the other day. Nasty creatures. I could do without that. But I really like you get a lot of sort of the geopolitical climate from like background rumors that you hear. And that's something that I feel is missing from Skyrim. Like for instance, did you know that Skyrim and House Redoran went to war during between the events of Morrowind and Oblivion? That's something that you just overhear random NPCs talk about. There's lots of stuff like that in Oblivion. There's shit tons of lore that is literally just based on, I overheard 2 NPCs talking about a rumor. I could kill that Gwar. Those boots are ruined. So like as much as I kind of as much as I like this and the like every NPC has a couple lines of dialogue that makes them unique, I do miss that overhearing the political rumors kind of thing.
John Battleborn and Elfina Greymane are shown to be in a hidden, forbidden romance with each other that their respective families would never approve of. There was no.
I like that if Vignar takes over the city. Oh, Jesus Christ, what a pause. Elfina is like fills Aerolith's position for some reason.
No quest associated with this romance. It's only there if you eavesdrop and pickpocket the love letters off them. Compare that to a game like Witcher 3, where the generic NPCs in that game serve.
Now, hey, I have it on good authority from Will Loves Video Games that this is the superior design.
Purely as population padding. Now I should point out that I have not yet played Witcher 3, so everything I say about
I'm sorry, what?
Witcher 3 is based purely on what I can find online. Well, the Witcher 3 wiki says that Novigrad is populated by about 30,000 residents, 99% of whom serve absolutely no purpose whatsoever.
Like most peasants. And it all comes full circle. So, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not interested in doing a 12-hour stream today. There's always the chance. Yeah, I'll mark that down. That's a weird one. I'll be honest though, I haven't played much of The Witcher 3 either. Unless this video pulls a Mr. Caption and like in the third act, like somewhere around here, he just starts having bad take after bad take after bad take. This video has been more than fine. Like I was hyped up in my Discord to a stream where it was just gonna be bad take after bad take, and then Acerthorn was gonna come in here and like argue semantics on every single point. And that he was gonna say wild shit, because I've heard things about like his Fallout New Vegas video that sound kind of absurd, but I also haven't played Fallout New Vegas in a while, so it's like, I don't know, could be understandable mistakes. I haven't seen the video. I'm just disappointed. Actually, I'm not disappointed. This has been better than average, I would say. So far, at least. So, yeah, I'm going to wind things down for tonight because I'm really, again, not interested in doing a 10 or 12-hour stream. I might pick this back up later. You constantly complain the takes are bad, but when the tanks aren't bad, you aren't complaining low. Well, it's like, you know, I gotta provide entertainment to these people. These people want blood, and there's no blood here. Do I ever think I'll finish the other half of this video? I don't know, next Saturday maybe? When I was drawing up the plans originally, I had Acerthorn down for like a Wednesday, Thursday combo. So like, I always kind of entertained that like, this was definitely going to be a multi-part thing. But this might be one of those things where it's like, if you want to finish this video, go for it. Report back your findings. It's an okay video, like a 6, but that's the thing, is that the average Skyrim video is below a 6. Okay, so if I do this again, it's probably going to be on the schedule, so you'll know in advance. But yeah, also I have to bear in mind, you have to bear in mind, Acer, I actually don't watch Kratos' streams, so I have no clue what he said. I'm pretty much basing it on like people in my Discord who like watch your stuff and have talked about things that you've said. I can give you that. Close out on this. Will there be a Skyrim video tier list stream? I don't know if there will be a tier list stream, but I will kind of report the findings at some point when we have a pretty conclusive idea. Like I've said before, I want to get through all the pre-anniversary edition videos before I watch all the new crop of like videos that came out around the anniversary. How do I escape the orange quarter in your Discord? You have to be based. That's the secret. So, yeah, I think we're done here. Monday, if I stop being truant, let me pop this up. Monday, if I stop being truant, I actually don't know if DW Terminator is going to be on Wednesday. We're like, everything's all over the place with the days that we do shit. The schedule's really inconsistent, and that's just based on my delinquency. Monday's probably going to be us doing Bethesda podcasts, now that I think about it, because we still have a decent chunk of those to get through. So, yeah, no parasocial relationship.